explore how Cisco is reimagining network experiences with AI-powered management and assurance, from the edge to the cloud and everywhere in between. You'll learn about innovations in unified management and Thousand Eyes, the Cisco AI assistant, and our integration with Splunk. Plus, you'll hear a real-world customer experience. So to get us started for the day, let's invite onto the stage Sanjay Mehta.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of Cisco Live. For some of us, day 4. Hope it's all going really well for you. I'm Sanjay Mehta. I'm the Vice President of Product Marketing for our networking platform and assurance. And I've been in the operations space for about 2 decades. IT operations, network operations, security operations. And what's really, really key in this world is the complexity that's increasing. We've heard it all this week around AI and all these different factors. I've met many of you this week, a number of you at our customer advisory boards, and you agree. You've said that complexity is increasing, it's real, it's growing, and it's not getting any easier. So to help me later on in my talk, I'm going to have a fantastic customer, Itaú Unibanco, who's going to talk about how they're improving operations and using Cisco technology to do that. So again, welcome. Let's get into it. So there's a number of factors that we deal with in operations and infrastructure all the time. In just the last 2 decades alone, we've seen the internet has really got us to rethink architectures and operations when we think about networks moving beyond the 4 walls of the enterprise. And then mobility meant that our devices are anywhere, right? Not just on premises. And then with cloud, applications and workloads move off premises, and we have to handle that. Each time, there's a point where we have to think about our architectures, our infrastructure, and crucially, our operations. And we're in the midst of the new one, AI. And many of us use AI every day, whether it's through search, Copilot, through an AI assistant. And it introduces new demands on the network. With AI agents acting like humans, talking to other AI agents at machine speed, we have a real demand on latency. If there's some issue with latency anywhere in the network, anywhere in the communications, it can impact critical workflows and break them. You've also got east-west traffic increases. You've got new sort of chains of experience that now exist at a high rate. And so all of these things put a demand on our infrastructure, gets us to really think through and make sure that we have resilient operations. And then all of you, you're a rare group now. You know, there's skill shortages out there. In our last customer advisory board, it was incredible. I would meet large global companies, and I could count the number of network engineers in any one of these companies on 2 hands, and they were running global networks. It's actually incredible. At the same time, we know there's pressures on budgets, et cetera, and there's that pressure to do more with less. And so what that means when it comes to traditional operations is it's challenging. And at worst, they break. At best, it accelerates the timeline of usefulness in terms of your traditional tooling and the operations that you have. And so at Cisco, and you've heard this week a lot about agentic operations, and how we think about it in terms of operations is really operational simplicity powered by AI. And what I want to go through are some ways to really help you drive operational simplicity with some ideas, with some technologies, all of which are available and we've announced this week. And so really want to get into it. And it starts with our platforms. And at Cisco, as you've heard this week, we're really bringing together our platforms. We're bringing together our Catalyst and Meraki hardware, and it's now Cisco Smart Switches, Cisco Secure Routers, Cisco Wireless Access Points. One license across all of these, whether you're on-prem, in the cloud, hybrid, and unified management. And when we click into this, there's really 4 areas. There's unified management across your Cisco and Meraki devices. There's assurance, this promise of delivery, of experience from any point of origination to any point of consumption. And there's APIs and integrations to bring all of this to life, to give you extensibility on this platform. And then there's intelligence that's infused across all of it. And let's start with intelligence. So again, this week, we've heard a lot about agentic ops. It's really the evolution of IT operations with an agent-first mindset. And there's 3 core principles when we look at agentic operations. There's precision, that it's purpose-built. Our LLMs are purpose-built, for example, and it gives you that precision. It's based on data over and above a generalized LLM. Secondly, and that's a minimum bar. Secondly, that there are no gaps that you see across all domains, internal networks, your external networks, your IT, security, etc. So there are no gaps in any of that. And third, that it provides autonomy with oversight. There were some incredible talks this morning from customers in the keynote, if you were there, and also yesterday's keynote. And it was really coming through that companies, organizations are figuring out what's the level of autonomy they're comfortable with. The point is we need to be able to set human boundaries. We need to make sure that we provide humans in the loop, because at the end of the day, it's all of you who are accountable. The agent isn't accountable, it's the humans that are accountable. So we understand all of that as we're building out our infrastructure. And so this week you've heard, and really excited to announce the most advanced networking LLM in the industry, and delivering really on those three core principles. Firstly, it's purpose-built for networking. So it pulls decades of field expertise, troubleshooting paths, all around networking type scenarios. And secondly, it's using unique sort of trusted data over 40 years plus of Cisco with our Cisco U courseware, with all of our incidents and all of that data, which means that, for example, when we've done our tests, it performs about 20% better than general LLMs for CCIE type questions. So that's really exciting. And then it continuously learns with live telemetry, real-world Cisco TAC and CX insights. And so it's always getting better over time. So how does this all come to life? It comes to life with AI Canvas and AI Assistant. And you saw the AI Canvas yesterday with DJ presenting that. It was fantastic. It's a generative UI interface that you can share with your colleagues in your teams, with other operations teams, IT ops, security ops, network ops. So you can work from one place seamlessly, and also with executives. You can ask questions. It will auto-generate visualizations, whether it's topology, whether it's charts and graphs. You can persist those over time for sharing, for future troubleshooting, for insights. And it's truly spectacular. So that's very exciting for us to see and bring to market, and you'll have that available in your hands very soon. And then also our Cisco AI Assistant. So this was in private. We've announced it before. It's now public beta. And it provides you with that natural language interface to ask questions, to help automate workflows. And we'll get into both of these in a few slides, all powered by the deep network model. So one of the core areas to underpin operations is management. So let's get into that. And with our management, we're really excited to be bringing together the power of Catalyst with the simplicity of Meraki in our new unified management dashboard based on Meraki Dashboard. And that gives you the ability to manage all of your Meraki devices, your Catalyst devices, as well as the new Cisco smart switches, secure routers, and wireless access points. And it provides also the ability to manage your large campus environments, and it has AI capabilities built in. And so one of the other things we're announcing with our Cisco AI Assistant now being in public beta is new networking skills. So, for example, it starts with the ability to automate workflows for configuration changes, for switch migrations. I was talking to a customer yesterday who's talking about the human effort it takes to execute on repetitive tasks, like switch migrations, for example, and was talking about how can we speed all of this up and remove error in the process, as well as new integrated assurance capabilities. So for example, here, you can ask the question, I want to replace my closet floor 3 with a new switch. It will go ahead and look at the from configuration, the to configuration, figure out the workflow. You can then check it and say, does this look good? Give the affirmative, and then it will go ahead and execute on that. And it does it fast, not hours, literally minutes, and obviously a lot less issues around errors because it's all well-defined, in sequence, done the right way. So really excited about this, to be able to cut down on downtime and minimize errors. And as I said before, our unified management works now across all Catalyst devices, wireless, switching, routing. And as well as these large campus-type use cases for micro and macro segmentation, for standing up a new switch, for example, also includes the cloud CLI, because I know some of you still like interacting with your networks using the CLI, and so that's now available inside of the Meraki dashboard as well. So really excited about that. Now let's move into assurance. So assurance is a critical part of operations too, because it's how you really can deliver on the trust of an experience. At the end of the day, all of our infrastructure is there to deliver experiences, digital experiences. And we know from earlier on that our networks now span both owned and unowned environments, and as well as a ton of interdependencies there. CDN providers and DDoS mitigation providers, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the new reality. This is the new world that we live in. And at Cisco, we're delivering multi-layered assurance, giving you the ability to truly see end-to-end, borderless, from any point of origination to any point of consumption. But it's not just about breadth, it's also about depth. You need the granularity, you need the telemetry, you need the techniques to be able to see and understand not just the breadth of that experience, but an experience-first view all the way down to the device. And so the three areas we've been focused on for this set of announcements this week are measuring everywhere that it matters, seeing every part of the path as if it was your own network, and then contextualizing the source. Because when there's a problem, it may be with the device, but it's really important to understand what services is this impacting? What areas of my enterprise is this impacting? What areas of the country is this impacting? What areas within my customer base is this impacting? And so we deliver that with ThousandEyes. And so ThousandEyes is how Cisco powers assurance inside of Cisco and for all of our customers. And it's integrated everywhere. Here's an example of assurance as it shows up through the Meraki dashboard. And with ThousandEyes, we provide true end-to-end visibility from public clouds, across the internet, to endpoint devices anywhere, and that depth from a service, from an experience-first view across every layer of the network, from application service delivery all the way down to a specific device. And it's integrated throughout Cisco. So it's pre-integrated into all of the new Cisco devices that were announced this week. So it's ready to go to give you that visibility that you need. And so with ThousandEyes, we also have AI Assistant as well. And with that, you can ask questions like pick your favorite SaaS provider and ask the question, what's wrong with my fill in the blank, whatever your SaaS provider is. And it will go and look at paths. It will pull data from your owned and unowned environments and give you links into topology views, et cetera. So you can very quickly understand. And a lot of this is done preemptively. It's done before users can impact issues. So you can see problems before they impact your customers and move into a more proactive stance. Because it's generative as well, a natural language, it means that you can democratize access to this, and so make sure that more people can access this as needed through the enterprise. And there's a few things we've been announcing this week that I want to get into, and they really hit those three areas I mentioned earlier on. One is around deep visibility and measuring where it matters, the first of which is enhancing our traffic insights to give you the ability to actually do better capacity planning. We talked about AI introducing new workloads onto your infrastructure. Well, what if you could actually understand that and make sure that you could plan accordingly? We also are extending assurance to mobile agents. So you could always look at your devices, your laptops, et cetera, but now to mobile devices, starting with Android and Zebra devices. So you can actually see all the way to the endpoint there. And then, excitingly, assurance to industrial IoT networks as well, as IT and OT come together. So you can see it, again, through one topological view, as if it was your own network. And so that helps you to measure where it matters. And then secondly, seeing every part of the path. Last year, we introduced ThousandEyes for AWS, so you could see inside AWS with full detailed visibility. And we were the first to do that. Secondly, this event, we're announcing ThousandEyes for Microsoft Azure as well. And we're going to continue to give you insights into the public cloud providers. And then ThousandEyes and Splunk. In organizations, I've heard it for years, there's always the silos that exist between applications teams and network teams. And what if you could actually more seamlessly integrate visibility between your network and the application itself? And so let's look at an example of that. So for those of you who use ThousandEyes, this will be very familiar type screen. and normally you're using it to absolve the network. There's a problem that occurs, and you're going here to understand, is it the network or is it something else? And you can see that there's a test that failed there. In Oregon, you click on it, you look at the path viz, and you can see that it's clean. The network is clean. You go back there, and then from there, you can go directly into the APM service map. And in the APM service map, look where it's red, look at the trace, and you can see that there's a no method error in the application stack. And that actually translates to a 500 internal error, and that's what's causing the problem. And we did that literally blink and you miss it. It's that fast. And in the past, you've had to do human escalations from one team to another, sort of try and figure innocence, across teams. And with these types of integrations, it's about making your lives easier and speeding up these sort of standard things that happen in an organization around our different dependencies and the infrastructure that exists. So really excited about that. And then finally, how assurance shows up in Meraki dashboard. We've done a ton of work there. And what we're providing now is an organizational-wide view of your assurance health. So you can look across your entire organization, drill into specific sites, look at trends, surface issues, and get into site-level details, all the way from that macro view all the way down to a client-side view as well, where you can look at individual client health and reachability of that client throughout the rest of your network. And all of this is showing up in the new Meraki dashboard. So really excited about that. And I just want to say that everything we've gone through is available at the showcase behind you. It's all demoing today, right now, all this week. You can go there, have a look at it all, get your questions answered, talk about your environments. They're all experts out there, so I really would recommend that you do that. So with that, I know the moment you've all been waiting for, which is to hear from real-world customers. I'd like to invite Thierry onto stage from Itaú Unibanco. Please join me in welcoming him onto the stage.
Good morning, guys.
Good to see you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Have a seat. So, you may have heard of the company. They're the largest financial institution in Latin America. And with that, Thierry, why don't you introduce yourself and maybe say a few things about the company?
Yeah. My name is Diego Turi, IT manager at Itaú Unibanco, leading the teams responsible for SD-WAN, LAN, Wi-Fi, and even 5G initiatives, with over 20 years of experience specialized in enterprise network infrastructure. I've focused throughout my career on digital transformation and improving connectivity and user experience. About the Itaú Unibanco is the largest privately bank in Brazil and Latin America, serving more 70 million customers and operating in 18 countries. With 96,000 employees, we require a robust IT infrastructure to ensure security, scalability, and high availability for our customers.
Amazing. So 96,000 employees, that's a large number. 70 million customers. I mean, that's incredible scale. And you were saying you look after your network systems, Wi-Fi, SD-WAN, that's fantastic. Can you share actually on that point a bit more about your environment? We have a lot of networking experts here that run operations and infrastructure. Can you share more about your environment?
Yeah. Our network supports 150,000 daily Wi-Fi endpoints, including 96,000 corporate laptops in my environment. We've deployed 14,000 Wi-Fi access points across branches and offices. Connectivity's breakdown is VPN 45% on the endpoint connected remotely. I have a more largest branch is remotely environment. Corporate, I have 22% of operating high density areas. Is a more largest office. For branch office, for branch Wi-Fi, 30% is medium density branch office, is agencies and anything. For wired, I have 3% is a exception connection. My focus is massive resilience on wireless network, effective management of Wi-Fi and VPN infrastructure is critical to maintain performance and availability.
That's an incredibly large deployment of Cisco devices and networks that you have. That's incredible with 150,000 endpoints and devices and number of corporate laptops, etc. So let's get into perhaps, as we talk about operations, perhaps some KPIs. What are some important KPIs that you look at for Wi-Fi connectivity?
Yeah. KPI is very important for Itaú Unibanco. About the MTTI, reduced man time to identify Wi-Fi issues from 3.5 hours to 20 minutes is a 90% improvement. Using ThousandEyes and Cisco Catalyst Center for technologies for observability, Wi-Fi availability, connection success rate, average throughput per user, and employee satisfaction. I have two targets. The first is a Wi-Fi health. I have 96% in this moment, but I have a target for 97%. It's a good reference for many companies in Brazil. For NPS, I have 78% for all employees. It's a 96,000 employees.
Wow.
It's a good number. Itaú is a benchmark for Wi-Fi innovation in Brazil and among the first to achieve 100% Wi-Fi infrastructure, consistently leading advancement in wireless technology.
So you're used as the benchmark. And just to repeat one of those numbers there, 90% faster MTTR, mean time to resolution. That's incredible. Normally it's that detect stage that we can see improvements in, but mean time to resolution with the integration of ThousandEyes and Catalyst Center, that's incredible. So can you give some other examples of how you're improving operations for this group here?
Yeah. I have 3 good examples for share.
Okay.
The first is the Wi-Fi case. Before ThousandEyes, my MTTI for Wi-Fi issues was 3 hours due to manual analysis, issues replication, and on-site visits. With ThousandEyes AI and Cisco Catalyst Center, we dramatically reduced MTTI to approximately 20 minutes. Roughly a 90% improvement. This is elimination on-site visits, improved the user experience, and lowered costs. About the Microsoft Teams, we used to take hours to identify root cause of Teams issues affecting productivity. ThousandEyes now enables real-time issue detection, reducing MTTI and MTTR from hours to mere minutes real-time, enabling faster and more precise incident response, and improving overall user experience. The last case is an Internet Insight. Previously, external outages were unclear for several hours, affecting operational stability. ThousandEyes enabled us to proactively detect service provider backbone issues before impacting operations. Resolution time improved by over 90%.
Oh.
With incidents now identified and addressed nearly in real time, prevent major outage and ensure service stability.
Fantastic. So we talked about Wi-Fi, Microsoft Teams, and Internet Insights, which is another sort of ThousandEyes product. That's really material numbers that you just shared there. Can you share some maybe plans for the future? As you've heard this week at Cisco Live, and you've heard from all the keynotes, and you've met the teams. Can you share some plans for the future?
Yeah. I think the Cisco Live is a rich place for new insights, for new ideas, and I am excited. I have highlights for share. The integration of AI with Thousand Eyes across Cisco's portfolio was impressive. SaaS monitoring and Internet Insights enhancement are really relevant, giving our Relay and cloud servers. It was inspiring to hear success stories and best practice shared by IT leaders. Excited to implement automation for combined ITSM, Catalyst Center, Thousand Eyes is a three good tools for me. And explore Cisco's AI solution for proactive issue prediction.
That's fantastic. And just as we wrap up here, are any advice for the audience? You know, they're all in operations. Is there any advice you can give them? Maybe one piece of advice?
Yeah. For audience, I have important points for share again. The first is Cisco is a strategic partner, helping us lead digital innovation and adopt cutting-edge technologies. Invest full observability to measure user experience, not just infrastructure. We are technology leaders, and our answer to problems is really important. Measuring the experience and not just the infrastructure is the new rule of the game. Use tools capable of address vendor agnostic scenarios and operational challenges. For close my participation, thank you, Sanjay, for inviting me.
Thank you, Turi, and just appreciate your time, and thank you for your partnership.
Thank you very much.
All join me in thanking Turi. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. So just to wrap up here then, we've talked about unification, and we've talked about how we're bringing our platforms together with our unified hardware, our unified licensing, and also unified support. So it's really about making it simpler to consume, to deploy, to ultimately help you in your infrastructure strategy and in your operations strategy. What's next? Well, we're Wednesday morning, so there's a few sessions left today and tomorrow, so I'd encourage you to go and attend those related to our networking advancements and operations. Also, check out the demos behind you in digital resilience area. You'll see lots of examples of assurance and Thousand Eyes and all integrated. The platform advantage, how you can make 1 + 1 + 1 = 5 or more in terms of the compounding effect, and also signing up for a free trial. And then just a couple of other things. Those of you that use WebEx, there's an incredible promotion this week, which is getting 50% off your WebEx for WebEx 1, which is later this year. And it's going to be here in San Diego. So I'd encourage you, maybe get your cameras out, encourage you to take a snap of that and use the QR code and get that discount. And then also winning this pair of earbuds. I've got a pair, fantastic quality. It's a really wonderful thing if you can win it. And then finally, and we really appreciate this, it's evaluating the sessions, giving us your feedback. We're always trying to make these better over time and make sure that they're relevant for you. You've given up a lot of your time to attend this event, and we want to make sure that we can deliver for that. We're not taking questions now, but we will take questions. I can be around afterwards. But with that, thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of Cisco Live, and thank you again. Take care.
Well, hey guys, welcome back. Look who's in the host chair. That's right. They let me have my own camera. My entire crew, actually. A bunch of extra cameras not pointed at me, because you know what that does to your weight. I'm not going to have to deal with that. But in just a moment, we're going to have that backstage conversation Lauren's going to have with Sanjay to go a little bit deeper around what we're seeing with assurance, specifically AI-based insurance, where that is going, some additional details. I think that was a partner he had on stage. I didn't get to pay enough attention to what Sanjay was digging into there. But the idea of AI-powered both See, this is the problem. I can't even see my notes without my glasses. AI-powered management and assurance from edge to cloud. And I think edge is interesting in terms of where we're going to see some of the newest need for network to pre-position, say, existing trained models when they go into inference mode as we get things closer to the actual need. I am looking for more information on that. Of course, we're seeing the smart switches. We're seeing the integration of the cloud-based security as well as Silicon One and the Hypershield with the new capabilities that we got from those acquisitions starting to take action both from a monitoring standpoint as well as an enforcement standpoint. And so it's a little bit overwhelming for me, I'll be honest. I think security is doing a lot of incredible things here. But again, as I've stated earlier, assuming you've even watched everything I've done, the idea that security and AI, we're figuring this out as we're simultaneously learning about it. So it's the proverbial, how do we fly this plane while also making a better plane and figuring out what kind of plane we really want it to be? Yeah, Mike, is that switch? Does that work at all? I don't know. So feel free to tell me. If you guys are participating in social media, which I trust and hope you are, please use the hashtag Cisco Live. So hashtag Cisco Live. The old hashtag CLUS has been retired. I think a lot of people are still using it, so you'll probably get some use out of it. But from what I understand, we want to push hashtag Cisco Live and keep that consistent. With that, thank gosh, Lauren is ready with Sanjay, who's just come off the stage. Lauren, I'll let you take it over with your guest there.
Hello, hello. Thank you. I am here with Sanjay Mehta. Thank you for joining us today. We heard a great session from you and had a few more questions if you didn't mind.
Yeah, please.
The first is, we hear so much about AI assurance, right? And how it's a nice to have. We would hear that. But why would you say it's actually a must-have critical component?
That's a great question. And actually, this week is a big example of why it's so critical, because digital experiences are critical. And it's not just human to human. It's device to application. It's now agent to agent. And all of these different vectors create a lot of complexity on networking in terms of latency, in terms of throughput, in terms of bandwidth, in terms of the time to troubleshoot. And ideally, organizations want to go from sort of a reactive posture to a proactive posture, so it really enables the ability to do that. What AI brings are several things. The first is algorithmically, we can look at historical patterns and use those to predict, to see where issues could occur in the future. And then secondly, using AI agents in Canvas to just speed everything up, to supercharge our ability to actually get value out of assurance in our organizations.
Amazing. And would you say is there anything you'd like to add in terms of how that's impacting the unowned and owned assets?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we've seen really since the advent of the internet is organizations now need to care not just about their enterprise networks, but with the external unowned networks. And that's actually where ThousandEyes started. And ThousandEyes is a technology that was really launched over a decade ago, and now part of Cisco as of the last almost 5 years. And ThousandEyes started by providing incredible visibility, the best visibility into the networks you don't own, as if it was your own network. And that gave companies a real sense of control, a real sense of being able to now understand what was really a black box before. They couldn't really see into it. And what we've been doing with the announcements this year specifically, and it's this Cisco Live, is giving really excellent visibility into the owned networks as well. So now you can see both the unowned and the owned networks with the same level of details, with the same level of understanding. And again, experiences don't care. Experiences transit all networks, whether you own them or not. And yet we care, and yet we are accountable when something goes wrong. It may not be our fault, but it is our responsibility. And so being able to see across all of those environments seamlessly becomes incredibly important.
And I just want to pull on that thread a little bit, because it's super important to see across those environments like you so eloquently shared. But how would you say AI is transforming our precision and the speed to which we're doing that?
That's a great question. So there's a couple of things. I think on the front end with generative AI, for example, you democratize access to what is, generally something which more a network engineer type person would really understand more of in terms of devices and latency and all the various KPIs and metrics. And that is still incredibly important. But there's a certain layer of just understanding of where is the problem that you can now democratize out, which is a lot of value. And then with AI Canvas that was shown. That was
exciting.
Rather splendid.
Oh my gosh.
At the keynote yesterday. The ability to then turn that into visualizations and then persist that in that such dynamic way is going to be incredibly powerful for people. And so there's that, but as well as visibility, there's also the ability to sort of translate between an experience and all the layers that that experience depends on. Because it's, there's so much in the stack now. It's from a device to all the protocols, to all of the various layers to help drive optimizations of a network, all the way to the experience itself. So being able to correlate that, we use AI to do that too. And then finally, closed loop workflows. Because ask any customer, they'll say, yeah, seeing it is great, but can you fix it for me as well? And so we've been doing this for a couple of years now with, for example, Cisco SD-WAN, and we've been providing the ability to predict where there could be an issue based on historical data patterns, and then flag that, and then now also automate the fix into the control plane when there's a problem. And we're doing that everywhere across Cisco because ThousandEyes, being part of Cisco, is integrated everywhere, both in terms of the sensors and our ability to actually see across all of Cisco's equipment, networking equipment, as well as surfacing insights through our own dashboards, but also Catalyst Center, Meraki dashboard, Splunk, and then the new AI Canvas.
Amazing. Well, I feel like I got to get my hands on this, and the engineer in me wants to test it. Thank you.
Well, you can, because it's on show right behind you.
And we didn't even plan
many
that.
places.
That was a great segue. I want to run over there. Thank you so much, Sanjay, for your time. Back to you, Rob.
Absolutely. I'm so impressed, Lauren, you with those natural setups and transitions, the way you just work it and you think you don't even know what's going on. But you do. You're controlling it quite well. This is so exciting, guys. I don't know exactly what we're going to talk about next, but I do know the players involved. We've got Rupesh, who is Product manager, Cisco Compute. No, this is consistent. I've messed up every single title that I've been asked to use. We'll deal with it later. You've got a couple of guests with you, very important companies. I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Just want to introduce my two guests. I've got Wilton from Nutanix, and I have Greg Walters from Pure Storage. So welcome, guys, to Cisco Live. So far, how Cisco Live has been? Any key highlights, any key high points that you have been seeing?
Thank you. No, I mean, I've lost count of how many Cisco Lives I've been to.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, I've been to quite a few, but I gotta say the energy and the excitement for this Cisco Live has been absolutely impressive. You know, from the keynote to all the demos that I've seen on the show floor, it's been an incredible experience.
Yeah, and San Diego as well. Of course, you know, it's great being back here. Yeah,
absolutely.
Love this town. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
So let's get started. So first, I want to talk about at .next 2025. That was just a few weeks ago in Washington, D.C. We made a big announcement about the significant collaboration between Cisco, Pure, Nutanix, focusing on a solution, what we call FlashStack with Nutanix. It's basically an integration about Nutanix cloud infrastructure software, integrating with Pure flash arrays and compute network environment. I want to talk about this in a little bit more detail, so I've got a couple of questions. But also for the viewers, I just want to first a little bit talk about, if you're not familiar with the Cisco Nutanix partnership and Cisco Pure. So Cisco Pure partnership goes way long, like it's almost like 10 years, a decade.
Over 10 years now.
10 years.
Can you believe it?
We launched together the solution, what we call as a FlashStack, which is a validated design, modern converged solution where we integrate Pure flash arrays with Cisco Compute and networking. The main reason for this partnership centers around helping customers to deliver the validated designs and solution so that they can simplify their IT operations, but also take this design and put them in their network environment and get a predictable performance and deploy this with confidence. And recently, probably the Cisco Nutanix partnership is relatively new. It's been roughly close to 2 years, Will, close to that.
All right.
So I define that partnership as a 360-degree partnership. That's a partnership where we are not only doing co-engineering work with Nutanix in developing solutions, products, and architectures, but also we have worked together in integrating our CX services with your backend support systems. And also with both of you guys, we are doing joint go-to-market and our sales teams are working together to sell the solution as well. So with that, I want to just talk about some of the questions that I want to kind of ask you guys and see what your thoughts are. So let's start with the big picture. The announcement we made between Nutanix, Cisco, Pure, teaming up to reimagine HCI. So in terms of driving this, what's this collaboration about, and how it's different from what we had before? So, Wilton.
Yeah, great question. Throughout the conference, I've had the opportunity to speak with a lot of customers and partners about the solution so far. And I think one common theme that often comes up is customers are really excited about having more choices when it comes to deploying or to modernize their infrastructure. And so with Nutanix, I think we've done a great job of offering customer choice. You can deploy any application anywhere, whether it be on-premise, in the cloud, or even hybrid. And so now we're expanding on that opportunity of choice by enabling support for external storage vendors such as Pure Storage. And so as you mentioned, Nutanix and Cisco have had a great relationship so far, building upon our hyperconverged platform. I'm really excited to say we've now expanded that partnership with Pure Storage. And together, all three companies are jointly developing a new solution for our customers. And another common theme that I've been hearing a lot about is the excitement around FlashStack. And so as a former Cisco employee and customer, I know the value that FlashStack brings through Cisco validated designs. But I don't think there's anyone more excited about that than Craig, though. So.
Of course, yeah, cool. No, that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, really, just to kind of zoom in on that a bit more, I mean, it's really important to understand what FlashStack represents because, I mean, again, Rupesh, you were saying, we've been in partnership for over 10 years now. Yes, yeah. And in that time, we've got a significant body of reference architectures, Cisco validated designs across many different application use cases. And so, it's great, to your point earlier about providing customers with optionality and choice and being able to support, Nutanix as part of that solution. And FlashStack really is just, it's not just Cisco validated designs. Not that that's, a bad thing or anything, but it's also, the interoperability and the testing and the validation of the technologies that make up the stack. But then it's also, too, around, the supportability of the solution. And then finally, the management of that system as well. So I think, it would be remiss without us talking about Intersight and the value that Intersight provides customer for that, a 360-degree almost management plane for the whole solution. So, yeah, super excited about it.
Great, yeah. I'm excited about this solution as well because, as I said, we have a validated solution with FlashStack for years, and now we are bringing Nutanix into the mix. Which is what the market needs, the market requirements are. We have talked to the customers who are excited about the solution as well. So I'm really excited to see this partnership going. I have a question about performance. This always comes from the customers. Performance, scale, simplicity, which is our heart of innovation. So can you guys a little bit talk about this, how this new approach delivers real value to the customers on the ground? Greg?
Yeah, sure. Look, again, Pure's been in the market about 15 years now, a very similar amount of time to Nutanix been in the market as well. And we started off with an old flash solution, so we've always been flash from the get-go. And I don't know, you can actually see here, I've brought my prop, So I've actually got a direct flash module. And the whole idea with this, and I think this kind of really pulls back to what performance and capacity is about, the whole idea with this is that we have NVRAM on these DFMs so that we can coalesce writes and then acknowledge the host straight away, and then we destage that write then onto the flash memory at a later time. But what that really means, and why I'm talking about this, is what it really means is it means that the application has really low latency, and what that equals really at the end of the day is a really good user experience. So whatever application's running on our storage systems, you can guarantee that there'll be high performance, And then, the other part about DFMs as well is the capacity. So, this particular DFM here is 37 terabytes, it says on here. We have a 75 terabyte, we have 150 terabyte, and next week at our Pure Accelerate conference, we'll be announcing the next phase of that as well. So I can't go into too much detail. Awesome. But my point being is that this is kind of a key factor of our differentiation from a technology perspective.
Okay. What about Will?
Yeah, I think if you look at the announcement and the solution, it's easy to think that we took what we built with Cisco and our hyperconverged platform and somehow just connected Pure Storage and made all that work. But at the core of Nutanix, and I'm sure the same goes for Cisco and Pure Storage, is that our customers really value the simplicity and scale of our solutions. And so when we were looking, jointly developing the solution, we really looked at all areas of the product and how do we make sure we kind of continue that ethos. And so I remember one of the early decisions that we made, Craig, is early on when we were doing this joint development, we always knew that we wanted to keep the user management through Prism, which is our central management plane. We didn't want to deteriorate that experience. But we wanted to also make sure that we're able to leverage the performance and data efficiency on the flash array side. And so to give you an example, one of the decisions we made is that for VM operations such as snapshots or clones, right, rather than trying to do that within Nutanix, we're actually offloading all of that directly to the pure flash array. So that's just one example of how the three companies are really looking to innovate, bring something new to the market, not just do what came before us.
That's right. And I'll talk about also, we just recently made M8 available auditability on the Cisco side. So I'm super excited about that. And also, we have Intersight, which we have worked with Pure and we have worked with Wilton. We have worked with Nutanix as part of the solution, and that just it's a single solution that can be worked both with Cisco as well as with Pure and the Nutanix side as well. So with that, thank you, Wilton. Thank you, Greg, for coming here. I'm super excited to partner with you guys and take the solution to the market. So welcome to the club, and looking
Let's
forward.
go.
Yeah, this is great. I can't believe the amount of technology that's coming together with these, I hate the term, best of breed players, but it's like everybody's playing in their lane together, and you guys have worked on validated designs together as well.
That's right.
So a lot of optionality, as you mentioned, for customers, as well as just the ability to execute in what's become an exciting environment for all of us. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate your time. Thank you as well. Lauren, we'll go back out and check with you on the show floor.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, Rob, I couldn't agree with what you said more, and I also heard simplicity. I think I heard that word simple a few times. That is what we need to drive to. Life is getting more complicated. We've heard about it in the wonderful keynote from Chuck's message, but we are making it simple in our partnerships and what we're delivering to customers. Simplicity is our goal. And you know what else is simple? The way for you to interact with us, whether you're here on site and you're taking a selfie at a booth, if you were in the DevNet area, hammering away on a lab, take a selfie at that computer, okay? Please share your experience with us on any of the social media platforms that you feel most comfortable with. So for those here on site, remember hashtag Cisco Live, hashtag Cisco Live, hashtag Cisco Live. And then also, if you are remote and tuning in with us, you can also participate. The community, we're very inclusive, right? It doesn't matter if you're here or not here, okay? Please hashtag us if you have a question. Do hashtag Cisco Live. If you hear something cool, you hear me say something cool, Rob, Steve, Z, Michelle, hashtag Cisco Live us mention us, right, at Cisco Live, so that we can kind of interact with you and listen to your feedback. We love it. So yeah, the simple pieces is the main driving frame of everything that I'm hearing here today, especially with the last message that we just heard. So I think when you think about what we're doing, try to understand that we're trying to make your lives easier. That's what Cisco wants to do. This is all about helping our customers have the best experience possible. And the first way we want to do that is simplicity. Talked about it with the hybrid mesh firewall, the simple management pane that you can use. We talked about, as we're looking at end-to-end assurance, having an AI-driven method to do it, but again, at the heart of that, simplicity, the AI canvas. My eyes light up when I hear that because, again, we are bringing you what multiple tools would give you in a single pane of glass. I know we overuse that sometimes, right? But that is what we're doing. It's not just the goal, it's actually what we're putting into production. So super exciting, super, super exciting. And, we also are like another thing, so we talk simplicity. Another thing is AI. That's everybody's favorite, mine as well. Take a look at this video here to see more about what we're doing there.
It's a new day for the new era. AI is everywhere. So are we. We have the infrastructure AI needs. And now, the breadth of data AI craves. We'll use AI to help the world see more, do more, and we'll secure it like never before. You've all heard the AI hype. Now you want AI's help. That's exactly what we'll give you. Cisco, making AI work for you.
Hopefully that was a really great video. It relaxed you. I like looking at that video myself. AI is at the center of everything that we are doing here at Cisco. I am going to pass it over to my friend, my lovely friend, my amazing friend, Rob.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lauren. I've got two very special guests with me, and I'm struggling a little bit because I haven't played in our partner program in a while, but I used to work in channels heavily dependent on CDW, so I'm glad to have you here as well, because I can't tell you how many times you've bailed me and my customers that I was responsible for at one point in time in many different types of situations. Old news now, but let me have you introduce yourselves, because I have consistently messed this up all day long, and I don't want to do you the injustice. Please tell us your full name and what are you responsible for?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Elisabeth Robelier. So as you can hear from my accent, I'm from Belgium. And I am a Senior Vice President in the Global Partner Sales Organization. And I'm in charge of the Cisco Partner Program, which is now undergoing a major transformation.
Yeah.
We're on a journey to the Cisco 360 Partner Program.
I'm going to ask you more about that in just a moment. But first, let's find out, Carl, what is your full name and what are you responsible for there at CDW?
So Carl Schultz, my title is Vice President, Product and Partner Management at CDW. So my team and I handle and manage the overall relationship with Cisco and from a strategy and business plan perspective.
Well, I'm always impressed with just how deep the rabbit hole goes when it comes to our partner programs, because I've worked in a lot of different areas. Profitability is always a top concern for, how do we leverage this expertise that we have. But you guys are making changes. We're looking to get even better at this. And you mentioned, is it called 360 or Partner 360?
The Cisco 360 Partner Program.
See why they don't give me official names? Well, tell us a little bit more about what this is and what the timeline is.
Yeah, absolutely. So last year at Partner Summit, we announced that we are undergoing a huge program transformation. And why that is that we're basically overhauling the way we define partner value, as in the value our partners and our ecosystem brings to the market and to our customers. In this whole world of AI and fast developing technology. And so the program consists of a new way of measuring partner value along 4 dimensions.
Okay.
The first one is what we call foundational, which is all about the partner's ability to engage in a lifecycle practice and managed services practice. And then from there, we build up to specific investment per portfolio, because it's per the 6 portfolios, networking and security, etc. So their investment in technical capability, whether it's things like CCIEs, etc., but also our black belt training. And then from there, it's all about our partners contributing to our customers loving and using product, right?
Yeah.
Which is onboarding, adopting, etc., which makes it easier to renew. So that's what we call engagement, again, per portfolio. And then finally, it's about what we call performance, because ultimately we want to work with our partners on growing together.
Yeah, we got to move some stuff. Move some services and things. I'm going to just assume that CDW is a good partner for us, or you would not have invited them here. We probably shouldn't cut you out of that part of the conversation, Carl. But no, these are, well, reflection. What does this mean for CDW? How are you reacting to this? What are you
it is, it's certainly very impactful, and we anticipate that as the program details continue to roll out, there's a lot here. So we're, number one, we're really trying to prepare. We're really sitting down and doing the analysis to understand some of these anticipated outcomes. But what we've also been doing is sitting down with our Cisco counterparts to really get like a deep understanding of those partner value indices and the foundational capabilities that those are calling for. Just trying to map that against our current capabilities, our certifications, our technical specialist organization, right? Some of our enablement. And we're feeling really good so far about how we rank up to those expectations and where we're going to land. But part of this is also about, as we think about where is Cisco signaling for all this to go? And that's the part that kind of gets us excited. So it seems as though what Cisco is saying is the customer outcome is really at the center of all of it, right? And I think that for us, it aligns really nicely with how we go to market anyway. So less of a singular architecture focus perhaps than maybe in the past, and more of this multi-domain approach surrounded by services, surrounded by some best-in-class CDW capabilities. So to us, it just seems like this natural extension of how we already go to market, and certainly with Cisco. So no unnatural motions that we're seeing so far. So we're getting excited about it.
Well, and CDW, I think can sometimes, I know I've made the mistake in the past of short shrifting the notion of what you provide, because you do have a full suite of services. And I would assume you've probably been looking at life cycle for quite some time. These are not new to you, but aligning with Cisco from your relationship with Cisco is one thing. Aligning with your relationships with Cisco sellers and those relationships that you've had for a long period of time is not always simple. It's a process, and it sounds like we're beginning that process. I'll ask you about timeline in a moment, but how do you feel about alignment with Cisco sellers?
Number one, I have to say, it's for us, it's always best in class in our partner ecosystem. So we're very appreciative of it. But we look at the program and we sort of think that the structure and the framework could maybe even enhance it further. The Cisco and CDW sellers, as they sit down with a customer and they ask that customer, what are the issues you're trying to solve for? How do we help drive some outcomes that are going to grow your business? Yeah. There's a strategy that's very meaningful and important to that. But it seems as though the Cisco 360 program now has this sort of check-in and natural built-in collaboration to get both sides to focus on every step of that life cycle as we go past the initial transaction, adoption, expansion, and then in long-term success. So if we're more effective working together, right, who's going to benefit? Well, ultimately the customer. The customer is going to get the support they need for the full life cycle. And then, we're all going to be sitting on this tremendous amount of success.
Yeah, well, that's what we're going to pull off, right? And so what is the timeline, Elizabeth? If this is, and what kind of things should other partners collectively look at for preparing? Because it sounds like there's a little bit of work involved, a little bit of awareness, I'm sure, is also something you probably
there's obviously a lot of work involved, because we are talking about transforming a program that is, in some elements, more than 20 years old, right? Like VIP, for example, which is one of the crown jewels, let's say, of the existing partner program, is celebrating its 22nd anniversary, I think, this year. So it's quite a task. And I think one thing I want to say is that I really want to thank Carl and all the partners out there, because when we announced that Partner Summit last year, we said 3 things, right? We said we're going to take time, 15 months. It's implemented or launched in Feb 26, so we still have 7 months to go. But we also said we're going to do it together. And the level of engagement and leaning in of CDW and also other partners is just, it's been really amazing. I mean, I was just commenting to Carl, we have this WebEx space with our top 75 partners, and they are constantly pinging 24/7, right, all around the world. So there's an ongoing engagement and dialogue, because we really want to get this right. And the third piece was protecting the investment. And this is then touching predictable profitability, which is obviously a #1 priority for our partners, and a #1 priority for us as well, because we really want our value proposition in this new program to be very compelling, so that our partners really want to choose to work with us, right? And that's really important. So we are very committed to consistent profitability as we make this transition, and making sure that our partners know how to shift and their ability to earn and to shift with us as we go through the product innovation, the CX innovation, and the sales motions evolution as well.
Does this spell the end for any other profitability programs that we've had, or do those kind of continue?
They're being collapsed.
They're collapsing into it as well? Because some of them have been very successful, I feel like, in terms of just figuring out how to safely raise the flag and say, hey, we want you to tell us that you're working on this so that we can provide resources appropriately, not to shift a deal in any certain way or anything like that, but also make sure that we don't misrepresent partner capabilities, and that we engage them early and often, which becomes important, I think, to preserving your profitability.
And to seller alignment. And one thing I want to say as well, that the things that are working well, like, again, the VIP logic of you book and you get a certain predictable percentage on that, that's continuing. That logic is continuing in the new integrated Cisco partner incentive as well. So we're not breaking the things that are working.
So each of you, just real quick, we've got about 1 minute left, but things you want people to remember, and please make it CDW specific. What would you like? What do you wish more people would understand about CDW when it the Cisco audience?
I'd love for the audience to just walk away understanding that CDW and Cisco couldn't be more aligned on how we approach not just the market, but customers, solving for outcomes, with the full customer lifecycle. I would love for everyone to understand that CDW has best-in-class capabilities in that regard, but also that we are extremely appreciative of the partnership, not just with Elizabeth, but with the entire Cisco team. Really happy to be here.
Elizabeth, I've only got 10 seconds. What do you have?
It's all about growth, and it's all about benefiting from the amazing innovation and what's going on in the world right now.
Well, perfect. I'm going to have to toss over so we don't miss anything on center stage. Guys, we'll check back with you on the other side. Thank you so much for joining us.
First being AI-ready data centers, second being the future-proof workplace, and the third is digital resilience. This talk is going to focus on the AI-ready data center and how we can infuse security into the fabric of our network in a way that I think is fairly unique. So it's never, you never want to discount how significant the change that's happening all around us really is. And if you had a chance to listen to the keynote, we had Kevin from OpenAI talking about these kind of rapid advancements in the models themselves, and that's really the engine behind all of this. And so we expect to see very significant adoption of new kinds of applications that are going to call for a new approach to networking, a new approach to compute, and a new approach to security. And that's why we created this organization at Cisco, is that we're looking at bringing those three things together in a way that I think can solve problems in a fairly unique fashion. Now, our experience is very much informed by experience that we have working with some of the largest hyperscale AI factories in the world. So these are the folks that are building the models, and they operate at scale. It is really unimaginable. You know, you've probably read about this in the paper, but they are literally buying nuclear power plants. What could possibly go wrong, right? They're buying their own nuclear power plants to fuel these things. So it's that level of scale. And we're working on models that have 1 trillion parameters. So in this process, we've learned a lot about how do we optimize the network to deal with this type of compute. Because when these customers spend literally billions of dollars on GPUs, you need to make sure that you're feeding those GPUs in an efficient fashion. And what we have found is that the network is actually the bottleneck here. Because when a GPU is talking to another GPU, they do it in a way that is synchronous. And if there's a little tiny glitch in the network, you lose the whole job and you have to restart the whole job. So when we think about the networking fabric, we tend to divide it into 2 buckets. We talk about what's called a front-end network. And a front-end network is the network that we're all very familiar with. It feeds your web servers, your database, your traditional VM-based applications. But the difference between an AI-based application and a traditional VM or Kubernetes-based applications is that the traditional apps that we've been working on for decades have all been based on CPUs, which are sequential processors. So each time that the Moore's law clicks, the processors would get like twice as fast every 2 years. So double in performance. With a GPU, it's a parallel processor. So each time Moore's law clicks, they not only get the processing element gets faster, you get more processing elements. And so what this means is the amount of data that a GPU can process is like a leap more data than we've ever had to deal with before. So this creates a really interesting scale argument. We are currently shipping state-of-the-art silicon that can run 800 gigabits per second per port. Now, if you're working on a 25 gig network trying to transition to a 100 gig network, you're like, I don't think I need 800 gigs. You will when you get these AI workloads, because it's the GPUs that are talking to the other GPUs that are burning this much bandwidth. And what we're finding is that 800 gigs is not enough. So these GPUs are still saturating the network. So the trick to a back-end network is to take Ethernet networking and get it to scale up to deliver the very, very high bandwidth that those GPUs need across an individual cluster, but also we want to go across multiple clusters. And so there's a whole bunch of very specific capabilities that we're going to talk about that are built in to your Cisco networking. Because our philosophy at Cisco is that whether it's a front-end network or a back-end network, it's all network. One set of management, one set of devices, one set of tools for troubleshooting that can distinguish between a front-end and a back-end network. Now, we're able to deliver on this because we have a unique advantage in the industry in that we're the only networking vendor that has the full stack. We have the silicon that we can design ourselves, we have the optics, we have the systems, and of course, the operating system that we put on top of it. We have another advantage in that we have a deep and very meaningful partnership with NVIDIA. And so we are the only vendor that has a NVIDIA and Cisco validated Ethernet design for these back-end networks. And that's super, super important because, like I said, you want to treat the network as the network, whether it's the front end or the back end. Now, I realize many of the folks in the audience are looking at this and be like, oh my God, these giant GPU factories, that seems, I'm not going to buy a nuclear power. I hope you're not going to buy a nuclear power plant, and we don't want you to. But we do expect that customers are all going to be experimenting with AI because it's moving so fast, and it really is so transformative. Like, let's just talk about software development. I run a very large software development organization. When I look at the tools that my team is using, tools like Windsurf and Cursor, like these tools are as effective as a software developer, right? So we're seeing 30% increase in productivity, 40% increase in productivity with these tools, and that's not limited to software development. Like, this is happening in every different function. Call centers, throughout the whole business, you're going to see these AI-based applications, which means you're going to get your requests for getting AI infrastructure up and running in your environment. Devil's in the details here. So a 96 GPU cluster can have 1,000 cables, 1,000 network cables that have to be put together, right? Lots of little ports, a lot of complexity, very, very sensitive to the implementation. These things can't miss a beat. And so one of the things that we've done is we're bringing a level of automation to the whole life cycle that I think is very, very innovative, and it's particularly relevant for these AI backend networks. It's what we call hyperfabric. And we're going to talk more. Murli and I Murli's going to come up and we're going to talk about hyperfabric and how it can simplify the mundane job of cabling the 900 or 1,000 cables you need for these GPU clusters, because we want to make this stuff work for the enterprise, not just for these super duper AI factories. So we're going to talk in a little more detail. Murli, why don't you come up and join? Murli runs the networking, data center networking here at Cisco.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Murli.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for taking the time.
I think Murli got bigger applause than I did. Oh, it's because he's wearing a coat.
I planted the audience.
Yeah. It's all his friends that are here.
Yeah,
cool.
exactly.
Yeah, it's a smart move. Okay, so I think I set the stage. AI networking is different than just front-end networking, right? It has special requirements, and we're seeing this in real life, yes?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so when we think about this NVIDIA design, we've been working carefully with NVIDIA to make sure that both the front-end network that you know, but the back-end network that ties these GPUs together has unique capabilities. Maybe you could touch on some of the things that we're doing there with NVIDIA to deliver these validated designs.
Absolutely. One of the things that we've noticed is that in these environments, as you said, data-intensive flows, we have synchronization, not just within the GPU, but across the network, being able to parallelize and then reorder and reassemble on the other side of the network. And the third thing is we were able to build out congestion control in the network. To do that, what we need is to be able to address a highly low latency, ultra low latency fast environment. We need to be able to provide things like intelligent packet flow. And this intelligent packet flow basically is what has been built as a secret sauce for us with NVIDIA to allow for that spraying of packets.
Yeah, these back-end AI networks, it's almost like TCP doesn't work there, right? Because they're so latency sensitive. It's not a web server.
Yes.
So we have to compensate for that and to build mechanisms that are going to allow these things to work.
Yeah, and your traditional ECMP is not going to work here. So what we had to do was we had to provide new techniques, new load balancing techniques, like flowlet load balancing. And also, we wanted to add the adaptive routing or the packet spraying capability that NVIDIA and Cisco jointly synchronized on. So that allowed us to build this bucket of capabilities called intelligent packet flow.
Yeah. Now, the important thing here is that these are unique capabilities that we call AI networking, but guess how you use them? It's part of the Nexus switching infrastructure.
Absolutely,
right?
and it absolutely starts from the differentiated silicon, the systems that we build around the differentiated silicon, in this case, Silicon One, and also the software NXOS that we've written, and the operating model, the Nexus dashboard that you will talk about a bit more.
Yeah. So in networking, management is always the hardest part.
Yes.
And having insight into the workload that you're providing the network services for is, I think, a fundamental capability. Talk about what we're doing to be able to track the AI jobs.
Absolutely. So we talked about Nexus dashboard. We've seen the keynote earlier from Jeetu and others about the unified Nexus dashboard. That applies to AI environments as well. We want to be able to monitor networks, whether that's front end and back end. Like Tom just said, we want to look at managing of networks not as individual silos, but across front end, back end, management, storage environments. So with this, what you see is you have a site level view of your AI, wherever your networks are being deployed. Then you zoom in to the particular network. In this particular case, what we're going to be doing is going into the back end network and looking at the various jobs that are running there. And those could be also jobs in terms of latency, but also anomalies within the jobs that might be existing. So we go and zoom in into particularly in this case, the first job. You see that there are some anomalies there, and having that visibility in near real time is important.
Yeah.
And being able to do that and then pinpointing that this was because of a specific traffic degradation due to a particular GPU to link pathway. And that particular degradation, getting to that very quickly, and then ultimately narrowing down to the point that it was because of excess temperature thresholds being reached, that ability to get that in near real time is very powerful.
Yeah, and Cisco has always focused on bringing the network closer to the application. This is another instantiation of that, where we can understand and interpret the AI workload, cooperating with NVIDIA so we get that information from their management systems to help you pinpoint the problems and figure out, is this a network problem, is this a GPU problem, and get the job back up and running.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is quite critical to correlate and triangulate all of those together. And nothing more than the unified Nexus dashboard as well.
Yeah. So let's talk more about that unified Nexus dashboard. That's been a big body of work for us, right?
Yes. And so from one of the key things that we've seen is just we have 40,000 customers operating, as you said, different kinds of environments. Front end has a mix of CPU, GPU. Back end has complete GPU-based environments. You have storage. We have SAN environments. A lot of environments, and ability to manage them in different disparate silos is no longer going to work. That's why a unified Nexus dashboard bringing together various architectures across data plane, control plane, policy plane was critical. And that's what we've achieved.
Yeah, people have been waiting for this for a while. It's here, right?
Absolutely,
yes.
Absolutely. People have been clamoring for this.
Yeah.
And what we've done is not just have we provided this across the Nexus dashboard, the data center side of the house, we've expanded this on to SAN, storage, as well as your third-party environments as well. This is open interoperable framework fabrics. So you can actually use this across a number of environments, number of services, including media, fabrics, data broker environments, all kinds of environments.
EVPN from the data center all the way to the wireless, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So one thing I want to point out is, as Tom just said, EVPN across all of these environments, it means that when we brought all of those architectural enhancements, you also have to be able to define centralized policies and be able to enforce them across these environments and segment them. And we'll talk more about segmentation with the next section around security as well. This is integrated into that as well.
Yeah, yeah. So one of the things Cisco has always done well is not only build the networking devices, but thinking about how do you use this stuff. And so we have introduced new operating models over time. So if you remember, we had original Ethernet networking, and then with ACI, it was really a new way of operating the network. We've introduced a new innovation here that we call Nexus Hyperfabric. And this is an even higher level abstraction that makes these complex network deployments much simpler to turn on, to operationalize, and to troubleshoot over time. So let's walk through an actual example of what Hyperfabric can do. So it all starts with a cloud-based interface. You log in, simple, modern, easy. It's going to present you with a dashboard that shows your existing fabrics. And now I say, I want to add a new fabric. Remember that 96 GPU cluster we talked about with 1,000 cables? Let's go through what steps it would actually take to design and deploy this. So you click a button, say, I want to add a fabric. You get a bunch of templates, small, medium, large. Let's pick the medium one. You're going to go through and you can edit that template, so you can customize it to exactly what your deployment is going to look like. Here's your compute, here's the networking. Now notice all the little details, the racks, the bolts, the cabling, all of that stuff is all done for you. That used to be on a spreadsheet, right? And it was a kind of a long spreadsheet, and then you lose the spreadsheet or you forget about it, and right?
A lot of operational challenges with that.
A lot of operational challenges that we're using AI backend and cloud management to just abstract all of that out. Now watch. You push a button and say yes. It will automatically generate that bill of material. It'll automatically place the order, and then a bunch of boxes show up on your shipping dock, right? Now, you open these boxes. These systems are pre-configured. You've got a wiring diagram where it's going to tell you step by step. Remember the 1,000 cables you got to plug in? There's a little iPhone app, and it'll show you plug this cable into this port, plug this one into that port, and it tests. Every single time you make one of those connections, it tests did you do it right. So you can actually mess with it and be like, plug it directly into the wrong port, and it'll detect and say, hey, wrong port, buddy. Move that connection and put it in the right location. Simple, simple, simple. Now, this doesn't stop with fabricating the network. This works when you're troubleshooting operations as well. So you can go in and take a live system. You can pull a cable out. It'll detect that. It'll route the traffic around it. It'll alert you, hey, you just lost a cable here. It'll tell you where to go find that cable.
Absolutely.
This is material, right?
This is material. In fact, I was just at a customer, enterprise customer, who said that I'd like to get my backend environments running up and running as quickly as possible. So an environment like Hyperfabric for AI will allow you to deploy that immediately.
Yeah.
And more importantly, once you hit these kind of issues around cabling, or you pull a plug, or some of those things that humans do, maybe that's going to go away with physical AI, but humans do in the near term. What you'll have is you'll have immediately the ability to see where exactly. In this particular case, what you're seeing is that there is an exceed threshold that's showing up in a storage to the network part connectivity.
Yeah.
And so that is very quickly, simple, easy UX, be able to see this across the environment. You can click on the details. You can see which particular probes have detected higher latency. So you can see that there are certain flows and there's certain segment percentage of them that are actually at a higher latency.
Yeah.
The rest are in line.
Yes. So we're making it reasonable to take one of these networks, these back-end networks, and deploy them. And it can be very large scale, right?
Absolutely, massive scale networks. And so essentially, if you look at these clusters, even one AI cluster could actually look like it has more bandwidth than many of the telcos combined, right?
It's an amazing statistic. One rack of AI compute has more bandwidth than the entire mobile networks of North America. That's the world we're living in. This is today, not like 5 years from now. That's happening today. And what we're giving you is an operating model that will deliver the performance, the capability, but also the management, so that you can actually run this stuff in your infrastructure without crazy, extraordinary effort and
Absolutely.
crazy, extraordinary amounts of power and space and cabling, et cetera, right? Simple is the name of the game. So let's talk about the Nexus dashboard, where we're going here. We've been able to take all of that integrated management, and we also draw telemetry from that and integrate it into Splunk and Thousand Eyes for observability. We're going to talk a little bit about troubleshooting.
Absolutely. So one of the things we've focused on is providing insights from the fabric. Obviously, network sees everything. The network can span across the data center, the connectivity side, the WAN, as well as into the campus environments. Being able to, from the data center, being able to stream out the data, collect them across all kinds of architectures, like we said, with Unified Nexus Dashboard, and then push that out into Splunk. You have connectors that connect into your Splunk cloud environments, or for that matter, other environments on-prem as well.
And one of the things I think is most exciting about the combination of Cisco and Splunk together is we're looking at ways to provide insight into that networking data that's generally not observed because it's much too big. You can't ingest NetFlow into a typical platform like Splunk because it's just too costly. But we believe there are ways to ingest that information, the relevant information, to provide the insights necessary without driving a huge ingest bill. So you'll be hearing a lot more from us in that domain, and this is the first step, is delivering that integration. Thanks so much. So now we also want to think about some of the devices that are powering this revolution. So one of the things that I think we've announced recently, but it's worth mentioning, is this category of device that we call a smart switch. So we have two flavors of smart switch. We have 9300s. We have a spine configuration and a leaf configuration. And what a smart switch does is it really brings two personalities together into a single device. It's got a packet forwarding engine based on Silicon One that moves those packets fast, efficiently, and reliably. And then we add security processing that's executed on a DPU, data processing unit. And we partner deeply with AMD to deliver that in a single chassis.
Yeah? In fact, it's right there.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah. Right? So these big ones is Silicon One, and these smaller chips here are the DPUs. This is going to transform how we do security because it allows us to take what used to be a firewall and break it literally into 1 million pieces. Imagine that. 1 million little tiny baby firewalls where you can put individual security under each piece of your application, and we have an AI management capability that will make that all possible. So this architecture is more than just a feature. I think this is really a new class of device that brings security into the fabric of the network. So high performance, AI-ready networking with the ability to integrate security into the fabric. This is something I think is really kind of unique to Cisco. I don't know, there are others that talk about it, but this is really in our wheelhouse. We have a unique capability here, but that's not all. Optics are a critical part of this. As we move into these very high performance networks, you're going to be seeing more and more optics. And one of the things we've announced at the show is a new 400 gig bidirectional optic that can take advantage of existing optical cables.
Yeah, again, in fact, Cisco was the inventor of BiDi as a concept itself.
Yeah.
And taking that all the way to not just from 25 gig to 100 gig, 100 gig to 400 gig is amazing.
Yes.
Being able to provide that at scale is really nice.
Operational efficiency, simplicity, but performance and scales for the AI era.
Reuse all your cables.
There we go.
Yeah.
Murli, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, the other side of the coin here is we need the compute that's going to drive all this. So I'd like to invite my friend Jeremy Foster to come up, and let's talk about what we're doing in compute and how we merge these things together.
Absolutely.
So Jeremy runs all of our UCS and compute business. And Jeremy, you've been busy, right?
Been really busy. I think, in fact, the compute business until G2's kickoff yesterday was probably one of the best kept secrets at Cisco. I mean, for the folks that have the paddles, since we haven't used them yet, how many people knew we have almost tripled the size of our UCS portfolio offerings, and everything that you see here today is actually shipping? All right, I got a few yeses, but a lot of no's, so that's good.
Those paddles are pretty big. I hope we don't have a paddle fight going to break out here. That'd be a problem. So,
but the important thing here is this: it's choice. We have a full offering of not just modular servers or blade servers, where we lead the industry, but a full offering around AMD, Intel, everything you would need inside that rack mount portfolio. And we're extending that, of course, into AI, where you can go over to our booth and check out the new C845, which is a scalable GPU server that allows enterprise customers to start off with 2 GPUs, 4 GPUs, 8 GPUs, and scale as you go, which is really important because a lot of enterprise customers, Tom, to your point, just getting started.
Just getting started, right?
And you don't want to overspend.
These GPUs are not inexpensive, right?
Yes,
and so
exactly.
scale as you go is important. Now, everything we talk about, management is the hard part here, right? And management means not just how we manage our stuff, but how we fit into the other management tools in your environment. Talk about our ecosystem.
Yeah, you got to have the right building blocks and piece parts, but the ecosystem in the data center is one of the reasons I love working in this space, because we can't do it all ourselves, right? And all of you as customers have a ton of things that you've integrated your operations with, and whatever those things are in your tool chain, whether it's ServiceNow, for example, where both Nexus and UCS have great plugins for you to be able to leverage to make your lives easier. We want to take all the partners that you see on the screen, whether it's the ServiceNow type folks or the storage partners, the Pures, the VASTs of the world, so we can build end-to-end solutions and take a lot of that guesswork out that you have to do when you move into this AI era, and you have to figure out not only how to build a front-end network, a back-end network, different types of storage that also require networks.
Yeah.
And so putting all that together can be complex and a little bit of a daunting task.
Now, where we really shine is the integration around these AI workloads. Let's talk about AI pods and how does people experience that?
So AI pods, we talked about those last year when we first got here. And we launched this product to focus on inferencing use cases in the enterprise because that's where a lot of folks were starting. But what we announced this week was expanding those, as well as the server portfolio, to cover that full spectrum of things that you would want to touch, from training to fine-tuning to inferencing. We can bring that all together in an AI pod experience. So what is an AI pod? Well, we take that storage, our networking from Nexus, our compute from UCS, the software from NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's AI enterprise software that really brings it all together to make it very easy for you to execute your use cases. We put it all together for you, and we can give you a Cisco validated design, which means you can pick up the phone and call Cisco to get support across that end-to-end stack.
Yeah, and that includes the interaction with NVIDIA, right?
Yes.
And I think this is a really unique capability.
And Tom, I brought you a little gift.
Whoa, he bought me an X series box. It's pretty small.
It is small, but how many people like Legos? Our booth's right over here. You can leave here, you can go build your very own AI pod and walk away with something to take home. And then when you get home, you can call your account team and you can buy one for real too. So.
Now, management. This is where Cisco has some real unique capabilities. Talk about Intersight.
This is where we lead the way with Intersight and UCS overall, is management. It's all about making things easy, and we've continued to not only invest in this portfolio and making it so simple to roll out a server, whether you're doing that in the data center for a traditional use case or for an AI use case, and in the future even for things like edge use cases. But we're adding new capabilities, including next generation metrics. So what that means is, I'm sure you've all used a widget on your phone and you can kind of set that up in a dashboard. We can track metrics over time, things like power, cooling, CPU utilization. So for example, you can make yourself a widget that says, tell me all my servers that are using less than 10% of their CPU cycles over this period of time. You can then look at those and know what servers you need to go shut down so that you can save some power, for example. New advanced topology views. So some of the things you saw in that hyperfabric demo where you have this really pretty topologies that show you how everything is connected, we can do that in an Intersight as well. It's really slick looking. And then the complete visibility insurance just means now that you have this great topology view, we've given you a lot of ways to look at and understand the performance of the system end to end, from compute through the network and through the storage.
Now, when we think about the full stack experience, the network and the network services are really the most important part of the compute. It's what ties that whole infrastructure together. And Cisco's taken an important step forward in this regard. We want to look holistically. We want to be able to deliver all of what you need to get a workload up and running with an integrated approach. And one of the more important parts of this is load balancing. And so, Jeremy, pop quiz for you. What is the most desired feature from a load balancer in the eyes of a customer?
At the risk of probably missing something, balancing loads?
Yeah, balancing loads, exactly, right? So with Isovalent, we have a very, very high performance software scale-out load balancer. And the idea here is this is so automated, it doesn't have a million knobs and levers and dials. You're not writing iRules and custom tuning this and that. It balances loads. And it's software that can run at the speed that approaches hardware load balancing. So it's heavily optimized using eBPF, which is a capability that allows us to make kernel optimizations and process the packets as efficiently as possible. This is widely deployed in hyperscale and cloud environments. And so you've got big websites that are using it, and it's deeply integrated into Kubernetes. And so as we start to think about this data center stack of the future, this Isovalent load balancer, which is available today, and customers are using, we have enterprise customers that are beginning the adoption of this. We think this is going to be an increasingly interesting part of this fully integrated data center stack.
And Tom, it's great too, because not only did it start at the big hyperscalers and it massively adopted, but we're making it easy through the validated designs to bring it into the enterprise, but we're also bringing it into that ecosystem with folks like Nutanix, who have Nutanix container platform that are already integrated with Isovalent, so you can take advantage of it there as well.
Well, and you're alluding to a very, very important fact, which is it's our view that Kubernetes is the platform of the future. Kubernetes is the platform that will run not only these AI workloads, not only container-based workloads, but also VM-based workloads. I don't know if you all know that, but Kubernetes is actually quite capable of running a VM-based workloads. I spent 5 years working at VMware, and all of my customers are asking me, Tom, where do we go? The answer is Kubernetes. Now, how do we get you there? This is where things get a little bit complicated. And so that same eBPF and Cilium capability that I talked about, that has the load balancing, that we acquired with the Isovalent acquisition, that same capability can provide very unique VMware to Kubernetes migration. So the challenge we see is that what VMware does unbelievably well is that when a VM comes up, it can talk to all of its peers without actually knowing anything about the physical infrastructure underneath. And this is what enables vMotion. So you can take a live VM, move it from one machine to another, and all the traffic just whoop, automatically goes with it. So as you think about this migration, you want to be able to move a VM one at a time into a Kubernetes environment. Kube can run those VMs, but the challenge is a networking problem in that Kubernetes is built for the cloud. It doesn't know anything about layer 2. That's not a notion in Kubernetes. And so what we've built is a bridge where we can connect between the layer 2 networking constructs of VMware and the layer 3 constructs of Kubernetes. And this allows you to move the VM without changing the IP address of the VM, which is a really big deal. And so each VM can move one at a time, and it can reach back and talk to all its friends. And so migration is not something you're going to do 10,000 VMs at a time. You're going to do it one at a time and allow those VMs to seamlessly connect back to the rest of the cluster running in the vSphere environment. And then you can slowly make your migration work. Now, what's important about this tool is that it is independent of the underlying infrastructure. This is why Kubernetes is so important. So you can make a migration to the public cloud. You can move from the public cloud to another public cloud. You can move it back to a private cloud. You can run on OpenShift. You can run on a different flavor of Kubernetes. You can run on the Nutanix, right? So we have the ability to provide you the flexibility to optimize the workload for the infrastructure that's available to you, and that infrastructure might change over time.
Yeah.
Now, this is the heart of what we think is this new data center architecture. So all of the fancy AI networking that we talked about, the load balancing that we talked about, was kind of oriented around these AI-based workloads. But our thought is that same stack, in the fullness of time, will mature so that you can have a single Kubernetes-based management with all the network and network services being implemented in things like a Cisco Smart Switch, sitting on top of a UCS box. That's your new data center. And this is what we're delivering, is that management layer that's built around Kubernetes and the infrastructure that runs underneath it that can run a front-end network and a back-end network, a Kubernetes workload and a VM workload, an AI workload. It's all managed from the same platform. This is our opportunity.
I mean, that's the key point. You can't set up a new silo every time you have to deploy a different type of technology. And I think when you look at this diagram, we're also calling out, yes, we're going to bring things together in Cisco Cloud Control, but we're also going to make sure that the folks that are operating Nexus Dashboard, Intersight today, those element managers don't go away.
Correct.
We're just going to bring it all together and make it better.
They get subsumed into this larger platform. Jeremy, thanks so much, my friend.
Pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So last thing I'm going to talk on is some details about how we actually bake security into the fabric of the network and how we can really change the way we think about things like a firewall and how a firewall operates. So it starts with a secure foundation, physical root of trust, post-quantum crypto built in, and DDoS built into Cisco networking equipment. Now here's where we've done something really innovative. The industry is talking about hybrid mesh firewall. And the idea behind a hybrid mesh firewall is it allows you to have multiple different form factors of enforcement, but a single policy layer. And that single policy layer is done by Cisco Cloud Control, our cloud-delivered management that can push your rules into a hardware firewall, into one of these eBPF clients that I talked about from Isovalent, into one of these magical DPU smart switches, and also into third-party firewalls. Now, what we announced at the show is 2 new advancements to our hardware firewall appliances. We have a low-end firewall, which is extremely competitive price performance, the 200 series, runs 1.5 gigs of firewall and IPS. And we have a high-end firewall, which can run 400 gigabits per second of firewall plus IPS, and that is very, very high density. So it's 200 gigs per rack unit, so it's a very efficient form factor. And that really rounds out our product line. So we've refreshed all of our firewalls, and we think we're very, very competitive in this space, including virtual firewalls. But where we shine is not only do we have price and performance advantage with our hardware appliances, we have the ability to deploy this firewall in what could be hundreds or maybe even thousands of locations, right? Hundreds of thousands of locations, little tiny miniature versions of the firewall that sit right next to the workload wherever the workload is running, all managed from this single interface. And so in this firewall architecture, we have a deep understanding of the workload. And as the workload starts to evolve into AI, and they start to have things like models, and they start to have things like logic streams that need reasoning, we have a new set of capability that can understand and interpret the behavior of your model. So we have the ability to both validate and protect your AI workloads and apply what's almost human-like reasoning to say, is this thing behaving the way I think it should? This can all be done as a feature on this distributed firewall. Now, we've seen some pretty significant shifts in the industry. There's been a series of attacks last year called Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon, which were targeting critical infrastructure, telecommunications, water supplies, power equipment generation, and they were targeting the gear that runs in that critical infrastructure. That's mostly Cisco gear. So we were very, very involved in these types of attacks, and we take them very, very seriously. And so our approach to this is not like, hey, we're going to try harder and make sure there's no bugs, but we have a new approach to how we can address security, which is about the ability to address what we call the patching gap. So patching is hard. Patching is complex. Patching an application is hard. Patching a switch or a router is hard. And this is why many times customers will be running a version that is 2 years old. And so with a compensating control, we can identify the vulnerabilities that are running in your application. Let's say it's a Postgres database, and say, oh, in this distributed hybrid mesh firewall, we recognize that we're running under a Postgres server. We're going to apply a compensating control that can shield the vulnerabilities in that Postgres server. And we can do this in a very automated fashion. Now, importantly, a compensating control does not eliminate the need to patch. You think of it as a finger in the dike. It's a shield that blocks the vulnerability. A very smart attacker can find a way to get around that shield and still exploit the vulnerabilities. But it allows you to patch in an orderly fashion. So patching isn't going to be an emergency anymore. And so the system is designed to be highly automated. It applies the compensated control. When you go about and patch, we remove the compensated control so you don't have some giant collection of firewall rules that nobody really knows what they do. And this is all implemented in that hybrid mesh firewall. So the hybrid mesh firewall is a mesh, which means it can live simultaneously in the operating system using eBPF. It can live in one of Jeremy's UCS servers that has a DPU, one of these chips. But we also have networking devices like the one we're showing here, where we have DPUs that are running in the switch. So what this means is that every switch port can be a high-performance layer 7 firewall to apply those compensating controls to the application. Now, if you're listening carefully, you'd be like, hey, that's cool. What about, what are you doing, Cisco, to protect the network operating system that's running on the switch itself? And here's where we announced something I think is extremely innovative. We introduced Cisco Live Protect. Live Protect gives you the ability to apply a compensating control to a vulnerability in the network operating system. And you can do it without rebooting the switch. So it's a live compensating control that can be applied to the switch, which means if we find a vulnerability, we will present you with this compensating control. You manage this from the Nexus dashboard that Murli was talking about. Apply the compensating control to the switch without rebooting the switch. It is going to transform network operations. I don't want to ever be in a situation where I have to call you and say, you know what, we've got a P0 vulnerability. You have to take that system offline and patch it immediately. That is very, very disruptive. This solves that problem, I think, in a real unique and innovative way. Okay, so we talked about AI workloads, what they're going to look. They're changing the nature of compute. They're changing the networking requirement to back-end them. And we're pulling all that together, integrated solution. We talked about how we're bringing security and infusing it into the fabric of the network with things like smart switches. The last piece of the puzzle is the connectivity that ties all of this together with our service provider partners. And so to go through what we're doing in the service provider space, I would like to invite my colleague Guru up to the stage. Guru.
Hello, Tom.
Good to see you.
Hi, everyone.
Once again, Guru gets more applause than I do. You know, Murli gets more.
I got the memo.
It's the jacket.
Yeah.
Must be what it is. Okay, Guru. So service providers have been in business for a long time.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we have this AI revolution kind of changing everything. What does it mean to the service provider?
Yeah, so everything we talked about so far has been about how do you produce AI, whether it's training workloads, inferencing workloads, hosting of AI workloads. All of what we talked about was the infrastructure to do all of that. What we are starting to see now is the adoption, the using of AI. And as that grows more and more, all of that AI traffic, most of it is actually going to go over service providers' networks. And this is what service providers see coming. You know, those three names that you showed, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, they're going to see a whole lot more traffic as more and more people start using AI applications. And service providers know this. Their fundamental priorities haven't changed. They still need to provide secure, resilient connectivity in as efficiently as they can. And they also need to try and find ways to monetize and get more revenue generating services. But now they have to do it in the era of AI, right? And that's what they're looking at.
So we have an answer for this, right?
We do. So we looked at all of the pieces that need to come together for service providers to evolve their networks for the next 10 years. And we built an architecture that we refer to as the Agile Services Networking Architecture. And we call it an architecture because it's not one thing. It's all of those pieces that need to come together. So what are those pieces? First and foremost is the fundamental building block of a network, which is a router. So we've innovated in routing, introduced an entirely new portfolio called the Cisco 8000 for service providers. Then the routers need to be connected. So we have a new model of connecting the routers together by converging IP and optical layers. Then the routers need to be, that network needs to be managed. So we have automation, but now we've infused AI in the automation. Some of the stuff you saw in the keynotes, that's all part of our service provider management portfolio as well. And then finally, security, that needs to be infused into the network. Tom referred to some of that. So all of those pieces coming together in a validated design is what we have brought together.
Yeah. So let's talk a little about the specifics here. What are we doing in routing? You mentioned that that's a big core focus area for us.
Yeah, so let's look at specifically what is the innovation we are introducing in routing. So I mentioned that we have a new portfolio for our service provider customers. This is based on our Cisco Silicon One technology. And here are two examples. We introduced this portfolio 3 months back, and now we continue to add to it. And these are the recent additions. One of them is a new access router, and we call it a converged access router because it can converge all different kinds of connectivity endpoints, whether it's broadband, whether it's satellite, you'll hear more about that, or regular Ethernet and IP. All of that can be converged into a single device to provide that connectivity piece. And then we have a new series of edge routers, extremely dense, 6.4 terabits of capacity that can do full service provider features and scale in essentially a small box, 1 RU box. So this is exciting stuff. It allows us to completely reimagine how the networks are built and really make them a lot more efficient.
And just like we talked about in AI networking, Silicon One powers these solutions, but optics are a critical part of the overall solution, right?
Indeed. And that goes to the connectivity piece. If you think about how connectivity has historically been done, it's a layer of IP routers connecting to a completely separate layer of optical routers. What we've done is taken a lot of that optical transponder gear, and we can put that in these small pluggable form factors that you see here, put them right into the router. So we can eliminate an entire layer of optical gear, makes for a far more cost-efficient router. We call this routed optical networking, and we have new pluggable optics for all kinds of distances, right? Thousands of kilometers, 400 gig, 800 gig, 100 gig, as our customers may need for connectivity.
And just like in the data center, management is the name of the game here, right?
Management has become extremely critical. So what we have done is the same AI technologies that you saw demoed in the keynote, AI Assistant, for example, that is now coming into our Crosswork portfolio. It allows us to do things like troubleshooting, proactive management of configurations and all, driven by AI, and it gets a whole lot more efficient. There's a lot more detail to unpack here. I would highly encourage you to double-click into this. This is just a flavor of what we are doing right now.
And we're seeing these things you're talking about is not theoretical, right? These things are deployed with some customers. Give us some examples of what it's doing.
Everything I've talked about, except those two platforms that are coming in the next 3 to 4 months, is here already. And many of our service provider customers have actually already adopted this, and they're seeing huge benefits. You can see some of the names here. This is coming from our customers themselves. When they put the Agile Services Networking architecture and implemented it in their networks, they're seeing efficiency gains like 60–70% OpEx savings, CapEx savings, and power. Those are not numbers to be ignored. We're not talking 5 or 10% incremental gains here. And this happens because our platforms are fundamentally more efficient. We can deliver a lot more bandwidth at the same scale in smaller form factor devices instead of large chassis. We can connect them and eliminate entire layers of connectivity. That's a lot of power, space, and cost savings. So it's huge, and you can take a look at some of what our customers are saying here around it.
So Guru, when I was at Cisco in 2007, so many, many years ago, John Chambers stood up and he said, I see a world where we're going to put routers in space.
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't know. Right? I don't know. And so he wasn't wrong, right? It's actually happening.
It's
right?
reality now.
Yeah, yeah.
So one of the things that has happened in the satellite networking technology space in the last few years, if you think about 15 years ago, 2007 timeframe, satellite technology was geostationary satellites, way higher up in space. So you couldn't get enough bandwidth, the latencies sucked.
Yeah.
What has happened now...
Speed of light is just a fundamental limitation.
Exactly. You couldn't overcome laws of physics, right? But now with LEO satellites, low Earth orbit satellite, everybody, Starlink started this, but everybody's doing it in a big way. Everybody's launching entire constellations of satellite much closer to Earth, right? Much lower in space. And that has made satellite connectivity really high bandwidth, low latency, and it's become a very viable connectivity mechanism. What we have done is partnered with Starlink and others and integrated our terrestrial networking, all of the portfolio I talked about with Agile Services Networking, with the likes of Starlink. So now anybody, any service provider that says, I need to provide coverage in certain areas that I can't lay fiber to, for example, they can look at a validated design from us, buy the Starlink equipment, buy Cisco equipment, put that in the ground, and it's just going to work. And what's more, historically, service providers had to manage these two networks completely separately, right? You couldn't get visibility into the packets going through space and back to the ground station because it was a completely different environment. We've integrated that telemetry too, so a service provider can get complete end-to-end visibility across the terrestrial and non-terrestrial networking. So it's really exciting stuff.
A router in space is tough to upgrade, just to say, but it actually works, right? And I think it's going to be a really fascinating development we're going to see like in the very near term. Yeah. Guru, thanks so much.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, to pull it all together, we've got 3 customers. I'd like to ask our customers to come up. Michael Israel from the Kraft Group, Cameron from Grok, and Sean from Dakota State University. Come on up. Hey, Sean. Please sit down. Cameron and Michael, good to see you. Michael, good to see you again. Please, have a seat, gentlemen. Thank you. All right. So I've got my Johnny Carson or David Letterman, style questions here. I'm going to throw them away. And I'll kind of work down the panel. So we'll start with Michael. Can you get maybe actually each one of you could just give us a quick introduction on what you do, and then we'll talk about some kind of specific things, starting with you, Michael.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Israel, the Chief Information Officer for the Kraft Group. So I run IT operations for the enterprise of Kraft operating companies. So Gillette Stadium, New England Patriots, New England Revolution, but we also have several paper-based businesses. We have a recycling plant in Connecticut, 10 cardboard box manufacturing plants on the East Coast, and we have a commodities business that moves products all over the world, paper-based products.
So can you talk about how the data center modernization has helped you keep up with NFL speed?
Sure. My job is very interesting, but everyone only wants to talk about the NFL.
Yeah.
No, not paper.
Yeah, what about the paper? Yeah.
We implemented Cisco Fabric now just about 2 years ago, and it's running all of our AV operations at Gillette Stadium. So we were one of the first stadiums to bring everything into an IP world, from production control. So anything broadcast, AV related, all of our audio, video, IPTV.
That used to run on these very expensive dedicated networks, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we took all that proprietary out and brought in a Cisco network, which has been running, like I said, for the past 2 years. And it's been a really great experience with Cisco Professional Services leading the way.
So we see a similar thing happening where some of these AI deployments require one of these dedicated proprietary networks that we're moving towards replacing with Ethernet. That's what we talked about earlier. Can you talk about what AI is going to, how it's going to impact your operation, the teams in the NFL? Where do you see AI actually, being used in your environment?
When it comes to the NFL itself, we're at the infancy right now, because anything you see on field is actually controlled by the NFL proper. But when we look at player training, prepping, practice, that type of stuff, we're just now starting to touch on, gee, how can we help augment what the coaches are doing, training players. We got into video-based anomaly detection now, again, a little over 2 years ago, in which we can train models on what's happening in the stadium or in our manufacturing processes. But we're looking at, typically, we have, as an example, 550 cameras, security cameras at the stadium. We are reusing that data and teaching AI models to detect everything from overflowing trash cans to, God forbid, there's a fight or an assault in the stadium, and in real time acting on these things as they happen.
Yeah, it truly is transformative. So Cameron, you're on the cutting edge of this. Cameron at Grok, you guys have done one of the fastest. You built a very, very large-scale data center in a time frame that I didn't even think was possible. So, I think that probably makes for some late nights. Can you talk about some of the critical infrastructure decisions that were wrapped up in that?
Yeah, certainly. So I look after network and data center engineering at Grok, and Grok is very fast, extremely fast inferencing capacity. And to do that, we need to build very fast. And for Cisco, really where Cisco have enabled us is to accelerate that speed of those builds. And looking to Cisco for switching, optics, and getting that supply chain assurity to be able to deliver into our data centers very quickly is where we see the most value.
And so those 800 gig super duper switches and the optics, this is what this guy's actually using. Can you describe the business impact that that's had?
Certainly. So the transition from 100 gig to 800 gig has been transformational from us from a patching perspective inside the data center, where we can deploy, DR8 optics, which is the 8x100 gig. One thing that's been very transformational with the Cisco Silicon One has been the extremely high radix and the ability to get 512 100 gig ports from the Nexus platform.
Yeah. You guys, I'm just so impressed with the work that you're doing, and the app just keeps getting stronger and faster and better, and so looking forward to more. Now, Sean, when we think about higher ed, you guys are just starting on the AI journey, but talk to me about the challenges that a university has in managing infrastructure.
Yeah, so we have a diverse campus, so we have research space, we have our students, our academia, obviously, and we have production. We're expanding out beyond that in contractual services as well. And so formerly we operated somewhat independently and siloed, and so that's a challenge for us. We're always asked to do more with less. And so for us, we really had to look at our technical strategy and to provide the additional resources that we need. We needed to be able to borrow resources from the central repository. And so we can no longer operate that way. We need to have better performance. We need to have visibility. Cybersecurity in everything we do. We are a cyber university, and so it's always a priority for us. And so the ability to scale is augmented with what we're doing, centralization of data center services in a type of hyperscaler model.
Yeah, but you have everything from students who are ordering pizza to sort of researchers that are working on proprietary data and stuff in between, training grounds, et cetera. Your infrastructure needs to be flexible enough to deal with that,
yes,
right?
Flexible and agile, absolutely.
Yeah. So what led you to work with Cisco to modernize that infrastructure?
Well, that's a long story, kind of. I started with Cisco back in the late 90s and just had a lot of exposure. I managed network infrastructure for a railroad. We built large networks there. I'm a champion of Cisco just because I've really not worked with other companies that have the full stack technology solutions that Cisco has. You can't find a company that can also provide what Cisco can. And so for us, building our requirements, we just lean on Cisco to help us to architect and to deliver those solutions that our businesses need.
Yeah. So for our viewers out there, I sort of thought maybe this is a beer. It's not. Yeah, it's just water. Didn't it kind of look like could have been a beverage, but no, so it's water. Damn it. Okay. For each of you, you've each been through transformation, albeit totally different context. But maybe we'll go down. I'll start with Michael and work down the line. Talk to us about what our listeners. I mean, there's a very, very large online group that are going to be listening. What should IT leaders be thinking about as you go into this transformation in the AI era? Michael, I'll start with you.
It's a rather interesting time in which our infrastructure teams, our security teams, are having to catch up with the business. We're usually leading the charge, but with all of these AI use cases coming forward, our business and our stakeholders are coming out saying, hey, can I do this? Can I do this? What about this? What about this? So we're looking at not just can we deliver in a timely fashion, but what's the risk of bringing all this AI in? What's the hidden costs? What's the compute cost? What's the cost every time we send something up to the cloud and someone hits return? But more importantly, looking at our data governance, looking at our security posture, and then being in touch with what our stakeholders are actually trying to achieve. And we're really having to dive into our business units to understand not just how they do business today, but where they want to evolve to.
Yeah, the risk assessment is something I think is really challenging because AI-based applications behave completely differently than a traditional application. And here's a simple way to think about it. When a model learns something, it never forgets. You can't go in and delete the data from the model. And you heard yesterday, Kevin from OpenAI was talking about this. The more data the model has, the more effective the model is, right? And so the model's going to learn all your secrets. How do you control this? We're still getting our arms around that as an industry, but it is a radical change, and it's happening in months, not years. Well, Cameron, you guys are making a lot of these waves.
Yeah. I think certainly my sort of pitch to enterprise is maybe think about data repatriation from the cloud and where the next generation of AI compute is going to exist, and ensure that you have access to your data and you're able to process it where that next generation of AI inference will be.
Yeah, and do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, it's certainly interesting that for the training data, we certainly see large bulk access. For inference, it needs real-time access to that data and the requests to be able to be processed quite quickly.
So the compute's going to sit near the data?
Yeah.
Data gravity. Yeah. Okay. Sean.
For us, it's important. These aren't technology initiatives for us. These are business initiatives and business strategy. And it's important for us to align with our stakeholders. We have a campus of cyber geniuses, right? And so we lean on them to help drive our initiatives. And because of that, it's caused us to have to modernize our data center. We really needed to do more and to have the ability to research with AI, to utilize it, to have that AI-ready data center. And so for us, we really let the growth of our organization, our research in AI and our research in quantum, to really predicate the direction that we go.
Awesome. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining. Thanks to all of you remote as well as here in the studio. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Take your business into the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent, which answers questions and fulfills customer needs, all while delivering personalized conversational experiences. With WebEx AI Agent, you can engage your customers through the channels they prefer, using natural language and human inflections.
Sounds like a special occasion. Okay, based on your description and our stock, I would recommend daffodils.
Oh, and I want a dozen, please.
Understood. A dozen, coming right up. Okay, I think we have what you're asking for. I've sent it directly to your phone.
Even if your customer changes their mind mid-conversation.
I've got it. Miami. That's the destination.
Of course. I found several flights that fit your preference.
And with reliable guardrails in place, the conversation stays within the AI agent's capabilities.
Could you also book me a taxi by chance for when I land?
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that is outside of my scope. Anything else I can help you with?
You can be sure that your customers' needs will be met their problems resolved, and that all-important transaction completed.
Let's get that payment arranged. I've sent a text message with the confirmation. Have a great day.
Welcome to the new era of customer experience with WebEx AI Agent.
Thank you for calling. You're caller number 25. Your estimated wait time is 37 minutes.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV studio. So good to have you all with us here on the live stream. We do appreciate it. Thank you for staying involved and engaged as we move from the opening segment this morning into the keynote and into these great center stage sessions and these great deep dives. So much phenomenal information coming to us, really more than we can handle even here in the TV studio. We're having incredible interviews, great guests that are walking in the door, the number of releases, new products that we're hearing about, incredible, and you're getting a firsthand approach to all of it. I'm Steve Moulter. Great to have you with us. So we just came out of another phenomenal keynote deep dive, powering the AI-ready data center. This is an enormous topic across the entire show. AI readiness, not only in the data center, but also across the network, being able to power AI capabilities within our organizations because it's an extraordinary bandwidth demand. So many capabilities, this time talking secure, scalable infrastructure. So how do we not only secure the network to keep it from being an obstacle toward progress, but how do we accelerate innovation based on the security that allows every one of our users to access all of their applications, to utilize any device, to have proper ZTNA in the infrastructure and in the foundation of what we do. As we just heard in that keynote, it's an unprecedented era of innovation. AI, cloud computing, IoT, digital streaming they talked about, all redefining what's possible, all pushing the network toward greater bandwidth, greater scalability, more agility, and all based on Cisco's AI-ready infrastructure. We've heard about it again and again. I'm here in the studio right now. We're going to go wide because Z is hanging out with me. Hello, my friend.
Hello, hello, Steve.
First chance we've had to play together today.
I know, today I've been missing you.
They keep us away from each other because they know the blend is just nothing but a challenge, right?
They're haters. Haters.
No, they're not. They're the best people in the world. You know what? Do me a favor. Would you give the social media hit to everybody as a reminder to stay in connection with us?
Yes, absolutely. You know what? Because even though you're not here, you still can engage in the experience. We would love for you to react, connect with us, hashtag Cisco Live 2025. Send us your reactions, your comments, whatever you want to put in there. But we want to stay connected because we have individuals that's waiting to consume what you're saying, getting it back to the right people so that we can answer and deliver on what you're looking for. I tell you, Steve, you said a mouthful. You took the words right out of my mouth. You know, when they were talking about the infrastructure, I thought about, you know, if you don't have a good foundation, you know what, that whatever you're building, it's not going to be stable. And so you're talking about security, you're talking about scalability, because face it, innovation means nothing if you are not secure and that businesses aren't ready to do what they need to do to advance and make the impact with their customers.
That is exactly the right point, Z. It's so strong. And again, we talk about it again and again. You can build the greatest widget in the world, but if you don't know how to make that widget applicable, if you don't make it secure for people to access, if you don't put zero trust in place so that the right person is accessing the right capability, the widget dies. And this is such an important thing to bring up again and again and again. It's hard to believe we are already more than halfway through the conference. We're well over halfway through the conference at this point. We have seen so much excitement here on the show floor, and we've seen so much engagement. I had an opportunity to talk with Oliver Tuzik a little bit earlier, and we're going to replay that. But he kept going back again and again to the foundation of not only taking our technology and putting it into the hands of our users, making their lives easier, going for that better outcome, that customer experience, but also talking about how we make AI applicable to what it is going on in their organizations. And we hear again and again, you have to use AI. AI is important. Go get AI. Deploy AI. And people are saying, well, how? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Partnership with Cisco, right?
Partnership, that's what it's all about, because it has to be practical. You can't just be in theory. They need our help. And so we're here to give them what they need to be trusted, because they can trust us, Steve. We're Cisco.
We're Cisco.
That's why we do what we do.
We don't even take it further than there. We are Cisco. I'll tell you what we're going to do right now. We're going to head on out to our friend Lauren, who's out in the show hall with Eric Knipp, Senior VP, Cisco Customer Experience for Americas. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, hello. And yes, I am here with the Eric Knipp, Senior Vice President of Cisco Customer Experience in the Americas here. And Eric, we've known each other a long time. I'm honored to be here with him today. Eric, please, can you tell us a little more about the findings that we've heard in the Cisco, and I have to read this because it's a really great report name I don't want to mess up. The race to an agentic experience, how agentic AI will transform customer experience.
First, Lauren, it's great to see you again. Great to be with you today, and it's awesome to be here on the show floor at Cisco Live. So we are on the cusp of something amazing. Agentic AI is going to change the B2B customer relationship, and customers aren't only ready for it, they're actively expecting it. 56% of the customers that we surveyed said they expect it to change the interactions just within the next 12 months. And that number skyrockets to 68% if we think about over the next 3 years, right? And again, just think about our own lives. We're used to that already. This is coming in business very, very quickly. And it isn't just about the efficiency gained. Customers think that it is going to, or those that we surveyed, thinks it's going to fundamentally transform that experience. 92% of those of the customers that we surveyed said that complexity is becoming a problem, but 93% said through agentic AI, through changing that experience, we can deliver more personalized, more productive, and more predictive services. So this isn't only about making this more efficient, it's about a better class of service, and customers not only want it, they're demanding it. But we cannot remove the human element here. This isn't about changing or removing humans from the conversation. It's about making them better. And the respondents that we asked to said, or that we talked to, 89% said that human empathy, again, the human in the element, we've talked so much about that this week, having them as part of that closed loop system is going to be critical. And we can't underscore the importance of ethical AI. And again, so important, right? Again, 99%, almost 100%, so I want to know that 1% that wasn't there, feel that this is going to be really important as we continue to look at governance and we continue to look at how we're making sure that human in the loop and that AI are working in concert together to make sure that we're doing this with a responsible approach and ultimately driving that next generation of experience. But I mean, Lauren, it's an exciting time to be a part of this.
It's a really exciting time, and I'm glad I'm here at Cisco to witness it happening.
We're doing it together, we're doing it with our customers, we're doing it with our partners, and we're changing the world.
Thank you, Eric.
Lauren, so nice to be with you.
It was so nice to be here with you. That just piques my interest, and hope all of the viewers out there also feel the same way. Thank you, Eric.
My pleasure.
I'm going to go to my next guest. We have another lovely guest over here, Jay Kuhn, Principal Architect in our Product Management team. Jay, can you talk to us more about what we're doing with digital resilience for the data center here?
Absolutely. I'd love to tell you about a service we have. It's digital resilience for AI infrastructure, and I want to show you based on an example, okay? So consider a large insurance provider who's getting in the business of wildfire detection using drone footage. So here's how this system's going to work. Drones from different geographical locations are going to send their video footage into an AI-ready data center. So think about an AI pod. On this data center, a vision language model is actually going to be processing that footage. So for example, in the top left corner, do you see fire? Answer yes or no. The model is processing this footage ongoing, and it says no, but it will quickly change to yes when it sees fire. All right, so in terms of digital resilience, for this system to be reliable and resilient, we need to be able to anticipate disruptions. So the question that we would want to ask here is the model processing footage properly, and is there any performance delay in this actual processing? This is where digital resilience for AI infrastructure comes in. We're going to take customers' business goals and we're going to translate those into tangible steps to achieve resilience. Based on the use case, we're going to develop golden signals that we're going to implement and baseline, and then we're going to bring a personalized, unified view of correlated insights, bringing data from across the stack as well as business insights. And then our delivery experts are engaged, familiar with the use case to provide situational analysis and recommendations. All right, let's see this in action. The vision language model and the golden signal in this case is end-to-end request latency. This is the time it takes for the model to process footage. So right now it's less than 1 second, which is really good. We can also flip over to the infrastructure and actually see the GPU utilization. It's less than 70%, so this is also very good. So let's move forward in time. For this customer, business is booming and more drone footage has been coming in every week, but nobody called ahead to the infrastructure team to give them a heads up about this increased demand. So look at the situation now. There's fire, but the model says no. What's happening? It's not model hallucination. This is actually a lag in model performance, okay? It's not obvious, but this is happening to all the footage, whether or not we see fire at the moment. So this is no longer just a performance issue, okay? This is a risk to the business, a risk to revenue, a risk to potentially to reputation, and even lives, okay?
Wow.
Thanks to the golden signal, we already know that this is happening. It's the end-to-end request latency on this model has creeped up to 31 seconds. That's a 30x increase, okay? There's a lot of metrics we could get. This is an observability cloud, by the way. A lot of metrics we could look at to characterize this, but it's actually GPU performance, and the GPU is fully utilized, and so that's causing a lag in performance here. 30 seconds may not seem like a lot when it comes to fire detection, but 30 seconds could turn into 30 minutes or longer if more drone footage were to come in right now.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that, Jay. We're going to toss it back over to the studio. I know it's time for us to give it back to Steve.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Lauren. Our appreciation to Jay and to Eric as well for doing such a great job and walking us through that. You know, one of the big highlights here at the show as people are walking around in the showcase down in the world of solutions is the NOC and the SOC, and they're right next to each other. This is where you get to see firsthand what it takes to deploy, to manage, to secure the Cisco Live network. Same thing with the SOC, behind the scenes look at active threats. We're going to go to a video right now where Rob had an opportunity to tour the NOC and the SOC. Let's send it out to that videotape.
Hey guys, Rob Boyd here. They told me that I could share with you some of the new stuff and stuff that I think is interesting with the NOC and the SOC. That's the Security Operations Center. Let's take a look. I'm always fascinated by how many people come together in advance of a program like Cisco Live, but how Cisco says, you know what, we got to do our technology ourselves. And of course, there's a team to do that. There's a lot of young people that are learning how to do it better. There's a huge community that comes together, both Cisco and partners. You're used to seeing kind of the big, pretty wall of stuff, right, that says things are going on. And it's actually real-time information coming through on here. But one of the first things I noticed is that we now have Splunk dashboards. So we had Grafana and other type of open source type ways of doing this. But now, of course, we have Splunk in-house doing wonderful things with them. That brings up security, which I promised you, but I'll get back to that in just a moment. If you come by here, this changes constantly, so it's always hard to say exactly what you're going to see, but you get the full network layout so you can understand how all the gear is configured and, of course, how it's performing as well. And then one common place that people come to is the actual gear itself. But I just want to mention that they are doing these Q&A sessions, so very interactive, very transparent. And there's multiple opportunities for you to be able to talk to the NOC engineers about the actual deployment. Because these guys deploy conservatively in the way I like to think of it. They're looking for solid, advanced technology, but not bleeding edge. So we may show you some bleeding edge stuff that has yet to be deployed or recently deployed out here on the show floor. But these guys are dealing with the same things that most of us deal with back in our normal day jobs, which is how do we actually get stuff done safely, securely, with low risk, high output, least few people as possible. So you see all the standard gear in here. Minor changes throughout, long-time relationship with NetApp and FlexPod. That is going strong and fantastic. They've got some additional security components in here, and they've also got some AI going on, not specifically laid out, but some of the AI that they're using in various ways. I don't have the details on exactly what it is. Maybe a good time to come in and ask them questions. That's just an idea. But you're obviously going to come by here and check out the equipment. Now, what's different, having followed me over here, Kevin, is you notice we have this new fishbowl. This is not NOC staff. I thought this was Network Operations Center people at first. It's not. It's security operations. And so security obviously has always been a part of the show. And many of you have experienced different things that have to happen from a security perspective. But now we actually have full-time security analysts who are analyzing all the traffic from here, not just keeping it to themselves, but actually sharing back with people here. We've had customers privately and one-on-one identify to say, hey, your email's in the clear, your password's being passed in the clear. Did you know? Here's how you can fix it. How can we help? Also, of course, vendors are setting up a lot of infrastructure here to be able to do the demos, but they're driving those demos from some cloud-based platform elsewhere. Security is of utmost importance. And of course, there's the wireless install, which I think was just updated with all new Cisco gear in the weeks leading up to this. So we're all on nice, comfortable wireless LAN controllers and the latest from Cisco's wireless. And so if you get by here, you can come by here and knock on the cage. Don't feed them. There's a reason why they're in their own room. It's security analysts. They have a little bit of a different beat. Very smart people watching out for us. You've got a few dashboards that you can reference over here for understanding what they're doing in real time. And just the last thing I want to point out, because I always find this fascinating, there's yellow cables up here. They're kind of hard to see, but you've got 2 pairs of fiber optic cables. The entire show is going through those cables into the live network operations center being analyzed by the security operations folks. A lot of great stuff here. I hope you get a chance to check it out. We'll have more information and detail as we talk to the experts that set all this up. So stay tuned.
Fantastic job, Rob. As always, thanks so much for bringing the story of the knock and sock directly to us. We are going to head back out to the world of solutions, and center stage, we're going to learn how Cisco XDR is changing the game today for security operations. You'll hear from a great customer, Steve Madden, how they deployed accelerated threat response with XDR. Enjoy it. We'll see you back here on the other side.
Hello, everybody. It is great to be back at Cisco Live here in San Diego. It's nice to see some familiar faces in the crowd. For those of you I have not met, my name is AJ Shipley. I'm a Vice President of Product for our Threat Detection and Response portfolio at Cisco. Show of hands, how many people have heard or are familiar with Cisco Extended Detection and Response? Okay, only a few. And also show of hands, we'll kind of keep this interactive. How many people in the audience would consider themselves security people versus, maybe networking people? So security people, show of hands. And then networking people, show of hands. Cool. Okay, well, I hope that the session today is very informative for both of you guys. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cover 3 things. I'm gonna share with you a little bit about what Cisco Extended Detection and Response is, and really how we're very excited about what we're doing with this product, especially in the realm of agentic AI and the AI that we're embedding in the product. The second thing I'm going to do, maybe a little bit different from other folks who've done these presentations today, is we're going to spend some time doing a live product demo. And for those of you who've ever done live product demos, that can go one of 2 ways. We'll find out how it goes. We think we got a hardwired connection here, but I'm going to walk you through some of these new capabilities that we announced just a month ago at the RSA conference. And then we're going to finish up, and I'm going to invite up a CISO from a very strategic partner of ours at Steve Madden's stores, Kamran Sadiq, and he's going to talk to all of you about how he's been able to operationalize Cisco Extended Detection and Response, along with all of his Meraki devices, 3,000 plus Meraki devices, to get the full value out of his investment in the Cisco network. Sound good? That's what we'll cover. So for those of you who have not been following along, it was just 2 years ago at the RSA conference, which is the world's largest security-specific conference. It's held every year in San Francisco, that we announced Cisco Extended Detection and Response. And what this product is for is specifically to be able to detect when a bad guy or a nation-state adversary has compromised an organization, gotten into their network, and either accessed some data that they shouldn't have accessed, exploited vulnerabilities, maybe stole some intellectual property. And we launched this product 2 years ago, arguably maybe a little bit late to market compared to some other vendors who are out there, like a Palo Alto Networks and a CrowdStrike. And we really focus on 3 core differentiators in order to differentiate our product from what some of the other competitors in the market had. The first differentiator with XDR at the time 2 years ago was we said, we are going to integrate with other third-party vendors out there. And for those of you who've been following Cisco for any period of time, you know that Cisco would integrate with any product out there as long as it was a Cisco product, right? But we recognized that in the security space, it was unreasonable to expect a customer to go all in on the Cisco security stack when they had made investments in a CrowdStrike endpoint or Palo Alto firewall. And so we said, if we're going to be successful here, we have to recognize that at the end of the day, the competitors are the adversary. They're not the other vendors in the market. We need to integrate with them. The second thing that we did was we said, we need to build a product for the masses. Unfortunately, for far too long, the security industry has catered to the largest 500 organizations in the world, the Fortune 500, the big banks of the world, that had 200 security operations people who could operate these products in order to be able to detect and respond. And the reality is that every organization in the world is dealing with things like ransomware and crypto mining. But security vendors weren't serving that segment of the market. And so we wanted to build a product that that segment of the market could get value out of so that they could protect themselves from all of the things that were coming at them, even if they didn't have 200 or 300 people in order to be able to do it. And then the third thing, and then for you networking people, I think this is where it's going to become really relevant, is we said we really have to play to Cisco's strengths. Bad things happen in networks, not when things get exploited out on the edge of those networks. Bad things happen when bad guys start moving laterally through the network to get to the high value assets in the data center. And who better than Cisco to be able to see that lateral movement occur across the network to be able to detect and respond when bad things are happening in the environment. And so that third thing, we really pivoted hard and integrated all of the Cisco networking capabilities to be able to differentiate how we can detect and respond to bad guys when they've gotten into an environment. That was 2 years ago. Since then, it's been a very busy 7 quarters, candidly. We just passed $140 million in total bookings. We just closed our biggest deal ever 3 weeks ago. So for all of you partners out there, a $10 million, 90,000 person organization in Germany that had multiple Meraki sites just purchased Cisco XDR in order to secure their environment. And next year we have even bigger ambitions. 4 weeks ago or so at the RSA conference, we announced XDR 2.0, and we really focused on 3 new core capabilities that all leverage this new form of AI, specifically agentic AI, to be able to automate the thing that takes the most amount of time in an organization when they're trying to detect and respond, which is the investigation process. We call that instant attack verification. And that instant attack verification is driving a whole new user experience to make it possible for security professionals and non-security professionals, which we're going to test here in a second for all of you in the room who didn't raise your hand when I asked if you're a security person, to be able to understand what is happening with an incident and be able to describe it to somebody else. Because if we can do that for all of the people who haven't spent their time in security, then we can open up all of the available talent for these organizations so that they can go and get the people to work in their environment to be able to detect and respond, as opposed to have to battle it out for a bunch of limited resources. And then the third thing we introduced, which I won't demo today, but actually if you walk over to the show floor and see XDR being demoed, is this new forensics capability, which is for the first time, I think from a Cisco perspective, light years ahead of the best of what any other competitor can offer, whether it's a CrowdStrike or Palo Alto Networks. So with that, I'm going to flip over to a demo. Okay. So I'm going to start here from Meraki. How many Meraki customers or partners or people who work with Meraki are in the room? Okay, so what you'll see here is actually me starting from Meraki. And if I go into Meraki and I come over here to the security center, the first big kind of capability that we introduced with XDR is we natively integrated it into the Meraki dashboard. Because if you think about the types of customers that have Meraki, they tend to be maybe smaller customers, right? They might have a leaner staff. They might not have a whole bunch of IT professionals. And oftentimes the people who are responsible for the network are also responsible for security operations. And what they wanted is they wanted a place where they could actually go manage the network and manage security from a single pane of glass, if you will. And so with XDR being embedded into the security center of Meraki, now I'm an analyst, I come in today and I can immediately see all of the incidents that Meraki picked up that XDR detected, and I can start to go work them. I'm going to change my filter here. I'm going to scroll down. Now I see one that's assigned to me, AS. I'm AJ Shipley, this was assigned to me. And if I was to just click on this incident, what you'll see here is a pop-out of some of the things that Meraki and that XDR integrated with Meraki started to see for this incident. You get a short description. This was all generated by AI. You get a list of assets that are kind of showing up. There was a device and there's a user, Alex Wilbur, that was involved, and a bunch of observables. Now, if I'm a Meraki admin, I can assign this to somebody else. I could close it out. But what if I really want to drill in and understand a little bit more? Well, I can come in here and I can view this incident in XDR. And now from the Meraki portal, it immediately takes me into the XDR portal. Now, I'm not going to go do a full-blown demo of XDR right now, because what I want to do is I want to show you all of those new capabilities that we introduced. But this incident that I saw in there involved a couple of IP addresses. There were a number of processes. And this is a capability that's been really well received for the first 7 quarters in XDR. We took 34 different events in this case, or observables, and we tied them together and put them together in a way that started to describe an attack. But what we recognized is that there was an opportunity to do a lot better here. So what I'm going to do after I show you this next set of capabilities is I'm going to ask you, do you feel like you could follow along and describe to somebody what happened with this incident? Just hold that. And you're not going to hurt my feelings if you say no, but that's going to be my test for you, okay? With this new incident alpha, the goal really was to drive understanding in under 30 seconds or less. If I pop into the new incident alpha, ignore the attack graph on the right-hand side of the screen for a second. What I will tell you though, is that this is the exact same representation of information as the last screen that you saw. That more simplistic one with some straight edges, this is the exact same representation. We will come back to this. The really cool thing that we announced 4 weeks ago at RSA with Cisco XDR is the use of multiple agents, agentic AI, to go off and start investigating all of the things that happen in an incident. What does the threat intelligence tell me? What do my firewall logs tell me? What are my Meraki MX devices telling me? And then put that all together in a summary that explains the incident and gives recommendations on what to happen, what to do next. The first thing you'll see is that this overall incident has a criticality or a high critical nature with an 85% probability. How do we know that it's 85% critical? We'll come back to that in a second. It gives you a very quick description. It highlights some critical security issues with a device. In this case, the device is named Mozzarella. Some remote access Trojan activity, and some suspected data loss. You get a summary here. Again, this was no person involved in this. This is all agentic AI that is generating this. A summary of on March 27th, 2025, the XDR network identified some potentially malicious activity. You can scroll down, Cisco Secure Endpoint detected some malicious scripts that were running. There were further findings involving command line encoding, excessively long network connections. Again, you get a pretty good description. Not only do we have an 85% probability that this is a critical incident, we also want to ask ourselves, what's the impact to our organization? Is this a high, medium, or low impact? Well, in this case, 4 gigabytes of data left the environment. You don't have to be a security person to know that when 4 gigs of data leaves your environment and it goes somewhere that it was not authorized to go, there's probably an issue there. And if those of you who've been doing this long enough can remember the Sony hack in 2014 or 2015, a bunch of movies left Sony, went over to North Korea, presumably, right? And this is an indication of some type of similar thing happening. You also get a set of recommendations. The AI not only can tell you what happened, it will give you recommendations on what actions to take next. For example, you might want to isolate a compromised device, an endpoint device. You might want to block some malicious IPs. And using the SOAR capability that's built in, you'll have the ability, or your users will have the ability to take this action right from here. Now, this is the really important part. How many people fully trust AI right now? I don't. How many people have a Tesla? Nobody has a Tesla in the crowd? 1 person? 2 people? Do you allow the Tesla to drive for you? You do. You've tried it. But do you let it drive you home? Yeah, with your kids in the car? No, okay. We don't fully trust the AI right now, right? Because it's good, but it's still not perfect. Well, what we've done here with the AI, because security analysts still don't fully trust the recommendations, is we've given all of the evidence that the AI pulled back that the analyst can go look at. So if I go drill into these findings, now what I get is all of the information that these multiple agents pulled back that a person wouldn't have to do. Or if they did do it, this would take hours or days to do in an organization. You would typically have 4 or 5 people. 1 person would go look at the threat intel, 1 person would go look at firewall logs, and this activity would take multiple days. All the time, data is leaving the environment. And using agentic AI, we've done that in seconds, but returned all of the evidence back. So a customer can come down here and they can verify, well, I saw some, suspicious file activity. In this case, there was a script that was disguised as a PDF out on the internet. You don't have to be a security person to know that if a script is disguising itself as a PDF file, that's probably suspicious. It's probably not legitimate. You can keep coming down here and you can see all of this evidence that comes back. But now the really cool part, which is, and I'm going to test you for it, can we understand in 30 seconds or less what happened? And so what you do is if you come back to this graph, what we've done is we've taken all of the indicators and we've overlaid them on a timeline here from the earliest activity and mapped it back to MITRE tactics and techniques. MITRE is a framework that security professionals use to describe what happened in an environment. We've mapped these back to a timeline and a set of MITRE tactics and techniques and used nouns and verbs, which is how you and I communicate with each other, to connect the dots to describe what's happening. Now I'm going to walk you through it, and we're going to see if you can understand when I walk you through it just by clicking on this. I'm going to click on the execution stage, the first stage. And what happens is now I just highlight that portion of the attack chain that is related to execution and read it. Here we have user Alex, who accessed this device mozzarella, and user Alex downloaded a suspicious file, Factura, hosted on a malicious domain, dninfo.com, that was hosted on this suspicious IP address. Nouns and verbs. And then what happened? Well, let me hit the next button. Now user Alex accessed that same mozzarella device and he ran a PowerShell script. PowerShell script is not malicious, but on those findings, what we saw was that PowerShell ran some base64 encoded information that it downloaded from the internet. People don't pass base64 encoded information to PowerShell scripts. So user Alex runs PowerShell and it connected to that same IP address. This happened a couple hours after the first execution event. And at 1858 to 1859, 1 second later, PowerShell now invoked a reg services script running. And again, just read it. User Alex accessed mozzarella that executed PowerShell that executed reg services. And shortly after, reg services connected to a different IP address. Now for you non-security people, this is indicative of command and control activity. There's an IP address out on the internet, my machine is connecting to it, I've never seen my machine connect to it before, some PowerShell processors are connecting to it, this doesn't look right. And if you just follow the chain, you have some long-lived connections, some command and control, and then ultimately, user Alex from device mozzarella exfiltrated data out to that same IP address. That attack chain, being able to step through it, we believe will greatly accelerate the understanding of an incident and give folks the ability to describe it to their boss, the manager of their security operations team, maybe their CEO, maybe their board of directors, or an auditor who might be coming in and asking some very hard questions. And we've tied it all back to Meraki and leveraged the power of the network to really drive these findings. Now, before I call Kamran up, show of hands, how many people could generally follow along with that and feel like they could explain it to somebody? You guys are kind of shy, bashful. More people than drove Teslas, so that's probably a good thing. Well, this is in early access, it's in alpha right now. It will be coming out in early access in Q4 with general availability in Cisco's Q1, so kind of the September-October timeframe. And like I said, the most important thing from our perspective is that we are fully leveraging the power of the Cisco infrastructure, because lateral movement by definition involves the network. And Cisco shines when security meets the network, and we are melting security into the network with products like XDR integrated with Meraki. Now with that, what I want to do is I want to call Kamran Sadiq up. He's the CISO from Steve Madden. Steve Madden's one of our most valuable and strategic partners. You just told me 117 stores now with like something like 3,000 Meraki devices, I think, sending data into XDR.
Exactly, 100% of the fleet.
That's amazing. So we have 3 questions I'm going to ask Kamran. We're going to talk about kind of a little bit of the past, a little bit of the present, and a little bit of the future, about why he chose XDR, how he's getting value out of XDR, and kind of what he's thinking about next. So if you think about just the scale and complexity of Steve Madden, and I have to admit, I've never heard of Steve Madden before I met Kamran. I'm not a brand person, and then my wife told me that they make shoes or something like that, and now I know all about Steve Madden. But when you think about the scale and complexity of your retail organization, what specific security challenges were you faced or having, and what was it about Cisco XDR that you felt like could help you address those security challenges?
So I started at Steve Madden about 2 years ago, and we had a bunch of tools, right? I joined as CISO and head of infrastructure, and we had more than 40 different tools, very fragmented visibility, not a lot of, especially from stores, retail perspective, very old hardware, more than 10, 12 years old, and no net flows or logging coming in. And so basically we were driving blind. What we did was we did a project where we rolled out Meraki, everything from MG to MXs to switches, the whole Meraki fleet, Meraki network gear into stores. And XDR was kind of the secret sauce which brought everything together, right? So responding to security, more telemetry you have, more correlation you can build, more confidently you can respond to security issues, right? So that was the driving factor for us, that I wanted something that I can send as much data as possible from all of the different telemetry sources, and then that system should be able to correlate and give me what matters most to address.
Awesome. So that's the past. If we kind of talk about the next one, so beyond, like, we talked about native integration, obviously with all of the third parties, the CrowdStrikes and the Palo Altos and the Merakis, were there any specific features of XDR that kind of had the biggest impact on your security operations?
Yeah, I think first thing, the ease of integrations, right? And you said it earlier, Cisco integrated with everything Cisco only. But with XDR, we were able to integrate, right now we have almost 24 integrations into XDR, and it didn't take rocket scientists to do those integrations. It was pretty fast, right? So one thing is speed to integration. Second thing is how well does it correlate? How does it help my analysts, right? And we are retail, right? We are very cost conscious. I cannot go and ask for 15 SOC analysts to look at alerts, right? So for us, it was ultra important that what matters most, it gets escalated to a human, right, for responses.
And as you think about the future, how do you see Cisco XDR maybe evolving? And here's your chance, like, what would you like to see Cisco XDR do to kind of help evolve with you, with Steve Madden, with you, as you're thinking about like evolving the security posture and increasing the overall security posture of your organization?
I think really important, more telemetry, better correlations, right? So if you look at AI, right, we are looking at how to use AI to defend, right? And attackers are looking at AI to have more sophisticated and more persistent attacks that they can launch. So for us, it's ultra important that we can respond to all these attacks at machine speed and at machine volume, right? So it's ultra important for future that we get kind of more correlations, more telemetry, right? And then kind of more actionable alerts that go to the analysts and automation, right? I want to be able to confidently say that, this one, I'm okay for AI to drive my kids home, so respond to this alert.
Yeah.
We have some of those already in, for example, Defender. We configured that, if this behavior is observed, quarantine this device. I want to be able to give same confidence to XDR to be able to take actions on our behalf.
That's great. I'm going to throw one kind of bonus question in here for you, maybe not prepped for. If there's kind of one thing that you wanted the folks in the audience here to kind of know and to think about, maybe they hadn't heard about Cisco XDR, like the one thing that you would tell them that like you didn't know and you wish you had known at the time, like what would it be?
I think probably the forensics piece, right, that is coming out. We went through a security event, and for us to understand, right, where the attack started, what path it took, how did it morph,
yeah,
when it started connecting to command and control,
yeah,
I think that's going to be very valuable to kind of stitch that story together faster.
Yeah.
We ended up engaging Talos IR team to understand that, right? So I think that capability will kind of enable us to be able to do same.
Yeah, that's great, and that's a great plug because while Talos is kind of feeding all of the fuel that goes into XDR from a detections perspective, at the end of the day, you can't ever expect your vendor is going to be able to detect everything on your behalf, and you're going to need the tools to be able to go in and figure it out. I didn't show you guys the XDR forensics capability, but it is available on demo over there. And if you think back to this kind of attack that I walked you through, the one thing that I didn't show you is how did that organization get exploited to begin with? What was the initial access vector? And using the XDR forensics capability, you can see the email that came in to that user, Alex, that caused him to click on something that took him out to the internet and ultimately downloaded that script. And that's the capability that Kamran was talking about.
Exactly.
Kamran, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Look forward to continuing to work with you. Everybody, Thank you so much. I know it was short, it was quick. We're very excited about Cisco XDR. I know a lot of you might not be security folks, but really what I want you to take away is Cisco is melting security into the fabric of the network, because Cisco shines when security meets the network. And so for all of you networking folks out there who might have said, hey, this is a security conversation, that's somebody else on my team or somebody else needs to handle it, I would encourage you, leveraging the power of Meraki and the integration with the Cisco network, to go back and see if this is something that you feel like your teams could take on or your customers might be able to take on with this new capability around XDR that really greatly simplifies the understanding of attacks and gives recommendations on how to act. If you have any questions, you can find me. I would love to talk to you more about it. Catch Tom and Mike's presentation tomorrow afternoon, I believe, from 1 to 2 p.m. So Tom Gillis, our SVP of Security, and Mike Horn, the SVP of Security for Splunk, we'll be talking about how agentic AI is being weaved throughout the Cisco security portfolio, inclusive of Splunk Security, and how we're just doubling down on all of the benefits, some of which you saw in Cisco XDR today. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, welcome back from another fantastic center stage session. This time, we just heard how Steve Madden Limited is accelerating their threat response utilizing Cisco XDR. All right, why is this so vital for you? Well, as we just heard, in today's threat landscape, our security teams, they're under this incredible quantity of pressure to do more with less. You know this. You know exactly what it feels like. You deal with it every day. Fewer people, more alerts, constantly scaling, constantly compounding complexities across our IT environments. How do we keep up, right? Well, the fact is traditional detection and response tools, they just don't cut it any longer. Sad truth, they are just not up to the task. They can't deliver the speed, the visibility, the simplicity that our modern teams need right now. So as we just heard from AJ, our VP of Product Management, and from Kamran, Global CISO and Head of IT Infrastructure at Steve Madden, Cisco XDR is changing the paradigm. It is changing the game for security operations. And we just got to see firsthand that Madden journey to a more efficient, more effective SecOps model. We saw how Cisco XDR helped Steve Madden to reduce noise, to accelerate investigations, to improve their outcomes. So another fantastic center stage session. We're so glad you got to see it. I'm Steve Moulter. Our entire Cisco TV team is so glad to have you here with us on the live broadcast, coming to you from Cisco Live 2025 San Diego. Quick reminder, keep reaching out to us on social media. Keep those posts going, whatever platform you prefer. Just make sure that you incorporate hashtag Cisco Live and at Cisco Live so our social media team can check out what's going on. Right now, we're going to head back out into the WAS where Rob Boyd is hanging out with Kevin Kennedy talking more Cisco XDR. Hey there, pal.
Steve, I love it when you say the name of my guest as well. This is one of the ones that I was going to nail, though. Kevin Kennedy, VP of Product Marketing.
You got it. Yeah.
Oh, let's mark that as the first time I got it right. Well, Kevin, welcome. Thank you so much.
You.
So I'm curious, because XDR kind of snuck up on me as a very Cisco-focused person, but it was 2023 roundabout, I believe. And well, what was the, forgive the term, catalyst for why XDR, why did we get into this space and what are we doing with it?
Yeah, so I think we saw three things. One was there was a need in the market for network native XDR. A lot of XDR comes from the endpoint side, and that's good. Endpoint's a good signal, but now attackers land on the user device, at the perimeter, and then they move laterally into the data center.
It's that lateral movement that really caught us off guard for a while. And XDR, just for anybody, is extended detection and response.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I had that right.
Yeah.
Okay, so addressing lateral movement and new attack vectors.
Lateral movement network is the name of the game. Who better to do lateral movement than Cisco, and network better than Cisco? The second thing was many of the XDRs are closed. They're proprietary. They treat the first-party products as the king, and everything else is kind of second class.
Okay.
And so we see the adversary as outside, not other vendors. And so our goal is to stop them. We treat all of the products as first class. We integrate with CrowdStrike. We integrate with Microsoft. We integrate with Proofpoint on email security, as well as the Cisco products. That was the second thing we saw. And the third thing we saw is that there is a tremendous need for something that is simple for teams that are just starting their detection and response journey to get time to value.
Okay.
And so we designed this from the outset to be easy to use to get that speed to value.
Would you say this is a good place for customers to start if maybe they wouldn't say I have a SOC? You know, I'm a little afraid to say I have a SOC, I have some people that need help. And this provides a simplified way for them to maybe get control of some of that.
This
but
is often,
scale as well.
So this is often teams that are smaller to start, and then it gives them room to grow. And even in the partnership or the integration with Splunk, which is on the other side here, we can then plug in and continue that journey into a full SIM and a full unified threat detection.
And I like that. So there's a conscious effort to say we're not building something that is very Cisco-oriented. You're something that's saying we're going to treat these all equally. So it probably gives you more options in more situations, not just to scale up small, but start with what you have. And then work from there.
We love to meet customers where they are. That's a consistent theme across security.
Well, so I was fascinated just doing some of my pre-research around some of the innovations you've had. But one of the ones that sticks in my mind, because I write a lot, but it's storyboarding. And just the fact that you can tell us the story behind an attack, if I'm even saying that right. But I know there's others. Walk me through those.
Let's start with one which is actually kind of on your left shoulder. So Meraki. So one of there's tremendous value in this network telemetry. One of the challenges is getting access to that telemetry, especially in a large distributed enterprise. We, working with the Meraki team, did a native integration. You can turn any Meraki MX into a sensor in 30 seconds or less.
Oh, really?
So now organizations with hundreds of these MXs across their environment can get immediate visibility. It's a game changer for those types of organizations. And this has really helped to fuel a major growth in XDR.
Oh, that's interesting. So, so Meraki's a new integration. What other stuff are you promoting?
So the other, which is much easier to show than to explain, is attack storyboard. So I talked about making this easy for teams. So our goal with this, and this is brand new, we just launched it at RSA, is to make it possible for anyone, even a non-security professional, to understand an incident in 30 seconds or less. That's really hard to do. But if you look at this, it's pretty simple, which is I have a user, Alex, who accessed a device. They downloaded, they accessed a suspicious file that went to they triggered access to a domain, and they downloaded that suspicious file. Then they launched a PowerShell process that had a suspicious process, again accessing that IP address, and then exfiltrated some data. So you can very quickly get a view of exactly what happened with a timeline mapped to MITRE tactics and techniques.
Well, and I like the tie into MITRE because you have this notion of how do I decide what's most important when I'm flooded with so many alerts. And you guys are helping visualize that. Does that lead us? What else have we got to talk about?
So one of the other things, and this goes into the theme of the show, agentic AI, and what's happening in the world writ large. So we see a tremendous opportunity to change the way that security operations teams work, leveraging that. So we are the first vendor. We have a feature called an instant attack verification. Again, we launched this at RSA. So this is using agentic AI, and you can think of it as, you said these teams are small, they're getting started, they don't yet have a SOC. Well, we can give them a SOC with agents. So think one that's a SOC manager, one that is specialized in doing forensic work, endpoint forensics, one that knows how to pull Splunk data, one that, so train for those specialties.
I have my employees, I have my agents.
Exactly, so now that SOC manager says, I have an incident, I look at it, I have the summary, now let me determine a work plan, do all of the execution, come back and say, is this malicious or not? With very high confidence. So now you can trigger a reaction at the speed of AI, rather than waiting for people to dig in and spend hours potentially investigating and coming to a conclusion.
What it feels like when you lay stuff out like this, I also feel like there's an educational component to being able to explain, because that part of that kind of thing, especially initially when you start in things like this, I think the general reaction in my experience has been, oh wow, we have a lot of things to chase. And then and as you baseline and you get integrated, it begins to calm down a little bit, and you can really focus on what are the most outstanding things. You're constantly tweaking and kind of getting that better. But beyond that, is there anything else from a new perspective we should bring up?
Those are the two key ones we wanted to hit on.
Well, there's a final thing here before we go. Where do you see things going with AI driving? What you're looking forward to announce next, prep that you can share with us? Maybe in a general sense. You don't have to give away the whole store.
I think we continue to look at how to broaden the ecosystem of products that integrate so that we can meet more and more customers where they are. We continue to look at ways to use AI to leverage and speed, automate the SOC process. And we look for ways to integrate deeper and deeper with Splunk so that customers can get value out of the combined solution to really develop and implement their SOC of the future.
So much fun playing with the data in all these different ways.
Yeah, awesome.
Kevin, thank you so
Cool.
much. I appreciate your time. And guys, just before we throw it back to the studio, I just want to point out, so this little gradient that they've got across the top here, you'll notice this across the booth featuring security, as I've been told. I think that's one of the keys to how you can,
light.
in this over here. Guys, there's other sides. We got Splunk on the other side. This is all underneath. And then Julie, if you turn around and look up, I don't know what kind of bad angle that's going to be, but we're under the digital resilience circle, the big circle of intelligence that we have here. But Steve, I think I'm throwing it back to you at the studio.
You
if
are
you're there,
bringing,
you're ready.
No, you are exactly right, Rob. You're bringing it back to me over here. And by the way, I'm so glad that you described the color coding. I didn't really know what was going on with that. But you're right, everything ties together down in the showcase. That's perfect. Thanks so much for that. Thanks so much to Kevin as well. You know, as we talk about this XDR, this extended detection and response story, so much of it is based on partnership. We just got to hear that from Steve Madden Limited a moment ago, and we're going to go into another partner story right now. Partnership is everything to us at Cisco. We don't get anything done without our partners, without people talking to us and telling us what they want to accomplish, what they want to do, bringing challenges and working together side by side with us. Oliver said it in the keynote this morning. He said that the fundamental principle for us here at Cisco, everything starts with you, right? All of what we do here is built based on your feedback. It's based on you driving us, and that's whether you're a customer, that's whether you're an internal employee with us watching the broadcast here at Cisco, and certainly when it comes to our customers. One of those customers, Patrick Milligan, CISO at Ford Motor Company, this morning in the keynote, he said, ask yourself, who do you want to work with, right? Who do you trust? People tend to trust Cisco. Why? It's what you're hearing about all week here at the show at Cisco Live, and we are going to extend that trust conversation, that partnership conversation right now. I'm going to send it over to Richard Piazentine, our VP of Provider Connectivity Assurance here at Cisco. Richard, I'm going to let you take this next partner story away.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve. It's a pleasure to be here. So I have the pleasure of being responsible, as Steve mentioned, for Provider Connectivity Assurance. Now, many of you would potentially know us from our prior name, formerly Exedian. We're responsible for the observability and AI ops functions for Cisco critical networking. You would have heard G2 in several of the keynotes and other executives talking about the importance of observability generally in Cisco's architectures and in our strategy, but very specifically, PCA is used in critical networks. And you might ask yourself, what's a critical network? A critical network is the type of network that isn't checked, but rather it's a network that must be managed in real time. A critical network is a network in which minutes are an eternity, seconds are a luxury, microseconds and milliseconds are where you execute the fundamental controls to make critical applications themselves function. If you're doing round-robin testing, as an example, every 5 minutes, lives are affected and endangered in critical networks. So I'm very pleased to introduce our guest today. We have Dr., and he probably won't like the fact that I'm introducing him that way, but he's Dr. Thomas Kampa, IT solution architect for a company that needs no introduction, Audi. Now, Thomas, first of all, thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate you taking the time out. I know everybody on the floor, especially in the IoT space and the OT space, they just want to talk to you and find out what you guys are doing. And the reason they want to do that is Audi is leading the industry in transforming complex manufacturing systems and really taking them to a whole new level. So, you know, tell us a little bit about just generally what you're doing with Cisco and, you know, your journey on this industry-leading, something that, you know, I learned about the non-virtual version of these in school many, many years ago, but virtual PLCs and how they're transforming the manufacturing processes for companies like Audi.
So, Richard, thanks for the really great introduction. Yeah. So what are we doing? We are transforming this industry by moving all of these, we call them IPCs, industrial PCs. These are hardened devices in the factory that have been there for, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years. They're all hanging there around, thousands of these. We have, as you just mentioned, the programmable logic controllers, or in short PLCs, that are controlling the robots that we are having there to manufacture the cars. So anyone who wanted to talk about cars here, sorry, I have to, yeah, that won't be the topic today. It's about the manufacturing of the cars, which is interesting too, right?
Yes.
And here what we are doing there, we're taking all of this hardware that we have in our factories, disjoint everywhere, all at once. We're taking it all here into a edge cloud platform. So this is an on-premise cloud, private environment. And there we are virtualizing previously hardware-based applications onto a consolidated platform. And now if you think about moving stuff from A to B, and B has still some kind of connection or relationship to A, we need some glue to hold it all together. This is where networking comes into play, where Cisco comes into play, and how we started collaborating more in our long-standing relationship.
That's great.
Maybe one more thing. You mentioned VPLCs. It is basically like the, I would say, this cutting-edge technology that we are bringing here into the shop floor, or like from the shop floor away into our data centers. And that requires not only reliable networking, but also microseconds, just as you mentioned, microsecond latency. And it's just the first application of many that will require that. We heard lots about AI, etc. All of these applications require just the same in terms of latency, etc. But also the assurance that if something fails, and you know things fail all the time, we want to know what broke and how we can fix it.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. Maybe to put it in context for the audience, and to understand why this falls under that definition of critical networks that I opened with.
Right.
You know, these AGVs, these manufacturing tooling, if you will, I mean, these are massive pieces of machinery. And you have humans that are intersprinkled amongst these machines as they are executing, you know, the manufacturing for Audi. If you aren't managing that network in real time with cutting edge observability as an example, you are putting people's lives at risk, which is, of course, is
totally true.
Unacceptable. So let's look at the positive, though. So what happens for Audi from either an economic, what's the driver for doing it?
So by discoupling our previously hardware-based applications onto a consolidated, we call it hyper-converged infrastructure, we can easily scale up and down how demand drives us, right? So we can have more or less applications. We can increase the size or size it down. There's like obviously the sustainability goals that we have to drive, carbon footprint, etc., energy that we want to reduce. All of this is contributing to this vision that we are driving here. Then at the same time, we have all the data now already in a data center.
Right.
Like before, it was all there in machines and stuff, hard to get to because
sneaker network.
Right, exactly. You wanna like separate the network from everything else. This is highly secured, but now you have everything already in a cloud environment, so you can do all the fancy stuff that everyone's talking about, optimizing processes, running some kind of computer vision, etc. And it's much easier now to onboard new use cases with the platform in place.
So, I mean, you're really driving tremendous velocity increase in your ability to flexibly, you know, manage the space that is essentially the heart and soul of shareholder value for Audi, and you're doing it with Cisco. And I am happy to say, as the PCA guy, that we're partnering with you to give you that real-time, observability that you need in order to manage these very, very important and very complex critical networks.
Yep.
So Thomas, if you had one more thought to perhaps leave us with, whether that's Cisco's partner community, other customers out there, what would be your recommendation on how to start thinking about critical networks?
So first of all, for people who are listening, especially in our industry, it doesn't have to be automotive, but then like in general, like manufacturing, pharma, theme parks, yeah, Disney, great job on that one. I heavily recommend, no plugs whatsoever. I really heavily recommend at what we're doing and how you could adopt it in your future, because we firmly believe this is the right thing to do for our shared goals as a
community.
like community, right? But also for your own personal goals. As for critical infrastructure, yeah, we have critical infrastructure at Audi in this case, because one small interruption forces us to stop our
So
processes,
I'm getting the hook.
right? Yeah,
Yes, yes.
exactly. Not only you, but also your colleagues from Cisco, everyone, right?
Thomas,
yes.
if I may.
Go ahead.
You know, I think we all do have that responsibility, and I think that's a great spot, actually, to say
True.
thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it. And Steve, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Richard, I so appreciate it. Thomas, such a great story, and thank you for the partnership again, as Richard just said. And Richard, great job. This is exactly what we need to bring, not only to our own people, but to the industry, so we can get that inspiration. So thank you both. Truly appreciated. We're going to head back to center stage. We're going to talk about experiences amplified. Specifically, how can AI fuel better employee, better customer, better IT experiences for our future-proofed workplaces? The fact is, AI is transforming the workplace. It's at a ridiculous rate. But it's also enabling seamless collaboration, personalized customer interactions, automating routine tasks. Let's send it out to Snorre Kesbu and Jay Patel out at center stage. Here we go.
Welcome, good to see you, and good afternoon. It's really great to be here in San Diego with all of you. Last year, we actually did a dance together and on stage, but we're not doing it this year, but really good to be back here. So what I'm going to do and what Jay and I are going to do today is really to build on yesterday's keynote. And it's really about making AI real. And if you look at what you have up behind me here, this is Cisco's blueprint. It's about AI-ready data center. It is about the future-proofed workplaces. And then all of that is built on a secure global connectivity and digital resilience. And if you see that, everything, the entire story is coming together as one story. And all of this is accelerated by Cisco AI, and it really delivers a truly integrated experience. But it's not about tech only. It's also about how you empower, how you lead, and how you do this in an AI-driven world. So, what does this mean for collaboration? And what does it mean for future-proofed workplaces? We have the traditional building blocks that you've seen. It's about networking, how that powers connecting everyone. Security to ensure the safety and resilience. Observability, and you'll hear a lot more about the manageability, the observability as we go along, when it comes to how it provides visibility, how it provides insight that actually can be used in all of these setups that are now mission critical. And collaboration that elevate how people work together and how we actually get things done. So, in an AI-first, human interaction matters more than ever. And it's all about the experience. It's really all about being able to bring people together, to get that engagement going, to get your customers to engage in different ways. And not only that, but when you are working with the experience, you need that right experience there so that people are drawn in and they can use it. Because a good experience and a bad experience is the difference between getting things done in a meeting or when you're looking at contact center, actually losing a customer. It is absolutely essential. And your customers expect to be able to interface and work in different ways and really get there. So we need to raise the bar for human interaction. And for years, we have been delivering on exceptional customer and employee experiences across our portfolio. And if you look at what we have up there with all the things we've done, we've been working with NVIDIA for a decade. Before anyone knew who NVIDIA was, it was about really doing acceleration of computer gaming. And now they're really the core company on the product. But all of these things have taken us to the next level. And it's a foundation for how we truly create intelligent experiences. So, at Cisco, it isn't new. We have been innovating. And it's a long time since it became the industry's hottest topic, to make it work together, to interact more seamlessly, intuitive. But what it's really about is that you get AI to help you in the way that you think, you adapt, and you act. And what we're looking at is that we're focusing on that proactive engagement. We're focusing on that much rather than that being just the assistance as well. So, look at the things we've done. And we are amplifying a lot of our features using AI. Look up here. You have the AI coder that handles extreme packet loss. We have the AI assistant that helps with meeting summaries. It helps with highlights. It helps with all the things you're doing in the meetings. You have conversation summaries for contact center agents. And if you look at these common denominators, you see they go across. The things that are useful for calling, that are useful for meetings, are also useful for contact center. And we're building that across. And then we have a ton of new devices that are optimized for AI, and so much more. So, I know that you out here, and I know a lot of you, and I see a lot of familiar faces, you're all about experience matter. You share our belief. And in the past year, we've been working even more on creating even more exceptional experiences. So what does those include? It includes things like improved audio and video experiences, advanced AI tools that can actually help you with immersive and human interaction. And you could do that across this entire suite, the collaboration devices, and also customer experience. I think one of the inspirations for all of this, and I almost think of her as a friend, and that is Bobby. And Bobby, and you're going to meet Bobby now, she is the unsung hero of IT. And she is facing some very interesting challenges on a daily basis. So I would like you to meet Bobby and see what a day is like for her.
This is Bobby. Every day, she deals with the impossible.
CEO is looking for you. What's broken? The call with investors, of course. What part isn't working? Don't know. The investor meeting?
It's the network.
Probably the router.
Always the software.
It's user error.
Are you sure?
Trust me. It's probably maybe user error.
I'm already on the VPN, but I want to be a VIPN.
We need a new system. Something with AI, right?
AI is good.
We need it like last week.
This doesn't count as booking a conference room.
AI chairs. Desk. Plant. AI plant.
You do know what AI is, right?
You're gonna love this. I have solved an age-old problem and created true interoperability. Well, we can just jump to another one whenever one fails or another stutters or a third does whatever.
Can I install Minecraft on my laptop?
How come I can't use Tinder for business communication?
I had to log into 5 different programs to answer one question. I quit.
Give me something future-proof with self-service and a conversational AI that actually works for our customers and our agents.
I know it's a company computer, but it was kind of just lying there. Can I mine crypto with this?
My dog died, and his name was my password, so I'm gonna need to change my password.
And any resemblance? Do you get any of these requests every day? You know, for me, it really strikes a tone and a note. And what we want to do now is that, how can Cisco help Bobby solve for these problems and all of the things that she's in the middle of? So, to kick us off, I would like to invite my friend and great colleague, Jay Patel, to talk about customer experience. Jay.
Thanks very much, Snorre. I really love that video. So I'm Jay Patel. I run the WebEx Customer Experience Solutions Group. And we all know that experience matters. And we all personally also know just how important customer experience is. We know that 1/3 of customers will leave a brand after one bad experience. We know that brands that focus on revenue and CX increase revenue and reduce costs, yet only 25%, a quarter, of customers are actually happy with their last customer interaction. And that's because getting CX right is actually very difficult. Firstly, all of us have raised our expectations, so meeting them is getting harder. There's more channels of communication, there's organizational complexities, there's silos, there's security issues. We believe, though, that AI is a game changer, and it gives us the tools for delivering consistent, great CX. Now, I know that many of you probably are in this cohort of 2/3 of companies that are looking at AI for customer support. But for those of you who aren't, let me explain why we believe that CX is the killer application of AI. If you look at what's been happening in the last 4 or 5 years, firstly, the models, and I think hopefully most of you saw Kevin Weil from OpenAI yesterday, the models are 10,000x what they were 5 years ago. We also now talk about investment in this sector, not in millions or billions, but actually trillions of dollars. What this means is that AI is rapidly solving the problems that many of you have had in contact centers. AI can now understand intent, so the background noise, accents, missing words. ASR has gotten so good that accuracy now will understand intent, even in the noises of environments. AI can now also generate natural language to allow you to have a less robotic conversation. AI can also help you hold real conversations. You have models for intonation, for turn of speech, for interruption. AI can also help your developers with the code they need to integrate all the back-end systems. AI can also help you provide real-time data for continuous monitoring and coaching. What all that means overall is that you can now deliver true personalization and accuracy at scale. It allows you to create virtual agents that are indistinguishable from human agents, and it ultimately allows you to resolve problems, not just create tickets. It's why, again, I mean, you've probably seen this on many slides, but for me at least in my area, CX and AI coming together is one of the largest, most profound technology opportunities of our lifetimes. It's why we've embedded AI across our entire portfolio. So within our WebEx Connect product, which deals with proactive communication, we have AI to help you generate code. That code helps you integrate systems faster. That helps you communicate quicker. We have AI embedded in our WebEx AI agent, where you can build natural language and voice and digital agents. And we have AI in our WebEx Contact Center product, empowering human agents to be more productive. In the platform, as Snorri mentioned, we benefit from having AI being built across the Cisco platform, and we benefit from things like noise removal and translation that are happening in other groups. Let's just go back to this WebEx AI agent and see that in action.
Imagine a world where your business can answer your customers' needs on their terms. WebEx AI Agent is a powerful solution designed to reimagine your customer interactions. AI agents can automate tasks across your business, from handling internal HR and IT requests to generating sales and responding to customer service needs. AI agents can autonomously answer questions and complete actions in a way that feels natural and conversational. If the conversation heads in a direction outside the agent's scope, reliable standards are in place to keep the conversation within the guardrails set by your organization. WebEx AI Agent also scales effortlessly, supporting multiple languages across voice and digital channels. Building and customizing your AI agent is all possible through an intuitive design tool with the ability to build simple to complex use cases. You can also integrate your AI agent with your critical backend, like your CRM, ERP, and HR systems, to power real-time solutions for your customers. Scalable and consistent experiences that your customers trust. That's the new era of customer engagement with WebEx AI Agent.
So look, what you saw there was a capability for a business to have an always-on intelligent front door 24/7. And what that allows you to do is ultimately meet the expectations that have risen. It allows you to scale your CX operations. It allows you to have natural human-like interactions, fulfill intents via integrations to back-end systems, and ultimately it frees up your human agents to deal with more complex issues and spend more time on them. Today, it supports 9 languages. It will support more going forwards. You have security and privacy built in by design, and it's GA for voice and digital channels today. What we're also doing is we're enhancing this AI agent continuously. And I'm pleased to announce that we've just launched some pre-built templates. This will allow you to sort of quickly create agents for common and industry-specific use cases. Because what we really want to do is we want to kickstart this revolution by giving you the tools so you can start the POCs quicker, create your business cases quicker. We're also happy to announce that we will give you the ability to choose which LLMs power your AI agent. So just looking at how easy these templates, the templates are. You access the AI agent from within Control Hub. You select pre-built templates for typical use cases. The templates are pre-populated instructions and actions which can be customized. Those actions can access back-end systems like ServiceNow or Salesforce or any other system you have. You can then preview the voice or digital experience to then optimize it before you launch, and ultimately monitor the AI agent activity once you've created it. Now, this really is only a first step to making it easier for you to use these agents. The actual creation and deployment and training of agents is going to be a very complex task. Not dissimilar to how we look after our employees, but we will continuously improve this capability for you to be able to use this. The early customer results have been very encouraging. United Rentals, a leasing business, looking to reduce IT support calls by about 85%. It's well on its way to achieving that. BankFirst has reduced its average handle times by 22%. And CarShield is probably the most interesting one, where ultimately they have been using the AI agent to deal with inbound calls and triaging at a first line what the call is about before they pass it on to a human agent. In the initial weeks and months, they've been able to halve the number of agents they need to actually do those frontline triaging. What this illustrates is that you have the potential to automate repetitive interactions 24/7 and resolve some of those basic issues. Now, even though AI agents can help with automation, we also still believe that human agents are needed and will be needed more in the future. And therefore, we're also working on AI augmenting human agents. So our Cisco AI assistant will make agents more productive and empathetic, supervisors improve performance, and manage one of the biggest issues that we have in contact centers, which is attrition. Attrition at times can be something like 30 to 40% per annum of a contact center and its agents. And we're giving supervisors tools to manage that, and also help managers improve business performance. If I look at what we've done with our WebEx Contact Center and AI, we've thought about the customer journey end-to-end in a call center. We've applied AI to every part of that customer journey. One of my favorite features is actually the drop call summaries, because often you will make a call, for some reason it gets dropped, and then you call back and you have to repeat yourself. Again, with drop call summaries, we're able to transcribe that initial call, and then when you call back, send a summary to that agent so they can pick off they can pick up where you left off. So again, no need to repeat yourself. During the call, again, we are able, because we can transcribe, we are able to think and suggest responses to the agent. So when the agent is talking to you, they will get some nudges as to what they should say next. And again, that should improve their ability to serve customers better. Post-call. Some agents may typically spend up to 10 minutes summarizing the call they've just had. By providing meeting summaries, we can reduce that because they then get the text straight off the bat, and then they just need to edit a bit. So that can go from 10 minutes down to 3 minutes. For supervisors, we've got tools to manage agent stress through wellness breaks and to do performance management through auto CSAT scoring. And for managers, we have things like topic analytics so they can address some of those recurring issues that you get in a call center. So Cisco AI Assistant, we believe, ultimately will deliver lower costs, higher CSAT, lower attrition, and ultimately more productivity. One of our banks on the West Coast here basically has been using some of these AI Assistant features. So in addition to the quote that you've got up there, one quote I liked was, they said, by using these things, we've been able to meet our SLAs at a much higher percentage, even on the busier days. And for me, actually, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to augment contact centers when they get busy so they can maintain high levels of service. Now, again, one thing you've seen yesterday, and I think you've probably seen in many of the talks, is that Cisco is committed to meeting businesses where they are, whether they've migrated to cloud or stayed on-premise. And I'm happy to confirm that the advanced AI features that you've seen on WebEx Contact Center will soon be available for on-premise customers as well. Our new release of CCE Release 15 is a refreshed platform that's got additional digital channels and an ability to use our cloud AI tools. This will enable on-prem customers to use the WebEx AI agent and the AI system products. Release 15 also will allow integration with third-party virtual agents. Now, in addition to all the work that my group does, in addition to all the work that I get from Snorri's group, what we also benefit from here is we're part of the Cisco platform. So you heard Jitu yesterday talk about the huge investments we're making in AI, security, observability. And I think when you start considering what you're going to use going forwards, one of the things I believe is that you're going to need to be secure in all of the LLMs that you use. And one of the first places you will use an LLM is probably in customer service. And we benefit from being part of that protection that Jitu and the platform teams are introducing. So we believe that essentially at Cisco and at CX, we provide a system for managing AI, not just a point solution with AI in it. So ultimately, this platform advantage, we believe, gives us an unparalleled foundation for innovation. So with that, I'd like to bring Snorri back up to talk about employee experience. Come on, Snorri.
Thank you, Jay. It is so good to see all of the strides we're making on the customer experience side. And as Jay said, we are taking these components and we're using them across, and we're learning really from each other here. And what you've seen is that we're really supercharging that customer experience as well. But what we're going to do now is that we're going to dive in and we're going to look at how is that happening for the employees, the ones that are actually out there, they're in the meeting rooms, that are creating and having the discussions and need the tools that are there. So what we see is that AI is the cornerstone of actually creating those exceptional experiences that we want to have there. And really, AI has become pivotal in how we do it. And it's really the difference between delight and frustration. So when we talk about our approach to this, I think there are important to say that there are two key customers that we look at. And when we think about employee experience, we think about these two. There are the ones that actually use the service, the ones that are sitting in the meeting rooms, the ones that are using WebEx for chatting, the ones that are actually making the calls, the ones that are using the video devices. And then you have the other one, which is the ones that own and operate. That is the IT organization, it's the facilities organization. And we actually address both. And what I'm going to do is that I'm actually going to talk about both of those and to see how do we bring the experiences into both. Not only the ones that use, but also the ones that own and operate. And our unique approach to this has been that we actually have software and hardware. I'm frequently asked, what is unique with Cisco? It is because we have contact center, meeting, calling, suite backend, app and device frontend on top of AI and the rest of the Cisco architecture. And we can go beyond because we can actually then add a lot of functionality that goes across all of those. And one of the things I mentioned in the beginning, a lot of lists of things that we've done. And one of the things I said was the Cisco AI Assistant and what it can do. And we have gone out there and we've spoken about it, and it's in use all along. The adoption is really widespread. And we are evolving those capabilities really, really rapidly. And we see that it's a game changer for productivity at scale. Personally, I'm never in a meeting anymore where we don't transcribe, where we don't automatically take actions, where if you're late into that meeting, you're actually then being caught up. We had a briefing on Friday where one of the analysts arrived 10 minutes late into that meeting, but she was brought up and she said, wow, this really helped her as well. And what it helps with, it makes it smarter, it makes it faster, and it makes everything more intuitive. And by adapting to that, we are rapidly changing how employees work, and we are more flexible, and you're more agile. So we are announcing one more thing, and that is what we call the AI Assistant Scheduler. So normally, when you're scheduling a meeting, you need to understand the context, you need to understand the scheduler, you need to understand who you're going to invite, you need to find time, you need to make a title and agenda. Now, with the Cisco AI Assistant, we can actually do that. If you click on the CTA button, you can actually get the action items. You can get the proposal of what that meeting is going to contain. You get a draft schedule for that meeting. And then there's still a human in the mix. So when you've gotten all of that, you can literally press the button, and the AI assistant will actually schedule that meeting for you. And it's taken out all of those other steps that you had to do, because it's basing that on the context, and then you can decide whether you're going to do it or not. That is a brand new functionality that I'm very, very proud of. The other thing is that Cisco is about open. It is about partnerships. G2 yesterday spoke about the Microsoft partnership we have, but we have a lot of partnerships. And at Enterprise Connect, we spoke about how we work with Salesforce, but now we have more. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that we have the workflows that go across tools and platforms that your team rely on. So you can actually bring those into WebEx, so you can have that workflow integration. And you can then stay in the flow of work using the app that you actually use the most. And the thing that we have done now is that we have Jira now in there. You can create a Jira ticket, and that will actually update with existing tickets and details. And you then have the ticket there, and then you can do all of this without leaving WebEx. We also now integrate with Salesforce, with people that are using the Agentforce for seamless customer service as well. So what you see that these workflows are easily configured, you bring them in to WebEx, and you eliminate friction, and you get things done. I'm a get things done person, so this is what it is. Faster and smarter. And then we go beyond workflows to create tools that support your front line of your business. Because there is a front line there that can be in your local branch, it can be in your regional branch, and that's where the brand you have actually connect with the community. And these teams need tools that are seamless, that are human-centered, and have customer experience. And our solutions empower teams and elevate customer interaction to do that. So back at Enterprise Connect, we spoke about WebEx calling customer assist. And that helps front desk staff to gain insight from calls and serve customers more effectively. But today, we're adding more to that. We're actually adding to this that you can get text queues to the customer assist, offering customers a convenient way to basically then have their way of contacting the business. And then we are integrating this seamlessly with an AI receptionist. So you can actually have your AI receptionist within WebEx calling so that people can actually get more work done and don't have to do those mundane tasks, but actually do things that are higher value add. Would you like to see what that looks like? Yeah, see a lot of nodding heads. Here we go.
Meet AI Receptionist for WebEx Calling, your always-on virtual receptionist that can answer questions, book appointments, and transfer calls so your business can boost customer satisfaction without adding staff.
Thanks for calling Florissa Dental. I'm your AI receptionist. How can I help you today?
Hi, yes, I have a toothache and I'd like to schedule an appointment. But first, I want to make sure that you accept U.S. insurance.
Yes, we do. U.S. insurance is covered 100%. Would you like to speak to an insurance specialist, or are you ready to schedule an appointment?
I'd like to go ahead and schedule an appointment. Thank you.
Great. I'll transfer you to a nurse who will give you an initial consultation and help to schedule your appointment.
Thank you.
Deliver outstanding customer service. AI Receptionist, available later this year as an add-on to WebEx Calling.
Wow, isn't that something? That is actually really taking real workloads off a dental office like you just saw there. But I spoke about our unique approach. Very famous guy said, if you're going to make truly great software, you need to make your own hardware, and we do that. And we take our devices that are purpose-built for every interaction. And our devices that we have for collaboration, they are designed with AI. They are designed with interoperability. They're designed with sustainability and manageability at the core, and all of those. So with that, we are actually combining leading audio and video intelligence to deliver that unmatched cinematic experience. And when you look at this, this is not just a meeting room. It is a vision of where you connect with everyone, where everyone feels included. In the hybrid world, meeting spaces must work seamlessly in order to bring the teams together and use them. And a lot of offices are not ready. 50% of employees out there say that their office space and their meeting rooms actually fall short. And that is something that we are working on. And the solution is to use and have meeting room technology to work together just like your team would. And the thing that we've been doing recently is to add more intelligence to all of these components. We launched the Ceiling Microphone Pro back in the fall. It has adaptive beamforming technology that will be able to focus in on the person. It has very, very fast setup because we use AI to set it up. Things that used to take days can now actually be done in minutes. And what you see is you get premium audio, but it's also much easier to use and set up, and everything is over IP. But let's take a look at how that's coming together. Wow. And that product is being deployed and deployed and deployed and deployed, and we needed to actually build up a second production line to face that. So we introduced that, and it's been taking off, and we see that that one click is key. What you saw yesterday when G2 was on stage is he showed the Room Vision Pro, the Room Vision PTZ camera. And that's another AI-powered solution. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about and show you some more about that today. Because that is a plug-and-play installation over Ethernet, which means that you combine power with video and controls over one single cable for easy deployment. It can track people in real time. It can also automatically adjust for the best shot. You have extended reach. You have highlights of the active speakers and all of those things. So let's look at the film again that G2 used yesterday. And you know what? With everything over IP, we call it one click to distance zero. And wow, is an Ethernet cable sexy, isn't it? Because we can do so much with it. But anyway, do you want a real demo of it? It's up here, actually. You want me to actually install it while I'm here? So here I have a Cisco network component. I have a camera. Let's set it up live, and I'll show you how hard it is. And they've even trusted me to do this. So what I do, I actually plug it in. And if I can actually do that, because I don't have my glasses on, this is embarrassing. This is funny. It was supposed to be very easy. And here we go. You heard the click, one click. And now, as you can see, it's now actually installing. You will see that it's going through its routine. It's looking up the room. You see that it's actually going and testing it all to the end. You see the light here. It's going through that entire installation cycle. And you will see that it's now up running. So now the installation is done. You see that the camera is not yet connected. So we're now waiting for the final cycle for that camera to be connected in this room. Now it's connected. So we installed that in what? 40 seconds? But here's the beauty. Not only did we have power over Ethernet, not only do we have video over Ethernet, like you can see here, but what I'll show you when we get up now is that we will actually also see that we have the control hub here. And now you see, when you see it up there, you see that the camera is now already in control hub. So the three things that we had here was power, media, and manageability over Ethernet, everything done at once. So that was the PTZ. But we're doing a lot more on this front. What we've done is that we've created the Workspace Designer to help you design these rooms. And to take you through there, I've gotten Marta on stage with me that's going to demonstrate Workplace Designer for you.
Thank you, Snorre. So with Cisco Workplace Designer, you can reimagine any workspace, from the smallest of huddle rooms to the largest, most complex configurations. You can select from pre-built dimensions or customize your own, as well as customize the furniture in the room and select your software experience. But it is when you start selecting video conferencing equipment, the tool really starts to shine. Because we can provide you with tips and recommendations along the way based on your selections. So You see now, a little red bubble has appeared on the tips. And it lets me know that my display coverage is not optimal. But this is such an easy fix. Let me just go ahead and readjust the screen size to a bigger screen. Now the bubble is back to green, and everything can be seen from inside of the room. Okay, we all know that great video starts with great audio. But the table microphones that I've selected for this space, they're not providing enough coverage for the remote participants to hear everyone in the room. But again, this is such an easy fix. Let me add the Ceiling Microphone Pro, and now the coverage is great, and everyone can be heard from inside of the room. We're nearly there. I'm just going to select an active USB-C cable for my screen sharing option. And of course, I want to elevate the experience by adding extended speaker view with the new Cisco Room Vision PT Set camera. I also want to show you the new cable map here, so you can see how radically simple these rooms are to deploy. And with that, I have a blueprint of my space, which is just a summary of the workspace that I reimagine, complete with technical specifications, such as equipment and coverage areas, that I can go ahead and share with my key stakeholders, so that we can make this reimagined workplace a reality together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha. That tool is so useful, and it's so useful when you plan it, because then you know exactly what type of gear you need. You don't add too many microphones or too few, but you get it just right to be there. And it's these capabilities that are actually amplifying the experience for the ones that own and operate all of the services. And that's IT, it's HR, it's facilities. So let me dive into what we're doing to actually help the ones that own and operate. What we will see here is that Cisco collaboration devices and WebEx Suite are built on the foundation of the rest of Cisco. It's the networking, it's the security, it's the observability. And we take all of that in and we bring in the real-time management tools. We bring in the Thousand Eyes. You get the full stack's observability, and which means that an IT team of 5 can actually do 300 rooms without a problem. And this is exactly what we're doing and that we've done out there. So if we dive into this further and you look at all of the devices, and when I say all of the devices, that's also our wireless access points, it's our network gear, it is our security cameras, it's the video devices, it's the phones, everything are sensors on our network. And with that, you get valuable information about temperature, about occupation, about CO2 level, about a lot of other things that you actually bring into that. And now we are actually bringing some of this uniqueness together by combining the C9350 Smart Switch and the Cisco Desk Phone 9800 series. And what we're doing that is actually make them work more efficiently together. That means that you have a centralized energy management, and you use the Catalyst Center to do that with the new 9350 switch and the Cisco 9800 series phones together. And this provides a central visibility, insight, and automation. And that leads to operational efficiency and eventually to cost saving. But that's a lot of talking. Let's do a demo and see how all of this works. So what I have over here on the board is that I actually have Cisco Spaces running here on the board. I've connected into San Francisco, our 4th floor, and you see that currently at the 4th floor, 11, 12 actually now, rooms are available, 9 are occupied. You can look at the floor occupancy is relatively low, indoor air quality is great, temperature 72, that's warm for San Francisco. And then you have the map here. And now let's pretend that I'm actually coming into this. I need a meeting room for the day. I really like J. So you know what? I'll select J. J comes up here. It's available. It will take 15 people, 14 people. You see the details for J here with air quality, etc. I can now hold that room for 3 minutes, which gives me 3 minutes to walk from where I am and over to the room. And I can even press Get Directions. And I have directions from where I'm at to the room, or I can even bring it up on my phone using the QR code that you see there. So all of that is integrated into what we do with Spaces. So now let's pretend I got to Jay, and I do like this. Here are my meetings. So what I'm going to do now is basically to do this and join this meeting that we have up here. That meeting has already been running for a little while.
This meeting is being transcribed and summarized.
So it's being transcribed and summarized like it always happens. And I have my great friends here that are joining in. But what I can do now is that I can actually go in here. And first of all, I get a summary of the meeting because I was late, because I was presenting to you guys. But I can also go back in and I can select here and I say, were there any action items? That's good to know. Have they given me any action items like double your sales in the next 3 months or something while I was out? No, there was one for Lisa, there was one for Thomas, and there was one for Mary, but none for me. So you see immediately how and what value we get from that. So we'll say thank you to the team. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being part of this. So that's what we can do. Then, advance the slide here. There we are. What you see is that this is a real game changer. But what we could do is that out of using Control Hub, we get the multiplier effect. And by using full stack collaboration, by having all of the tools, we can use and reduce things like power consumption because you can slow roll your building and you can slow roll your estate more. Then there's another thing that we are working at for all of you, and that is what we call zero-touch provisioning. That means that you can actually manage your devices from Control Hub, and they can be pre-staged and they can be provisioned so that you can actually simplify your entire deployment process. And that's not only about saving time, but it's actually empowering IT teams to deliver strategic value. And you can support your organization, and this will be a lot quicker. And then we have manageability, we have monitoring. And what you can see here, you can customize your AI workflows. And I think this is super key. And this goes across contact center, meetings, and devices, where you actually get your AI workflows up there. You integrate them in systems like Jira. You actually can use that to see what type of deployment you have. And it enables rapid innovation and adaptivity of the type of tools and type of features that are being used. And you have that new dashboard in Control Hub that provide AI adoption monitoring. That is so important. And you can get to trends, you can track what's happening, and you can actually get all of that from one single pane of glass. And then I have one more thing I want to show you at the end here. Because with Cisco, we are cloud first, but we also have an on-prem focus. So the thing we're doing is we're looking at hybrid versions of that with resilience. And what we are doing is that we're bringing advanced AI also to the on-premise. That is, and we do that to the meetings. And we offer features like noise suppression, background blur for focused and really secure experiences. But we can also do things like in sensitive environments, you can then use your private meetings to keep traffic within your network. We can have on-premise storage for recording and encryption. And we can make sure that your data and you have control of your data and you can be compliant. And then for mission-critical operations, where downtime isn't an operation, we have site survivability that for cloud meetings that make sure you can actually seamlessly go and you can continue during an outage. And we deliver this with security, reliability, and resilience. So I know that was a lot. And it's a lot to take in. But if I'm going to take you away from here with 4 key points, we bring everything together. Contact center, meeting, calling, messaging, and more. We leverage AI in everything we do. It transformed the experiences for the employees and for the customers to drive better outcomes. 3, with Cisco collaboration devices, you're one click, even if it was a little hard, from distance zero. And with this is powered on a platform that is simple, it's secure, it's manageable, and it is a unified platform from Cisco. And we are passionate, like you are, about the experience for the users and for the people that own and operate. But let's bring some real users up here. And I have a treat for you, because I have Dos Taikus from AIDS Healthcare. He's the CIO there. I have Monty Tan. He's the VP of Infrastructure at Getix Health. He's also here. And together with my great friend and incredible CMO for WebEx, Aruna Ravichandran, please come to the stage for a session.
Thank you, Snora, as always.
Thank you. Come on in.
All right, we are at the tail end of the session. And so we have two of our esteemed customers with us. So let's get started. I would like to ask both of you to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit more about your company, your role. And so we'll get started with you, Das, first.
Thank you. I'm Mohan Das. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. So we are the world's largest medical provider for HIV and AIDS. So we have a clinics, we have a pharmacy, we have a health insurance, and also we have a thrift stores to support here and there. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Monty Tan, VP over Infrastructure at Getix Health. We're a revenue cycle management company, obviously healthcare by the name. We support over 1,300 healthcare facilities, serving 15,000 physicians, as well as providing back office services. For example, we managed over $10 billion of accounts receivables for our clients, over 2 million credit card transactions, and 80 million patient interactions. So it is a major footprint in the healthcare back office industry.
I think one of the interesting things which you shared with me is that you actually grew from 300 million to 3 billion over the last couple of years. Yeah, so it's awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so let's get started. And again, I'll start with you. Before you got started with WebEx, you had a choice, right? Like you looked at multiple different providers across the board. What were the challenges you were actually experiencing? And if you're willing to share who you had before, that would be awesome. But tell us about the challenges and why did you basically choose us?
Sure. Let me tell why we picked WebEx, right? So first thing, we want innovation and AI. So it's not just like a buzzword anymore. So we want to have, our goal is to have a patient satisfaction and retention, patient retention. If you want to achieve these two goals, you need to have a system where it can support innovation and with the AI. That's the first thing, because previously I need to follow the phone, right? When my office phone, it rings, I need to run, grab it. Now phone follows me. In my mobile, it calls me, so I can answer from anywhere. Technology has been changed. Phone follows me. I'm not following phone. That's the first innovation and AI. Second thing, integration. Seamlessly integrated with CRM. You saw the demo with the Salesforce or any other CRM we use Salesforce. And also with our EHR, our medical record system, our pharmacy system, Domo for the Power BI. All the integration is happening just like a miracle. So why it's so important for us, right, when we picked? So when the patient calls us, so we want to make sure be addressed by the preferred name, because we support LGBTQ rights, right? So we want to address them. And also, we want to make sure what's their favorite team, what's their favorite sports team or favorite color. So it will give the touch of the patient. It's not like you're talking to someone else, right? So they understand. It's a connected. So that's the second thing, integration. Third thing is implementation. So 3 I's, not 1,000 I. That's a Cisco product. It's a 3 I's. Third one is definitely implementation. How fast we can implement. We are constantly growing. Previously, I used to call the previous vendor, hey, we need to open the new clinic in less than 2 months. They said, no, Now I don't even call Aruna because it's so easy. Implementation, we completed 3,000 phone lines in less than 6 months from the previous thing. It's so easy. As long as I have internet, boom, there is a phone system. So I got more pressure from my president now because, hey, we are opening here and there. My stress has been reduced. So the 3 I's, first, innovation, integration, and implementation. That's why we picked WebEx.
Awesome. And I think when you had mentioned to me, one of the others, it was not an I, but it was also about the cloud, right? Like being
cloud,
able
yes.
to stand up, the WebEx contact center, wherever you wanted, in terms of being able to provide that. Right. What about you, Monty?
So our decision was more logical for us because of a lot of merger acquisitions, and of course with the mergers acquisitions activity, a lot of legacy technology came with those organizations. And we wanted to look at it and say, hey, we got to consolidate. Having multiple calling platforms, having disjointed systems, and then having to consolidate reporting, WebEx was the logical step. What plugged into the ecosystem, and more importantly, plugged into the roadmap that we had for the next 3 to 5 years.
Awesome. So everybody's talking about AI. We heard so much about AI innovation across our entire portfolio, both on the EX side, employee experience side, as well as on the customer experience side. And we launched our WebEx AI agent, earlier part of this year. And so why don't you give me a little bit more color, Monty, in terms of what are some of the AI capabilities you're actually using, and how is it actually met your business need? And if you have any ROI to share, that would be awesome as well.
Sure. So us coming on board at this time and with this new Cisco wave is perfect timing for us, because as we reinvent ourselves, to be competitive, to be current with the industry, and hopefully, take a step forward, we said, hey, we don't want to just take it to this next iteration. We want to be leapfrogging all the other calling platforms and all the feature sets that are available out there. We don't want to be an industry, just the industry leader. We want to be the vertical leader. We want to be the first one out there. We want to be the best out there. We want to be the more robust. So, the AI assistant, AI agent, those are just plugs and pieces of the puzzle for that bigger picture, so that we do stay competitive. We do stay ahead of that industry and our competitors.
Are there any specific feature or functionality? Because a lot of people are talking about AI capabilities. Like most of the time, it's very hard to demonstrate the value with respect to AI.
Right.
Have you guys seen anything in terms of being able to reduce the call volume, or the first call rate, or mean time to resolution?
Very good question. So, of course, everybody is, all of us are in business, and revenue is core to all of our functions, or else we wouldn't be in business. So we're looking at this and saying, hey, it's not just an issue of reducing headcount or anything like that. It is making more operational efficiencies come out of using the AI. Okay, looking at upscaling our agents and associates to take care of that tier 2 call, and let the AI agent or the AI assistant take care of the mundane things like, oh, I want to see what my account balance is. Okay, those definitely should be relegated to an AI bot. Okay, things like being able to now QA every recording, 100% of all agent recordings. Okay, instead of 1 to 5%. Okay. Those types of things are what are going to gain us that operational efficiency and leapfrog us again to that next level, rather than just taking that iterative step.
I love that. Like when you say that, you're relegating a lot of your tier 1 calls, like your first line support calls. But the beautiful part with respect to what we launched is you can't even tell the difference between the AI agent versus a real operator. And that's been our fundamental goal, and Jay talked about that. Exactly. What about you?
Sure. I don't know how much time you have. I can talk for days and days about AI, right? So it's so interesting. So for us, right, how it's helping AI, that's what one of the reasons we picked Cisco, right? So when the person is calling, so after the call, we get the short summary, call summary. It's so easy what we discussed, the agent discussed. Second thing, more important, when we transfer the call from one agent to another agent, people getting frustrated if you ask the same question again and again, right? With this new technology, why we love so much, it will transfer what they discussed with the agent 1 to the agent 2. They don't need to ask anything. Boom. It's like a seamless patient experience. That's what we are ultimate our goal. And we are proud to launch new one, right? We operate in 18 states. Every city, we have a pharmacy, we have a clinic. Everyone has their own phone numbers. I don't know, people cannot remember because sometimes they go to different clinics, different pharmacy. So with the help of AI, guess what? We are going to have we will be launching very soon one toll-free number. You call them based on AI, it will pick the phone number and validate, because we are all Cisco shop, it validates personal information and transfer the call automatically to the particular home clinic. Boom, they don't need to remember 10 different phone numbers. It's the mind-blowing technology we are coming up with AI. So I have a lot to talk about AI. I'm one of the big fan of AI. That's the future. It also reduces a lot of the stress from the employees, right? Even it records the tone, how the employee health. And also with the AI technology, I don't know what's the technology WebEx is using, it picks the right signal. When on the global calls or multiple places, it picks the right range of internet so that the calls are so easy to understand. Talking to AI agent, I'm from India, right? Everyone knows. I came in '88, still I have a strong Indian accent. WebEx AI agent can understand mine, means it can understand everything else. It's been so good.
Awesome. I think we are run out of time, but I will ask you one lightning round question.
Sure.
And if you're okay with it, what is your most favorite WebEx feature? It could be on the employee experience side. I know both of you have calling, you have our entire collaboration suite. So you can pick whether it is an AI assistant feature or it is the WebEx AI agent, does not matter. Tell me what is your number one feature.
Easy one.
And if you have a product
Easy
request,
one.
both the GMs are right over there,
Okay.
so you can ask them too.
No, it's a feature that already exists, and Snorri actually demonstrated summarization. All of us share, we're double, triple booked. We're jumping from meeting to meeting. Summarization. Absolutely game saver.
Awesome. What about?
For me, like we always talk about patients, right? So also I want to talk about our own employees. The new one with the WebEx, we are working with our payroll system. Employees can make a call, hey, I want vacation time approved. Seamlessly, it will talk and get the vacation approved. There is no need to remember the password, no need to open the app, just a call, done deal. So we are almost testing. So that's, for us, it's a big thing to satisfy employee, because employee retention is also key thing. With this new technology, AI helping the agent, our staff, helping the patients, so we are one of the very happiest customers.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. So before we let you go, I want to actually play a final Bobby video. Can we actually roll the video?
Please ignore that. Come on in. As you can see, we need a little help here. Look, facilities wants to streamline the office, make it smarter. HR wants productive employees that actually enjoy their workplace. And IT needs visibility, manageability, and probably a larger office. I want to future-proof this place.
I think we can help with that. And by the way, I think I found one of your lost employees.
Sorry, got evicted from my desk tent. Needed to get a little shut-eye. Let's talk. I have got the blueprint for the next great interoperable multi-screen, multi-platform, multi-computer, multi-webcam meeting room.
What is it you do around here?
I'm in accounting.
Awesome.
Wow, folks, another fascinating conversation for the archives. We just explored how AI is enabling our customers, our IT employees, our users to future-proof your workspaces. I tell you, fascinating information we just heard. AI is unlocking so many possibilities, enabling your employees to collaborate from anywhere. anywhere. Did you hear me? Anywhere. By taking over routine tasks. You know, those things that you could do without and make more time for more valuable tasks that you could be doing, more valuable experiences. We have AI agents that are going to be taking over those tasks for you. And so I want you to sit back because we have another amazing conversation. There's so much to consume, folks. I'm going to turn it over to my phenomenal co-host, Steve, who has another amazing guest sitting with him. Steve, over to you.
Oh, Z, thank you so much, my friend. I truly do appreciate that. And you, yeah, I am here in studio with Mohammed Imam, Senior Director of Product Management at Cisco. It's always such a pleasure to sit down with you. We get these opportunities a couple of times a year here at Cisco Live, right? So thank you and welcome in.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so let's go right to the heart of it. Let's go to the C9000 series launch, right? We heard about it at the keynote. It's been a big talk here across the floor. I want to go into some finer detail around that announcement. What makes this 9000 generation different than our prior Catalyst technology that we've talked about so many times?
Yeah, so we just introduced the Cisco C9000 series. And within this series, we are starting with two devices, Cisco 9350 and the Cisco 9610. 9350 is, think about it as the next generation of Catalyst 9300 that we had. It comes with 1.6 terabits per second stacking, 90 watts on every single port, highest end of our stackable switches. So this is going to future-proof your network for the next decade.
Amazing.
And then the Catalyst, the Cisco 9610. This is our modular core chassis. It's a big chassis. If you remember the Catalyst 6500 back in the days or Catalyst 6800, this is the next generation of that. And so if you have been waiting for that, remember LDOS is coming very soon in October. This is the chassis that you want to look at. This is a 10-slot chassis, 8 slots for line cards, 2 slots for supervisors, and the box is capable of 51 terabits per second.
Oh.
That's a lot of bandwidth with the centralized architecture that we have for the campus switching networks.
And the timing is so vital and important as we talk about the speed of application of onboarding AI and capabilities across our organizations, across the network, throughout the data center and so forth. The need for that additional bandwidth, I think, really has never been stronger. We've got to be able to support people. So it's not just a matter of saying, here's what's available to you. We've got to say, and you've got the power to actually deploy it, right?
Absolutely. You need a lot of, there's so much demand in the networks these days. The world is not the same as we had in 2017 when we launched the Catalyst 9000. In the last 2 years, especially, with the evolution of AI, the rapid evolution of AI, we are seeing various different type of traffic in our networks. Well, first of all, the traffic is a lot more.
Yes.
And we have data to showcase that. There are hyperscaler backbones that are talking about 30% more traffic in their backbone. And a lot of that is coming actually from our networks. But the more interesting thing that's happening there is the traffic patterns are changing. Typically, traffic is downwards, coming from the data center, the cloud, to the devices. Now, what we are seeing, because of the AI applications in our pockets here with the different phones and robotics and so on, there's a lot of information that's actually going up to the models. The AI models that's sitting somewhere in the data center, a lot of the traffic is going up. So this is a different traffic, different direction of traffic. And we have to make sure that our networks are ready for that. The other thing is this traffic has new patterns. It's bursty traffic. And it's very latency sensitive traffics. So we have to make sure that our networks are ready for this new type of traffic. And with this new introduction that we have had with Cisco 9000, we are making sure that we are giving our customers a device and a hardware that is ready to address the AI era.
Confidence. Instilling confidence, instilling trust, exactly what Oliver was talking about this morning, right? So, Mohammed, how are you directly addressing the AI boom in enterprise networks? So again, as we roll out these new technologies, how do we keep that constant pressure, that speed of adoption of AI in our design mind? How do we design for it? Almost, well, again, future-proof it, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely future-proofing. as I said, part of it is based on what is happening in the AI world. And there are two parts. One is the network needs to be ready for AI. So we are doing some of the things that I just mentioned for that. But the other part is how we are using AI to make our customers' life easier and how we can consume it. And that's where AI operations come into picture. And we saw some of the new announcements with AI Canvas and the new models. These are some of the innovations that we are bringing across the board. And part of our portfolio with Meraki Dashboard, we are bringing AI Assistant that you can just talk to that, to the agent, the AI assistant, and ask him which AP is down, why it is down. And instead of going through all the logs that you had to go through, you can just get the answer right away.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is such exciting technology, Mohammed. I always appreciate these opportunities for us to sit down together. Please keep bringing these fantastic stories to us, sharing it with us here on the Cisco TV space, and congratulations on the great work you're doing and the success this week. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks,
nice
Mohammed. Z, let's send it back to you.
Thank you, Steve and Mohammed. I tell you 2 words, future-proof. This goes way beyond those vacuum-sealed bags. I have another guest that I want to bring before you over to Michelle. Michelle, who do you have with you today?
Hi guys, I'm back on the show floor. I'm with my friend Dan Backman, a distinguished TME. Dan, what do you do with Hyperfabric? Walk us through this.
I'm on the Hyperfabric product team. I'm responsible for the technical features and functionality of Hyperfabric and Hyperfabric for AI. And we're super excited to tell you more about it.
All right, so before we get into the demo, I need to ask, what is Nexus Hyperfabric AI before we dive in?
Absolutely. So Hyperfabric for AI is an AI cluster management solution. It's built on top of the same architecture that delivers Hyperfabric data center switching solutions. We use the same controller, the same infrastructure, and the same workflow to continuously design, run, and then build out architectures for data centers. But we've expanded this to include AI functionality. And this is actually the full AI cluster. It starts with the network, which is really the core of any AI solution. It extends out to GPU servers. We have UCS GPU servers. These are 8-way HGX class servers with built-in NVLink connections. And we also include storage as part of this, as well as management connectivity. So it's all these components in one that you require to stand up an AI solution, all in one based on an intuitive controller-based interface.
That's excellent. Okay, so how does this help our customers? Break it down for me.
It's pretty simple. Building an AI cluster for any one of our customers is probably the single most complex network and infrastructure build they've ever done in their lives. Even a single 96-node CPU or GPU cluster, rather, can have 500 to 1,000 different network links, and they all have to be plugged into exactly the right place. There's different networks that you plug into. Part of what makes the AI cluster actually work is very careful control of the communications. We have to actually match that up with the collective layer that NVIDIA is building inside their orchestration architecture so that we can actually guarantee seamless data throughput for all these GPUs. These GPUs, an entire GPU server can cost literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. Every second, those GPUs are not actually crunching data, your jobs are taking longer, and you're losing money. So we need to make sure that we are constantly feeding these GPUs with data. They never stall, there's never a bottleneck in the network, which is why these are some of the most high-performance networks you've ever seen.
That's excellent. That message just landed for me. Okay, last question before we get into the demo. How is this different than what customers have seen before?
It's completely different. So one of the challenges of network and infrastructure in many cases is you can design it, you can build it, but most of this is by hand. If you start thinking about those thousands of connections I talked about, if you're building a typical cluster, somebody built a spreadsheet that says this port goes to this port with this kind of transceiver, here's where the cable goes, and then somebody has to plug it in, and then you have to configure it. Multiply that by thousands, and you can start to realize just how long it takes to deploy one of these. The most important thing about an AI cluster is these are multi-million-dollar investments, usually depreciated over 3 years. If it takes your IT team 6 months to get that cluster up and running, you've already lost 1/6 of the value that your company has already invested in that really expensive GPU cluster. The value here is we take that immense complexity and we help you deploy it very quickly and accurately, and then once it's running, we give you the visibility so you can actually troubleshoot and run this cluster to maximize the investment your company has in AI.
each one of these conversations, I learn more and more and get more and more excited about what we hear at Cisco Live. Dan, I will let you take it away with the demo.
So let's take a look at what HyperFabric for AI looks like. You log in, this is actually the same controller that powers our HyperFabric on-prem data center solution. The first thing you're going to do is actually start from a template. These are highly complex architectures, and they are designed and purpose-built to certain sizes. These are actually NVIDIA reference architecture. They're validated, so we work with NVIDIA reference architectures. We're going to go ahead and select one of these, and as you'll see, it includes not only network components, we actually support multiple networks, one for back-end inter-GPU connectivity, others for front-end and storage. But each one of these components is actually built out as part of this blueprint. Now, what's different about HyperFabric is everything is defined in the blueprint, and instead of discovering on the ground and managing it, everything starts top-down from this blueprint, and we actually compare what we see on the ground to that. Now, your first step when you're deploying this template is actually building out all of the cabling information you need. At high speed, especially 400 and 800 gig, these optics get incredibly complicated. You actually have to understand a lot of things about how these work through structured cabling. Likewise, there are so many components required to build these that our controller will actually assemble a bill of materials for you, and we can even generate an estimate directly with CCO. Why do we do this? It's incredibly complex, and it has to get done right the first time. So we're eliminating many errors in this. Once you actually have this up and running, when you get to day one actual deployment, somebody's got to plug in those 1,000 cables. We actually have an interface your techs on site can bring up on their phone, and we can guide them through literally every installation. And every time they plug in a cable, we're validating, did it work? And if it didn't work, we're telling them how to fix it. It's a revolutionary new way of not only deploying a data center cluster, but it's invaluable to do in an AI cluster at this level of complexity. So we built all of this workflow directly into the controller, and this is unique to HyperFabric. From there, when you're up and running, there's also extensive telemetry into the cluster. Here we're drilling into one of these 800 gig switches. This is a 64 by 800 gig switch based on our new G200 ASIC set. Here we're uplifting extensive telemetry. In a cluster this big with network optics this hot, sometimes things happen. You have to keep on monitoring these. The old days of the mainframe, they actually had people swapping out tubes. Sometimes in a big AI cluster, there's people doing that just with transceivers. So the ability to monitor this in real time, provide guided feedback to those hands on the ground so they can actually go ahead and automatically repair any issues. That's how we keep the cluster up and running, and this is how customers keep on realizing that really expensive investment in the GPUs. Likewise, we also help understand the actual environmental cases here. We're looking at every piece of information we can get, not only from the switches, but the servers themselves, so we can diagnose any issues with connectivity that could actually lead to interruptions in these AI jobs. So this is all included inside that same controller. Also, because this is a cloud-based experience, different people can collaborate on this. It's not just one controller that you log into on-prem. You, as a customer, you can work with a partner, or you can work with your Cisco account team, not only to spec this out, get it right the first time, but also for help in ongoing monitoring. On top of that, we've also built in extensive in-band monitoring inside the cluster. So we can actually understand if we're starting to see network issues, because in the end, if you're running an AI cluster, you don't actually have much to look at. It's a really tough thing as an IT person. Most of this is figuring out where the problem isn't. So because we're providing this level of visibility and this level of troubleshooting and also in-band monitoring, we can very quickly point out any potential issues so you can fix them immediately. And that's a HyperFabric for AI experience.
Dan, that was incredible. I learned so much. See, back to you in the control room.
Hold on to your seats, folks. We have DP Venkatesh. He is our Chief Growth Officer here at Cisco. Two brilliant minds are in the room. DP, over to you for a conversation.
All right, thank you. Here we are in the third day of Cisco Live. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement, lots of announcements as well. And Binoy, you saw all the announcements we made. We're very excited about the Cisco-Infosys partnership. As you know, it's a 25-year partnership, which is quite a record. And when you look at our partnership, what's unique about it is it's both a product, technical, as well as a strategic relationship where not only do we work on products and solutions together, we also go to market together. What do you feel about the 25-year relationship?
Very, very honored and very happy at this event of 25 years relationship, celebrating together. Actually, today when I was meeting the Cisco teams and Infosys teams, I was telling them this event is like CIS at CIS. I'm happy to represent. So CIS is Cloud Infra Security Services at Infosys.
Yep.
And we are here at CIS, Cisco Infosys in San Diego. So we have been laughing about that. But overall, this has been tremendous, the type of transformations that we have done together, not just, as providers to Cisco itself, but then together. When we have worked at clients in the last 5 years, I would say the momentum really picked up a lot.
Yep.
And we have, so for example, if we look at the, major vehicle, automobile and trucks manufacturer, we look at one of the largest telcos right here, a heavy engineering consulting firm, the type of transformation that we are doing for them together, that's amazing. And that's the type of outcomes that we together need to drive towards and make sure that we are achieving that journey.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk about transformation, I think what we both are seeing, and you saw in the show today, is the transformation on AI that's taking place in the market. And you saw that Cisco is leaning on our 3 pillars, which are AI-ready data centers, future-proofing the workspace, and then finally digital resilience. Now, all 3 are areas that you play in as well. So is that in aligned with Infosys and your strategy?
No, actually, very interestingly, in both keynotes, when yesterday and today, when I was sitting there and I was listening, to Jeetu and the team there, it's almost like you can take my service footprints and say we are exactly in those 3 buckets, right, of how we are partnering together, bringing the next generation AI-led hybrid cloud journeys, future-proof workplaces for empowering the next level of experience and creating digital resilience for all workloads, workplace, and the work itself. So all of this together, we want to work with Cisco. We actually have 2 go-to-market platforms. One we call overall as a Infosys Cobalt brand, under which we bring partner reference architectures, repeatable solutions together. So that's all in the cloud world. So for cloud, it's Infosys Cobalt. And the second now, in the AI era, we have it like Infosys Topaz. So under the Cobalt and Topaz umbrellas, we are bringing these reference architectures for the type of use cases that I earlier spoke about on how we can make it repeatable and deliver the right experience and right outcome for our clients.
That's awesome. Between Cobalt and Topaz, you've got both parts of the journey covered. I think what's unique about the way we go to market together is we are looking at the entire journey, whether it's infrastructure across networking and security and collaboration, and then finally with observability, there's an end-to-end value that we provide to enterprises. But what makes both our companies unique is we're not just providing solutions and business outcomes, which enterprises want, but the real impact we have is our companies are viewed as trusted partners or almost as a guide as people go through transformation in the marketplace. Would you agree that's the way the market views us?
Absolutely. That's a privilege and a responsibility that both of us have. And I think, Cisco has come up with a very integrated and simplified story. I again think together, we are bringing more like integrated, interoperable, and insight-led, AI-led journeys that we are creating for our customers. Really looking forward to do much more of this in the market together.
Awesome, Binoy. Thank you so much for the past 25 years. What I'm really looking forward to is the next 25 years of this partnership. As the world changes and AI changes the world for the better, the impact we will have on enterprises over the next 25 years will be better than what it has been in the last 25. So thank you for that. With that, I want to thank all of you. Enjoy the rest of Cisco Live and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now let's see what my pal Rob is doing. Rob, what are you playing with out there on the showroom floor?
What am I playing with? What am I not playing with, I think is a better question. So here's the thing. When I first ventured out here, I've been trying to figure out why this entire week I've been trying to figure out why aren't I able to regurgitate more stuff more quickly? And then as I'm going through the IoT area, I begin to realize it's because there's so much. Just in this one area alone, you have got so much to do, and you can tell by the crowds that are here. Don't look at the guitar activation. It's probably the coolest thing they've got going on here, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. If you look over here, they've got the URWB ultra-reliable wireless backhaul, which I think is on the back side of that thing there. Then, of course, the guitar demo. They've had as many as 19 new industrial IoT switches. We're just going to work our way through here. Nope, you guys are fine. Thank you so much. But, I mean, look at all the hardware. This is why IoT is always my favorite place. If you can, we'll just squeeze in there and take a look at a few things, but that's all right. I don't want to interrupt any sales going on. But this, Again, 19 new. Plus, when it comes to the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul, that is now integrated with the new Wi-Fi 7, and I think it's a 6E. I forget all the nomenclature, but they're better integrated. And that's good because that's the type of low latency type of stuff we need. Fiber-like backhaul, if you will. We'll come back to this in just a minute by virtue of a video, but I just want to point out real quick, so you got campus and branch switching and stuff over here, and then I want to introduce you to two people that were so friendly. Hello again.
Hello.
How are you? It would tell me, see your name again. This is funny. Whitney Sales. It's not Whitney in Sales. It's Mrs. Sales.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So in just a couple of words, just tell me, I love the adaptive robotics. So what you were saying, if I would attempt to regurgitate it, Cisco networking, but here you guys have been using AI in a very controlled manner to be able to define, the robot actually learns how to be more careful about the products it's actually working with. So you're in some very unique spaces. I don't know, did I get any of that right?
Yes, we are adapted for robotic control for dynamic applications, dynamic and dexterous, where there are a lot of edge cases that you would typically have to collect new data every single time there's a change in the environment or to the task. In our case, our models can actually adapt in real time to that change.
That's not normal for AI. Normally we think about training is a thing, and then you move into inference where you actually use it. They're talking about AI that's learning on a continual basis, literally every single product it touches. They've got many real-world examples, and this is just one example of many very cool partner integrations we have. Of course, we're driving it from the IoT switches and such like this, but I'm being told I need to move to the guitar area. So Julie, I'm going to come back around to your side. You can swing around wide. So as we come around here, this is so cool. So I'm one of those guys that my video back wall, when I do videos in my home studio, I have some guitars up. Not because I'm a great player. Hard to say I'm even a player. I just like guitars, and I like musicians, and I love music. And that's not really the point here, is they wanted something that looked really cool, but could be a demonstration of how you can actually check for all these things using Splunk dashboards, integrated technologies from the AI in a box using the UCS, and the things that we've rolled out here. It's just fascinating. I love the IoT group. Steve actually did a full walkthrough talking us through this demonstration, and so I don't want to spoil anything he may have said there, so why don't we just go ahead and take a look at that video now.
All right, I'm telling you, you guys have got to get in here and check this out. Factory of the Future, 19 new technologies from Cisco. One of my favorite things that we're looking at here on the show floor of Cisco Live 2025. This is our AI-driven industrial manufacturing demo. Awesome story from Cisco Industrial IT in partnership with Denali and Minds Mechanical. They helped us build this out. It's so amazing. But what you're looking at is anomaly and defect detection in an industrial environment. I want to walk you through what you're actually seeing here, right? We're using the convergence of IT and OT plus a lot of new technologies. Like I said, 19 new technologies purpose-built for your changing environments across your factory floor. So first here in station number 1, we are using AI machine vision inspection to find flaws in the guitar here, right? So we've got 3 Cisco business units working in partnership. Industrial, Splunk, and compute are working across this space, right? So the AI is looking for scratches and dents anywhere within the camera area. It's going to discover defects in the guitar. Then we move back over here on this screen. We can see the defects. You know that AI is going to add to bandwidth traffic, right? That's going to create a lot more usage across your industrial network. So like I said, Cisco is adding new devices right down here that accommodate that higher bandwidth within your industrial networks, right down here in the box, right? So follow me. We'll check this out a little bit later, but back over here on this side on station 2, this is so cool, I love this. I want to introduce you to Axel. This is Axel, right? He's a robot. What he's doing is tuning the guitar based on frequencies that come out of this unit. So here's how it works. It lifts the guitar, it's going to steady it against a pickup. It's then going to pluck just one of the strings at a time, right? The signal from that pickup, it's going to come right over here into this booster pedal, the red box that you see. That goes into the headphone amplifier on this side. Then it goes into the oscilloscope back over here. The signal is then going to go to the virtual PLC inside the server, right? That PLC is going to tell Axel how to tune that one string based on the frequency that that string puts out. Now, by the way, this is just to show what we can do. This robot, Axel can be programmed to do anything, right? Our devices are expanding all the time, all the different potentials and possibilities within your industrial networks. One more station. Come on over here. Station number 3. Now we are talking Splunk, right? We've got this screen. This is our dashboard for the complete machine, the total system. So on one side of the screen, we can see production. On the other side, this is what is happening across the infrastructure. We've got visuals of the switches as well. So like I said, this is an incredible demo, great capabilities. And in fact, I'm going to come right over here. Come on back with me. Cisco Industrial IoT, and get in here. I know, we're making you like chase the cameras around. Thank you, my friend. You guys put together such a cool setup, you and James and Richard and the whole team here. One key takeaway, people come by, they want to check this out, they want to see what's going on with Cisco and AI industrial-driven manufacturing. What are we doing? What is the key takeaway?
Key takeaway is Cisco Industrial IoT enables AI in industrial networks that are critical for the lines of business that we support our customers with.
Love that. And we can customize this to whoever walks in the door and tell them exactly what we can do for them with this new technology, right?
Absolutely.
Factory of the future, 19 new technologies to check out. Justin, thank you, and congratulations again to you and the team. Like I said, get in here. You got to check this out.
Folks, that was amazing. Axel, the guitar. I tell you, folks, AI is doing so many things in this new industrial manufacturing industry. I tell you, you need to be here to see this. So many activations are on our showcase floor, and you want to be here to see this on next year. So you need to be trying to figure it out. Get your life together. You need to be here for Cisco Live 2026. I'm just setting you up. Coming up next, there's more. We're about to go to center stage. So much information that we are going to be consuming and unloading on you. So many experiences that you need to be here to experience for yourself. Let's go to center stage right now. Take a look.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Hope everyone had a great lunch. And we're going to dive into a topic that I am very, very passionate about, and something I've spent the better part of the last 2 years of my life talking about, which is AI infrastructure, and really what we need to be considering when we think about what success looks like. But I love to do this to my audience. I love to give pop quizzes. So real quickly, if I say the date, November 30th, 2022, and shout it out when you think about what it is, why is that date significant? ChatGPT, that was when ChatGPT became publicly available. And that was right just in time for Christmas, and by Valentine's Day, the platform had reached 100 million users. So in less than 60 days, we saw something that was unheard of outside of research and academic communities to being mainstream. And we haven't really looked back since, and we think about it because it has shaped so much of the conversation around what we do and around IT. But we do the math, that was less than 31 months ago, less than 3 years, and how it's fundamentally shifted things. And as an IT practitioner, we're now dealing with, use WebEx, sorry. We're now dealing with a completely different set of challenges. First and foremost, everybody overnight became an AI expert. And our customers' executives are getting pressure from their boards, in many ways, just to do something because they see the capabilities that this is going to bring to their business. We're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, everyone has become an AI expert. And we have lines of business that are going out and using tools that are not IT approved. One of the customers I'm very close to is a large research hospital. And their head of data science told me that the way they find out about new AI deployments in their organization is when they get calls from the help desk complaining about the noise and heat that servers that have been stuck under people's desks are creating. So there's a governance challenge that we're seeing. Security is in and of itself a conversation that we could have for hours. But just think about this, and there's been several high-profile challenges here. Anytime we interact with one of those public models, ChatGPT, Gemini, we're training that model on the fly. So we've seen instances where proprietary data and confidential data has been released on the internet. We have to think about that as a security concern, but also how do we make sure the models themselves have not been corrupted from when we bring them into our applications. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Then deployments. Where are we going to put it? How are we going to put it? Is it going to be cloud? Is it going to be on-prem? Will it be hybrid? And then, is our workforce ready for the challenges and the capabilities of generative AI? And actually, I want to talk a little bit more about that. So we recently released our second AI Readiness Index. And the numbers were pretty telling. Again, as we talked about early, 98% are feeling the urgency. And half the customers we talk to are dedicating between 10 and 30% of their IT infrastructure, or their IT infrastructure spend towards generative AI projects. Yet when we did the math and we crunched the numbers, we found that only 12% of organizations were truly ready to start deploying generative AI in their environments, either in the cloud or on-prem, because of all those challenges that we just talked about. And that's why we're seeing a real challenge between the hype and the promise that generative AI is going to bring, and what organizations are seeing in real-time deployment. In fact, 88% of the POCs that we have observed have either failed or they've not lived up to the financials to go from pilot into mainstream deployment. And why is that? Because it's fundamentally challenging how we build infrastructure, and a lot of organizations aren't really ready. So one of the areas that we're acutely focused on here at Cisco, for probably obvious reasons, is the impact that these are going to place on the network itself. And whether it's training or inference, we've learned through observing either the hyperscalers or large enterprises that the network truly matters here, and that even losing one or a few packets in one of these large training jobs, or you might have heard of the YOLO jobs, you only live once jobs, can corrupt the entire workload. So the importance of the network cannot be understated. We talk a lot about GPUs, but really the network is the critical linchpin in how customers are receiving value and able to drive this. Second is security. And just a quick show of hands, who here has heard of a website called Hugging Face? All right, if you haven't, you need to research it. And here's why. Okay, let me ask this other question. Who here has heard of GitHub? A lot more hands went up. So think of Hugging Face as the GitHub for generative AI models. And there are literally thousands of models being released. And they're based off of largely the foundational models that we've come to know and are now household names like GPT, Gemini, Bard, what have you. The challenge is that these have not gone through the rigor and scrutiny that those large foundational models are. And we have seen several instances of those models coming into organizations already corrupted with false data. So this is a real challenge outside of the traditional security paradigm, making sure that these models are appropriate for use and that they have not, that there's not misuse built into the model from day one. And then visibility. Let me ask this question, are GPUs cheap? No, Jensen likes it that way, trust me. So the last thing that you want is idle capacity with your GPUs. You want them as fully utilized as possible. So being able to understand and get visibility into the interaction between those GPUs, into those training and inference jobs is critical because we want to optimize that as much as possible. Now, all of these things I've talked about so far, these are what and how conversations. Why are organizations even doing this? And this is something I often talk to my own team about, is no one wants to deploy AI, just like no one really wants to build networks. They have to build networks to support their business and support their applications. And the why behind these generative AI projects and why we're getting the pressure from the CEOs and the boards to do something can actually be very well summarized by this slide. Is because we think that we can take the massive amounts of organizational data and make very, very informed business decisions. And again, one of them actually most common is this first one around detection and prediction, which predates generative AI. Good old-fashioned SIM and SOAR, and how organizations are looking at incidents and correlating data across thousands and millions of data points. Then we get into specialized research. And this is where some real breakthroughs are occurring in the industry every day, where we're getting into personalized medicine, genomic mapping, based on the ability of generative AI to look at individual patients and correlate that data. One area that we're seeing a lot of investment and a lot of conversation is in data sovereignty. In fact, we just made some very large announcements with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia around sovereign AI deployments, because organizations and countries see this as an opportunity to provide a next level of service for their residents. And then the one I'm going to close on is one that is near and dear to my heart, is infrastructure optimization. How do we make sure, as I mentioned earlier, around getting full utilization of those generative AI clusters, but how are we leveraging generative AI to optimize the services that we're providing from network and infrastructure? And I can't think of anyone better to talk about that specific topic and more broadly what we're doing within Cisco CX to drive generative AI success for all of you than my very good friend and colleague, Carlos Piera, who is a Cisco fellow and our chief architect in Cisco CX. Carlos, come on stage.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thank you
Talk
very,
to you a little
very
bit.
much. Thank you, sir. No problem. So welcome, everybody. And by now, you look like a PhD on problem statements and the potential solutions. And the question is, your mind is, how can Cisco customer experience help you? It's very simple, the question, but the answer is the one I want to articulate to you a little bit more. There are three areas that Cisco CX, customer experience, CX for short, can help you. One is help you define AI for what. A lot of customers come to us like, I want to use AI. I want AI, I have this ChatGPT and the new ones, but really beyond a chatbot, what my use case that actually bring business impact. After that, it's an area that we can help. We're gonna have a dedicated session for this also tomorrow. Then you land all of those needs to run somewhere and needs to be secure. So let's go one by one. As it relates to define the use case, we have inside CX what we call an AI adoption framework. It's a methodology that allows you to actually start for the identification of the potential use cases, and that comes from the business side, sometimes from the IT side, it's usually a combination of both, that actually how can AI helps the teams and the process to get better. And it comes from the use case prioritization all the way to define the design of the solution that will apply for that. Then you need to validate. The validation is not necessarily the models like Eric was mentioned, but validation has to do also with the data sets. If I have a problem statement and I have a use case and I try to have AI to assist and augment, there's a lot of data that goes there. And not necessarily all the data is unstructured data. Not everything is a chatbot that is dealing with a historical text. There's a lot of SQL stuff somewhere that is someone who need to denormalize, actually defragment and stuff like that, because garbage in, garbage out on AI models, right? Then you do the validation, potentially an MVP or a proof of concept, and from there you go build on the infrastructure, deploy, adopt at scale, because you may target a specific audience or you may go to the public, and then obviously you monitor and operate. So this slide is just a reference and just a cookie for tomorrow, because tomorrow there is a session that I'm going to cover this with the former CEO of Deeper Insights, a company that we acquired that has been doing this for 10 years. AI, not only LLMs or SLMs, large machine models or short language models, it's also for computer vision models, for predictive models, for drift models, everything that relates with AI. So this is a reference for you. I'm not going to drive this today, but I'm going to share with you some experience on what we've learned, interact with our customers, and ourselves with our own CX internally. So the first thing is define the use case first. Define the success metrics for the use case first. There's a lot of shiny objects on AI, and believe me, by the end of the conference, there's going to be a handful more of new tools out there that's going to look cool. There's a lot of pseudo experts on AI on LinkedIn as well. So talk about RAGs, supervisor fine-tuning, few shots, low shots, reasoning, all of that is good, is important. But if you don't have a purpose for that, you're not going to justify how you're going to pay for those GPUs or the infrastructure. That's first. The second one, as I mentioned before, as you go to enterprise class use cases, you most likely will need to augment your model with insights from data. That data most likely is on system of records. And I'm going to tell you, LLM is a three-letter acronym, SQL is another three-letter acronym. They don't date. They go along well. They don't like each other. So you need to deal with a lot of the data that sometimes is not very easy to deal with in order for the model to give accurate and proper results. So think about that, then normalize the data first, and go on that regards. Another point to keep in mind, experimentation and rapid prototype is very important. The speed as we run enterprise applications in production is not the same speed that your AI team will need to experiment. Why? Because AI is changing much faster than everything else. So you need to have a dedicated team to think about that. They're going to fail fast and fail more. Why? Because the unpredictable nature of AI as a technology. While the enterprise use case is your business guy is going to say, I don't care if it fails, if it's new, I still can lose the money here, I can still need to be competitive and stuff like that. And last but not least, avoid hype. AI demos for a Twitter post is very easy to do. Making applications that run in production at scale is not that simple. We are here to help you out. So as you come from the use case identification, then we need to, CX can help you on the AI infrastructure and the security that comes with that. And for that, we need to help you from the lens of what we call a life cycle. The life cycle, we start with the planning and the design, as I mentioned before, and the implementation, which are typically on-demand kind of activities. You do it once, you need to refresh, and you need to expand, you do that. But everything that's on the other side of that slide, migrate, operate, and optimize, your left-hand side, is ongoing. So operations on a daily basis kind of activities that you need to do. So before we help you, or I tell you how we can help with automation and AI through the life cycle, let me define what we mean by life cycle. So life cycle, let's think about life cycle as something that has to do with time. So the first thing that we can help you is, as you want to accomplish something, we defined the use case before, you have an intent on your mind. Here, my desired state, I want to get somewhere, and CX helps you with the plan with that initially. But when you go to the design, not necessarily everything that we intended might be possible, because the technology may have shortcomings, your budget may have a shortcoming, or maybe the technology is not at the level that we want to be, or you need to phase it out. So you have this high-level design with Cisco CX helps you out, and more than anything, the low-level design. That's where you leverage a lot of the experience that we have for years on stuff that works on other customers, or failures that we saw happening, or some of the things that needs to be taken into consideration. Then by the time you have this, you start your implementation day. So that is the first day of implementation. You go and do the first deploy. And over time, you are on operations. But guess what happens? You have an intended plan, you have the design, but as operation goes by, well, not necessarily you adopted everything you said you would. Not necessarily the scale that you plan might be bigger or smaller than you anticipated. Or we may have some new use cases that come along. So because we work on CX close to you, close to your teams, we can predict where the expected state would be. Why? Because let's say you want to implement for 50 customers, and as of a sudden you have 200. So obviously you can predict that you need 4 times more infrastructure. That was an easy math, but you get the point that I'm trying to make. So let's say you need to get on a change. When you get on a change, then you start to face reality. Why? Because there is typically a drift between what's the intended state and the reality. Why there is a drift? Because we may have introduced a bug or a defect. Or you may fat finger something. Or you may actually not done a plan accordingly. Or there might be an industry security vulnerability that you need to patch and you haven't patched the complete landscape. So there's multiple reasons. So the first thing we can help you with AI is actually get services that allows you to minimize that green triangle. How can I bring it back with an adoption AI journey? So what is the ideal adoption journey for that particular intent that you had versus what is actually running? So you have not adopted all the functionality that you have bought. How can you help you do that? So there's a lot of situations. So minimize that initial green triangle. And the second part, which is very important, is how can I minimize the second one, which is through proactive services, minimize that drift. Use services as code as a mechanism on automation and insights to identify that area to try to bring this back. Let's say, hey, you are exposed for that security vulnerability in half of your footprint. Let's automate that. Let's get out of this new release. And if you get to this new release, you're going to have this or that impact. So all of this is proactive ahead of you, so you can actually work together on that. That relates to the AI. Jesus Christ. That has to do with AI use cases. Hopefully everybody is okay back then. We'll check later. And he's coughing, so it's alive at least. But outside of that, it comes to a point that you can have those two services. That CX can help you on the infrastructure, on the security for the AI use case. But it comes to a point that you may want to expand. So you want to expand to a new desired state. you made an acquisition for a new company, you hire new people, you want to go and pursue new area on the market that your company wants to get there. So you come from a brownfield now. You're not a greenfield starting from scratch. So you go to that place, you start from the same place, and Cisco CX can help you with the visibility, a comprehensive visibility that has AI assurance and AI assistant to get you, make you assured that you can get to that point, and at the same time bring in product support and bring troubleshooting into this. And talking about troubleshooting, let's assume that before you reach your future on time number 4, on T3, a vulnerability kicks you, and it's discovered in the industry as what you're vulnerable. So it can actually help you to predict and what's the new expected state and what's the potential disruption impact that is going to have on AI infrastructure for you. So with security assessment that are AI assisted, you can help you on that. So I'm going to give you a very quick example and a demo that shows the middle one in product support, how we brought AI together from the TAC, the Cisco Technical Assistance Center, into the product to avoid the swivel share operation challenge when it comes to AI. Let's roll the video, please.
In this demo, we're going to show you the integration between the Cisco Support Assistant from TAC and the Unified AI Assistant for Security, which allows all the in-context information from TAC to proactively be rendered inside the AI Assistant in the product, so the SecOps operation avoids the swivel chair effect and have a unified experience when he needs troubleshooting or any advice from TAC. If you see what's going on, the in-product AI assistant is now open through the click on the field notice notification that was proactively generated from TAC. And then the SecOps person is now trying to find more details on what this field notice is all about, which the AI assistant provides at the hands of the operator. But then an additional information is needed. You want to know what versions that field notice applies to you. The AI assistant is contextualized and you show exactly in your environment. Moreover, the user is trying to find out how many TAC cases may exist as it relates to that particular field notice. And with all this in-context information on their hands, the SecOps operation sees that, hey, I have some TAC cases that were open and they are still pending in engineering assigned to that. Can you please provide me a solution? So as you can see, this is a SecOps in product interacting with the TAC without needing to open a case, go into the TAC AI system or have an interface there. So it removes the swivel chairs, and now the information from TAC is automatically rendered in the screen of the AI assistant in the product for the SecOps person. And now the interaction still goes when the SecOps person is like talking with the TAC assistant and trying to ask help for a Wiki firewall. The TAC person has no idea what the Wiki firewall is, but in context on the product does, so that correlation goes across. In fact, the SecOps asked to open a case and change their mind, and the case was successfully opened, but through the SecOps interface with the AI assistant, the person asked the case to actually be closed because he or she was able to implement the workaround by themselves and deploy the needed policy in the firewall through the FMC. The AI assistant interacts with the TAC and actually close the case, and everything goes smoothly from an operations perspective.
So this is a demo that you can see the reality coming across, even myself mistyping a lot of times and messing around with the assistant, which is actually happens. By the way, there is nothing wrong there, just a letter fall, everybody's okay in the back. I went there to double check. So let's keep rolling then. So another area that CX can help you immensely is as you go to automate the infrastructure that I mentioned for AI. So typically what happens is you try to go for deployment, you configure a device and you local test and it may fail, and you go ahead and you regress the test, it may succeed, but it may also fail. And you keep going on that flow, and it's very serial on such a way that you get to change in the production when you finally say, guess what? The change happened. Great, but then you remember, damn it, I need to manually create all the documentation what I just did. And it fails a couple of times, so that's gonna be a lot of work. We changed that by creating a data model of all the infrastructure in order to minimize for this 24 to 48 hours typical process that exists for automation of a lot of infrastructure. So we model the infrastructure underneath in such a way that we then, because you have this model, it's independent of infrastructure, so you can run tests on a DevOps environment. So we put this on a GitOps, we get this as part of the test and fully automated. And not only that, we can also automate the documentation. So it changes the automation or the process because of automation for hours to eventually minutes. Now, by doing so, a lot of people can actually benefit because we actually abstracted from the infrastructure itself how you do tests, how you do validation, and we automate and use the open source models that exist out there, like the Terraformers and the Ansibles of the world. We just had the schema for the use case that you need to implement. So we went one step further. We went and also now use GenAI to actually generate the code for that potential implementation, and beyond that, which is more interesting, to generate scenarios for the testing. So you have hypothesis-based scenarios that you test automatically against, which makes it more rich than someone could build across. Because now you can test automatically, but you can test across multiple other combinations that minimize the risk that may exist for you. So let me give an example on how we can get there. That was also thought with all the people and operators in mind. Because let's imagine you have a new use case of AI. Great. Your boss wants you to put this in production. Great, you don't know the modern all the AI yet, and then you go to infrastructure, new to your job, you're giving something like Cisco ACI, and then your question is, I'm new to this config. Can you help me out? So before you go to the whole documentation, all that green, either greenfield or brownfield that I said before, you can ask the assistant, and it's going to summarize and give you an explanation on what the configuration is and what it does. Tomorrow we have a session that's go 30 minutes specific on that topics with demos that you can also see. Another use case that is typical is as you understand what a configuration does, you had your intent, remember? The configuration is here. I want to do something there. So I want, let's say, to take that configuration and add a subnet. It's a silly example, but it's just to simplify what I'm talking about. So you have an environment that already exists, I want to change. Instead of you going through the documentation, ask the assistant, and the assistant is not going to go to the documentation. It's going to go to your intent that I mentioned before. It's going to go through official documentation and the data model for the automation, and go and bring it back for the test scenarios for you. So it's going to tell you what you need to do and what you need to implement, and in the end, it's going to even say, hey, dude, you remember that you need to put an IP address on the damn VLAN, otherwise it doesn't route. Kind of basics, right? And the last but not least is the basic scenario of an error or troubleshooting. Something goes up and shows you an error. You have no idea how to decrypt that, let alone to understand. So you copy paste, put it there. It's going to analyze for you and say, hey, I see there is an error. Let me check that configuration. This is a corrected configuration that it should be implemented on that particular scenario for that intent. And then you have two options. Either you automate all the way through, or you can open a ticket with services now and follow your procedures for change management. So that's pretty much what we have done here so far. Last but not least is the security. And that one I want to spend a couple moments because that has a little bit of concept that comes here. So I'm assuming that the vast majority of you sometime in your life, you have programmed an application that says hello world, right? Even my beloved friend Adele and Jackie did from CX that are over here. So if you hit the hello world 100 times, what are you going to hit 100 times back? Hello world, right? So on the AI application, it's a little bit different. You're no longer on the left having infrastructure data application and user consuming that. You inject now a variable that's called the AI model. Large language model, small language model, the new one, agentic, it doesn't matter. That layer is not deterministic, which makes your whole stack non-deterministic, right? So how you manage with that? How you deal with that? So there is an aspect of risk vectors that are novel, if you will, from the lens of the application development stack that you need to be considering. And that's where, if you think on how people develop applications in general for AI, they take an open source model that's out there, they that has been trained on public data, and then they augment that through RAG, accessing information that is on a database, or even for supervised fine-tuning, multiple mechanisms to get this sort of production-ready model, especially from Gen AI, and the user interface with this and get an answer back, and you have a context that needs to be carried on top of that. It's very high level, it's more complex than that sometimes, but what happens is you have traditional security issues that can happen for any application, like identity stealing or data exfiltration or denial of services, all of that. But you have a new category of safety risks and issues that may raise, like hallucinations on the model. Someone tried to influence the prompt, or actually the context not being carried properly. There is a misalignment. There's a lot of interesting things that exist in the new universe that makes that unpredicted or non-deterministic nature worse. So Cisco has brought to market something called AI Defense that does two things. One, it helps you with that safety and security assessment, and is the right-hand side of that slide. It talks with the model providers, has support with all the models out there, the Geminis, the OpenAIs, the Mistrals, the Anthropics of the world, but also connected data sources, as I mentioned before. And in the middle, it does application security AI, and actually inform you for the notion of shadow AI. Yes, remember shadow IT back in the days of the cloud? Why is it going to be any different now? It's actually happening. But it also touches the left-hand side, your left on this slide, which is basically how I can actually AI security interleave and connect to the enforcement points that you already have. Like you have single sign-on, you have security access control, you have all the place that has the defense for the perimeter defense. All of that is already on your infra. How can you make those two things work together? Because the majority of the solutions for AI today, they focus on AI only, which is good, but they don't necessarily map to the enterprise security that exists out there. With that said, those are the three areas that I want to bring my big friend Eric back, that CX can be helping on infrastructure and security by the time we identify the use case. Eric, why don't you bring us home?
All right, thank you so much, Carlos, and everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. I think the message is very clear. AI is transforming all aspects of how we deliver our services, how we build networks, and ultimately what you are being expected to do as an infrastructure practitioner. This is about artificial intelligence and human intelligence coming together to deliver an exceptional experience for you and your organizations. So our call to action here is simple. Go ahead and jump ahead for me. Right, first and foremost, members of my team, please raise your hand. All right? We came in force. So please reach out to your CX leadership team, the CX team that covers you. We're driving some tremendous innovation across Cisco. Go to the World of Solutions, check out the Solution Showcase, look at how we're embedding AI into each of our capabilities. And with that, we want to thank you so much for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of Cisco Live.
Thank you.
Wow, so that last session, Eric and Carlos delivered. I tell you, the way they broke down AI integration, we're talking smart, we're talking clear, and honestly, super timely. I'm here with Steve in the studio. Steve, what do you think about that last conversation?
You know, this is kind of an amazing thing. I love to hear people talk AI, Z, because a lot of times we don't really understand the depth and the breadth of the story. This is not the kind of thing that we can wrap our head around for our own capability and our own knowledge. But when we talk about the power of AI, you know, we start to think about all the different areas that AI is not just tripping into our lives, into our day-to-day, but starting to really alter the nature of our day-to-day, the way we think, the way we work, the way we live humanly, the benefits it's providing to us, right? Yeah. And the things that Cisco is supporting that we just heard about, the way data-driven AI is reshaping full industries. So not just processing data with unprecedented speed and accuracy, is literally predicting trends for us now, right? Providing strategic insights that are redefining industry standards. We look at AI's role in well-being, right? In us. And it's so much more than we think. AI is being used right now to harness better work-life balance, to monitor our stress levels, to promote mindfulness, promote healthier work habits. It's not just technical, AI is becoming a partner with us to foster a better human experience that we talk about. We look at AI models, right? And it's going beyond human intelligence now that we used to talk about. I was hearing it earlier today. AI is being used in advanced research labs right now. It's being used to simulate chemical reactions, create molecular behaviors and predict them, to revolutionize drug discoveries for us. We look ahead and we start to see how AI won't just assist scientists in groundbreaking ways. It's going to be collaborating with us, helping us create solutions we haven't even thought of yet. I'll mention one more: capital markets. Right? We talk about finance, everything from overall operational strategies to creating shifts in the marketplace. We are seeing AI deliver a lot more business-friendly regulatory environments to encourage investment, encourage growth. Imagine a financial landscape where AI-driven analytics is now improving things like risk assessment and compliance reporting and allowing our institutions to be more agile, more precise. So many great, exciting things, and that's why I love to look at a center stage session like this one, Z.
Oh, amazing. AI, 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 AI. Let's go to my co-host, Michelle. She's on the showcase floor with someone that's, I'm telling you, he's going to talk about something amazing. I know he is. Michelle, over to you.
Z, how did you know? We are going to talk about something amazing. I'm here with Bhaskar, the SVP of Engineering for Cisco Customer Experience. We're in the CX Showcase. I'm going to start out with some questions for you, but first, thank you for joining me.
Michelle, glad to be here.
Excellent. Okay, laying a secure foundation for our customers. Why is it critical to lay a secure foundation for networks?
We've been talking a fair bit about digital resilience. Digital resilience is all about running your network securely and efficiently while you're handling a lot of changes. One key part of that is security. With the sheer number of threat vectors you have today, keeping your network secure from day one is very critical.
And we've been getting a lot of very interesting, groundbreaking announcements this week. Can you walk me through one or two?
Oh, it's been, this is day 3, a lot of announcements, so there's a lot of exciting stuff. We talked about it on center stage, Liz talked about it a little bit, and I'm going to give you a sneak peek of one part of it. How do you ensure that your network is hardened and secure from day one? At Cisco, we put out hardening guides. I mean, with a lot of different details. Usually you'll have to parse through all of it, make sure that you are actually applying all of these rules. But what we have done is, with the power of AI, made it pretty simple for you to use. We've made it into a playbook, which is nice and categorized. As long as you can connect your device, you can connect your network elements onto the system. As you can see here, it's nicely categorized into security advisories, management plane, data plane, control plane, and all the supplementary checks. So you have a lot of these rules. These are hundreds of rules, and usually they are time consuming. What we've done here is made it really easy for you. With one button, you can pick all your security checks, press the button, the system would automatically run it, collect the configuration, analyze it, and make it easy for you to understand what is going on in the network. And as you can see, voila, it's run it. You can see that the network is secure from 10 different threat vectors, but it is exposed to another 10. And it gives you all the details of what's happening here. But this is the best part, because we are using the power of AI. It can explain it to you in the context of your network. And we also allow you to remediate it right from here. So with, again, a press of a button, you can ask specific questions about a particular threat vector. You might want to know a little bit more about it. And given that remediation is a comparatively hard problem, we generate the code which you can edit and make sure that you can push those changes and remediate a particular threat. So you're going to see this run a little bit. I mean, this is the code that was generated. But maybe you want a little bit more detail. With the AI assistant right there, you can ask for it to add comments so that you can understand it better. You execute it right there. It executes it in the context of your network. And after it executes it, it does the check all over again. and verifies that, hey, now you are safe. So with all of this, you get a secure foundation. You can harden your networks from day one. These hardening guides also keep getting updated, or there are new security vulnerabilities that come out every day. So with this, you are ready to go at any point in time. So on demand, run your security assessment, and there you go.
Bhaskar, thank you so much for your time. Z, I hope you liked that. Now back to you.
I did, Michelle. Rob, who do you have? Over to you.
Oh my gosh, we're talking secure SD-WAN.
Yes.
Gaurav, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, Rob.
Tell me your title again. What are you responsible for?
I lead the outbound product management team for the enterprise routing SD-WAN group.
Perfect. And you guys have, just like this is amazing to me, because I was complimenting on how there's so many people who have done a complete portfolio refresh, really.
Yes.
But I wonder if you could break down not only what you have that's new, but what is it, for anyone that's familiar with what we've been doing, what kind of changes, what's important to understand here?
Yeah, sure, Rob. So this is the massive innovation we are driving with launching the new secure router 8000 series product family, where we are converging Catalyst routers and Meraki MX products.
Oh my gosh, that's key, right?
Yes,
because that's a big surprise, actually. So now, okay, that's simplification across the board.
So with this, you will no longer see any new product with Catalyst routing or Meraki MX routing as a name, because we are converging the portfolio, the same hardware to be used for Meraki MX as well as Catalyst to drive the next generation secure WAN to address SD-WAN, routing, SASE requirements. The best thing about these routers is these routers are built on purpose-built ASIC to address what we call security acceleration, data plane acceleration, and also some of the high ends have ML chipsets to provide
what kind of
investment, AI ML chipset to address the next generation future AI ML requirements for the customers. What we are looking at is distributed AI, agentic AI requirements, like what Jeetu spoke about during keynote, the Canvas AI.
Yeah.
Definitely that would be integrated to this solution in future. We have a strong roadmap.
But I like you got unique new hardware as well.
Yes.
Can I just say, I very much love how you guys have gone to the extra trouble of lighting along the edges, the breakaways. Because no switch I ever actually work with looks this pretty, of course. In the rack, it's usually too dusty than it's more dusty.
These lightings have been provided to showcase what we have done in it. Like these are the first time addressing branch, campus, and data center edge requirements with 100 gig ports. This is the first time in enterprise routing SD-WAN portfolio that anyone in the industry is introducing 100 gig ports. This router I have, 8500, has a ability to support 200 gig ports or even 440 gig ports.
Oh, wow. Well, while Julie is closed up on here, can you point out kind of some of the new components?
Yes. This is the first time in the industry anyone is able to support 100 gig ports to address edge SD-WAN requirements, aggregation requirements.
Are you seeing us moving more into edge requirements for AI inferencing loads?
Exactly. And that's because we are looking to address all distributed AI requirements, which are going to power the future data requirements, while also securing the network, while converging the entire portfolio so that customers have consistent, unified experience under a single dashboard for entire enterprise networking portfolio.
That is amazing, because it feels like that. It feels like you guys have. It feels like such a big turn that you've made all of a sudden as well. You said it's $5 billion, something like that, invested in this material change, in this type of thing. What do you think is most important? Are there issues you need customers to kind of mind blocks to overcome to understand real value here? What's important to understand about what you're doing now versus how you've done it before? Maybe besides just the management or the integration, although I think that is one of the most important.
So, few things which we are doing, which we have never done before. One, these routers would be managed through a full stack management dashboard, which is Meraki dashboard.
So it is the Meraki dashboard.
So iOS XC routers can be now managed by Meraki dashboard. So any customer who has a lean IT, where they want a single dashboard to manage their full stack, which is router, switch, wireless, these routers are perfect fit for that.
Gotcha.
And also, as I said before, with these routers, any large and medium enterprises where they have dedicated SecOps, DevOps, and NetOps separate personas, these routers are able to address that. These routers would be supported and managed by Cisco SCC, Secure Cloud Controller.
Okay, that's where everything's kind of rolling up to now, right?
Yeah. SecOps, which have a very dedicated security requirement, can manage these routers, the firewall stack, the security stacks of this router in the exact same fashion they manage firewall appliance or SSE, Cisco Secure Access in the cloud security space. One single dashboard for SecOps users to manage entire security need, including on the WAN side.
Excellent. So just to make sure I'm clear, if I'm an engineer who is looking at deploying these, but I've got knowledge of everything you've been doing previously, what is the learning curve or anything I need to be aware of for making the adjustment? Because it sounds like you're dealing with a lot of familiar things, but I got to mean there's some changes.
So Rob, as we have been saying before, our focus has been simplicity, ease of use.
Yeah.
That means your learning curve reduces drastically. Everything can be done through a very easy to use, guided workflow-based dashboard, monitoring, orchestration, management. That means your learning curve is very minimal. You no longer need to have those extensive reading, studying, CCIE certifications to be able to manage. Definitely a CCIE expert would be able to manage them with ease, but any other novice admin should be able to manage it easily.
Perfect. Well, Agarwal, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. This is amazing. You know, it's kind of hard getting in here because there's so many people crowding in here. Your team has been wonderful to work with.
We have been getting such a positive response on this.
I can see exactly why you would. Well, thank you for taking the time.
Thanks a lot, Rob.
With that, we will throw back to the studio.
I love it, Rob. I took away some great commentary. He talked about a unified customer experience on a single dashboard, reducing clicks. That's going to be something simple and ease of use. I love it. So many special things are going on the showcase floor. So many things to see and do. We have coming up next, back on center stage, data center security overload, architecting networks for AI scale. We're going to see how Cisco is building faster, safer, and easier to manage networks by adding security and services directly into the network. We're embedding it into the network. We're starting at the infrastructure using tools like hybrid mesh firewall and Splunk to cut costs. We love a cost savings, no more cutting coupons, and boost performance. We want to boost performance. Let's go onto the showroom, back to the center stage, excuse me, and we're going to see what's next. See you there.
Hi everybody, how are you all doing? Thank you for taking the time today. And Craig and I and our guest Neil are going to go over the next 30 minutes, talk about how fundamentally transforming of your enterprise architecture is a key element of the evolution of data centers. So without further ado, it was just being described in the abstract, enterprises are going through a fundamental reshift. I mean, we're looking at environments that are hyper-distributed because of a distributed data domain, where applications are being managed, as well as how users are accessing infrastructure. In such an environment, essentially, the operators' resources, they're not expanding. Their management expects them to manage the same kind of infrastructure with this massively expanded attack vector from a security point of view, with the same amount of visibility tools and resources. So how do you do that? And essentially that problem is what enterprises are grappling with, and the traditional models and molds of building architectures with centralized services domains and a network that caters to that is not going to cut it. So fundamentally, these are the 4 areas of problems that they're seeing. Now, one of the things that we've done about 14 years ago, Craig, if you remember, when we went on the whole journey of SDN, of software-defined networking, was that we moved from network architectures that were box-by-box architectures with management of those boxes in a single instance one by one. But we moved to a system-based approach with centrally defined policies and distributed enforcement. And so what we've essentially achieved with that was the ability to go and deploy networks at scale across multiple sites as well. And so with such an environment, we now are building upon that by bringing in security infused into the network. We can't think of security as just a bolt-on environment anymore. And that's where consolidating those architectures in such a way that your network essentially has security infused in it from day one, the ability to define the centralized policies as well as distribute and enforce them are key. And so driving the observability of that and ultimately future-proofing that architecture is going to be a key thing. So how do we do that? And one of the key things Cisco is very good at is starting from the first principles. The first principles starts from silicon, systems, software, and the operating model that goes around it. And once you build that 4 principles, foundational pillars, you have all of the unified architectures built into it, whether that's unified architectures of the fabrics, it's the operations from a Nexus dashboard perspective, and then bringing in intelligence of the services, and that you'll be talking about more, which is around the Hypershield and the services that we bring to bear on that, on these devices. And then how do we take all of that and embed that into a data lake, Splunk-based digital resilient data lake? So that is our approach. Now, one thing that from a silicon and systems perspective, what we've done is we've done traditionally we've had networks with NPUs and forwarding planes on those switches. And you had those switches essentially build out with the architecture that takes you to a centralized service domain, where you have the equivalent of what we call a data processing unit on firewalls, centralized firewalls. You build big honking firewalls, whether you need the capabilities or not. IP, layer 4 services, you may not need more than that. Now what we're doing is we're bringing all of these together under one common real estate with what we're calling the smart switches. You have the NPUs, which is Cisco Silicon One, and you have the DPUs, which is with our partner, AMD, who have a booth right there as well. By the way, the smart switches are also here. You can see them on plexiglass right at both at the Cisco booth as well as the AMD booth. So what you're able to do with this is separate lifecycle management, not changing your operational paradigm, but common real estate, right? And so fundamentally, that allows us to deliver that infusion of security into the network. And by doing this, now you're able to add services at an asynchronous speed, asynchronous capacity, and capability as well. So that is how the smart switches come into the picture. And we actually announced the Cisco smart switches, Nexus smart switches at Cisco Live EMEA. We've started shipping them. We have 2 form factors. One of them is shipping today, which is the 24-port 100 gig that you see there, as well as we have a 48-port top of rack form factor as well, 48-port 25 gig with 6 ports of 400 gig uplinks. And then the use cases that we're able to support are these co-location use cases, where you can on-ramp onto cloud or to other kinds of data center environments. Zone-based segmentation, where you don't necessarily need all of the bells and whistles of a full firewall, but what you get much more is a stateful, hardware-accelerated segmentation capabilities. So what we did with ACI and the Nexus fabrics before, we are now moving from stateless to stateful. And so fundamentally, then we also add the DCI, data center interconnect capabilities. That allows us to simplify your architecture, both from a architecture perspective, but also from a business perspective as well, where you move from 6 devices, a few routers, a few switches, and some firewalls as well, and consolidating all of that into a couple of switches. That is a fundamental thing for those use cases. So Craig, this kind of architecture requires a fundamental rethinking of our designs and everything. So how do we go about this?
Yeah, so it's really cool to do this, to collapse 4 switches and 2 firewalls into 2 boxes. But that's not enough. That's not really reimagining things. That's just packaging some hardware together. What we really need to do, if I don't click one extra slide, is reimagine the way that this fits into our policy models as well. So the first service that we're launching on top of these smart switches is Hypershield. This is what our customers are testing today. And with the way that Hypershield imagines rethinking fusing security in the fabric of the network is by building a visual and data representation of your applications end to end using what we call our hierarchical data graph. What this means is all the way from an agent that's running on a workload, that's using eBPF to ingest telemetry, to understand the originating function call, system call, CLI command, whatever happened to trigger an application behavior, all the way hop by hop through the network, ingesting network telemetry from these smart switches. We give you this end-to-end view of what triggered an application's behavior to happen, what are all the intermediate devices that it traversed along the way, and what are the policies that you may need to protect this application at each of those hops. So we're not just putting the firewall inside the switch, we're also automatically learning where it is topologically. We're automatically recommending what policies you need to enable layer 4 zone segmentation using the Hypershield inside the switch. And we're showing you how that fits inside your entire application domain. And now this becomes a really rich source of data that we haven't had before for visualizing how applications are traversing our networks end to end and how they're behaving. And when we think about tying that with Splunk and what we're doing from a data analysis perspective in the SIM and the SOAR, this data set becomes another data feed. So Splunk, you may have heard about federated analytics. Federated analytics allows Splunk to pull data not just from the Splunk cloud itself, but also access various different data sources that may be running on-prem or in different places. Those could be third-party data sources like S3, like a security lake, like your own on-prem data lake. Those could actually be Cisco data sources. So the data from Nexus, the Unified Nexus dashboard, data from Catalyst Manager, data from Hypershield, like the graph. And now imagine that in Splunk, that graph that I just showed you, that's showing how applications behave hop by hop through the network, is paired with all the other threat intel telemetry that exists in Splunk. So when an attack happens, I can see exactly every application that was implicated in the attack, how their behavior changed, what was the reach of the attackers into my network, and what may be compromised, all through this unified data view in Splunk that hasn't been possible before. So this all fits as part of our hybrid mesh firewall story. Hybrid mesh firewall, you heard that term a lot from analysts where they're just talking about unifying different types of firewall management together. For us, hybrid mesh firewall is really a rethinking of how we do firewalling fundamentally. So that means bringing together Cisco's secure firewalls, bringing together within Security Cloud Control the ability to manage third-party firewalls, Palo Alto, Checkpoint, Fortinet, if you want to do that, all from a single pane of glass. We bring in our traditional microsegmentation solution with secure workload, and then Hypershield, the two types of Hypershield agents that I talked about, the eBPF agents powered by isovalent runtime security running in the workloads, the network enforcers running inside the smart switches that are working together as part of that Hypershield fabric. And now, here this week, we're adding to this ACI as part of our Unified Nexus dashboard, and the Cisco Secure Router, which can also get security policies pushed directly from Security Cloud Control. So all of these different enforcement points, heterogeneous enforcement points, distributed across the network, managed from a single policy in Security Cloud Control that can push down policies to all these enforcement points, and all connecting up to Splunk or whatever OCSF compliant SIM you should choose to unify all of the data in a single place. So this really allows us the biggest breadth and depth of blending security into the network. But these are all really thinking about networking from a traditional speeds and feeds kind of sense. Networking today, especially in the age of AI, goes beyond boxes into the world of Kubernetes. And so the other thing that we have as part of this is Cilium from Isovalent. Cilium is the de facto standard for Kubernetes networking and security. It is the default CNI in every major hyperscaler. And what we have done is in that unified Nexus dashboard where you have Nexus and ACI together, you can also see visibility into your Kubernetes networking with Cilium. This becomes, again, part of that networking fabric. So that means on-prem or cloud, VM or Kubernetes, you have one consistent way of managing security policies, one consistent way of consuming telemetry and using that telemetry, and one consistent way of viewing your entire network fleet, regardless of where your applications are running.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So also in that particular case, you're talking also about potentially able to do the live protect capability as well with that?
That's right. So one of the things that I talked about in this slide was, if I can go back, isovalent runtime security with Tetragon. So isovalent runtime security is an eBPF-based library that allows us to extend the functionality of the kernel at runtime safely for security reasons.
Yes.
In Hypershield, we use this for a couple things. For writing segmentation policies inside your workloads themselves, and also for what we call distributed exploit protection, where we prevent vulnerabilities from being exploited. So the next log4j that happens, we can actually dynamically prevent in the kernel that vulnerability from being exploited. And you heard today from Jitu in his keynote about Cisco Live Protect, which is coming out first on the Nexus switches. Live Protect is also based on isovalent runtime security. So the same technology that Hypershield uses to protect against vulnerabilities in customer workloads, we're using to protect vulnerabilities inside Cisco's own appliances. And this will extend to Catalyst switches and to secure routers and other devices. And the vision is you will never have another vulnerability in a Cisco device that requires an emergency patch. We'll be able to protect it from exploitation, and then you can patch during your normal maintenance window without your hair being on fire.
And that actually is very, very pertinent to the data center Nexus portfolio, for example, ACI fabrics and so on. And actually, any data center environment where you're dealing with the pressure of having to upgrade because of either a CV or a log4j kind of an issue. If we could protect that dynamically without having to create maintenance windows and all the pressure that's associated with that, that's amazing. So this is an incredible...
Yeah, eBPF, the underlying technology behind this, eBPF was co-created by Isovalent and Meta. And they actually had different aims in the beginning. Isovalent was looking at how can we optimize Kubernetes networking? How can we build a CNI without a sidecar? Meta was actually looking at this problem specifically. Because when a vulnerability, a critical vulnerability affects Meta servers, now think about how many servers are powering Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp and Metaverse and everything else that's running in their cloud, it takes them 14 weeks to roll out a patch across their entire fleet of servers because they do rolling upgrade cycles where they never take down too much of the capacity at once. So they actually co-created eBPF so that they could do this on Meta's own servers and allow them to patch vulnerabilities at runtime without disruption. We brought that first with Hypershield to customer workloads, and now we've brought it to Cisco devices with Live Protect, working with the Nexus team.
That's awesome. Yeah,
So I think with that, we can invite our friend Neil up here and have some Q&A. Please welcome Neil Anderson, VP and CTO of Cloud, Infrastructure and AI at WWT.
Good to see you. Hey, Craig. Great to see you.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to exchange a few questions, and both from our side as well as from Neil's side, about what this means in terms of the fundamental disruption of enterprise design. So, Neil, if I could just start, what are the big primary challenges that your customers face when transitioning to this kind of an environment from a data center perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big three challenges that our clients have is really around complexity, security, and then AI disruption. And we see that all over the place. How do I secure my data center now, especially at AI speeds we're talking about, but still make that simple to do? And so it's just a huge challenge, and I'm really excited about what you guys are building, because it's just going to make it that much simpler for our customers.
Absolutely. So how is WWT supporting customers as they make this transition? Obviously, you've trialed this in your environment, you have labs, so maybe you could tell us a bit about that, and also maybe highlight an example of a so sort of a successful data center evolution or modernization strategy that you've seen for security point of view?
Yeah, we're very fortunate that we have invested in a lot of labs, and we've been working with Cisco on Hypershield and this architecture for quite a while together. And so our clients can come in, they can take a look at their environment, we can mock that up with them, they can understand not just the technology selection and how they're going to roll it out, but also what are the migration steps going to look like? And that's that path to success for our customers, is being able to map that out. We also have a special enclave part of that lab we call our AI Proving Ground, and that's exactly what it sounds like. It's specialized AI, high performance networking, high performance compute with Cisco and NVIDIA. That's been some of the announcements on stage by G2 today.
Yes.
We've been working together on that architecture, high performance storage as well, and so we can bring that together for customers, and then again help them understand, like, what does that migration path look like for me?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, data center transformation is a big challenge. AI is driving workloads. I'm obviously interested in the security piece of this as well. So how do you guys think about bringing security into this retransformation of the data center?
Yeah, and we have a special, again, kind of enclave within that lab that it's focused on AI security. How do you do that at the scale and the speeds we're talking about? It is really, really challenging. And one of the reasons I'm really, kind of excited about Hypershield is, like, when you look at the current architecture, the way we've been building security for, I don't know how many years now, 25 years, it's been this idea of a choke point firewall. I build a perimeter, I funnel all my traffic back to it, and hopefully I've got the capacity in that firewall. But we can really not, continue that way. If you think about all the data that's going back and forth between models, clients, agent to agent communication, you've really got to push that enforcement much farther out towards the edges of the network. And that's why we're really excited about Hypershield.
Yeah, I always say we want to change security from being a place in the network you send traffic to being part of the network itself. So I'm glad to hear you say the same thing as me in different words. You mentioned Hypershield, you mentioned deploying AI. Now I'm just going off script because we have extra time and you're a really smart guy. AI for security and security for AI are almost at odds. Yeah. We want to roll out more AI and we need to secure it. We want to use AI to secure it. How are your customers thinking about those sort of competing priorities?
Yeah, and that's exactly the way we talk with our clients about it. It's using AI tools for securing things, as well as securing AI itself. And it's really important. Cisco AI Defense is a huge piece of that for us. Being able to put guardrails around models and the open source, things that are out there, it's huge. And that's why you're partnering with NVIDIA on that. And they're embracing that as to be able to secure their models and their AI stacks. It's hugely important. But then, being able to leverage AI tools for SOCs and others to be able to get their arms around, like, what's going on in real time. I was really surprised and pleasantly surprised at the AI canvas that was unveiled today on stage. Like, that's going to be just a phenomenal tool. Think about a network operations team now can get that real-time population of what's going on. And the same thing, I envision that you're going to extend that to SOCs and be able to have security engineers look at that from their lens and say, all right, what's going on? Where are these threats coming from? What's the best way that you recommend to mitigate that threat?
I think it's really fascinating the way we're reimagining what we do with AI, like AI Canvas, generating UI on the fly. I was reading some reviews of WWDC announcements yesterday, and Apple released this new liquid display kind of thing, and it got panned a little bit on Twitter because it was very difficult to view in light mode on a screen. And I saw an interview with an Apple designer this morning who said, why are you thinking about looking at a screen? The future is not a cell phone. The future is much different types of visual medium, right? And I think
it applies here as well.
It applies here as well, where we're rethinking the way that we do security, we're rethinking the way that we show UIs, we're really rethinking everything. Are your customers ready for this big transition that we're going through?
Well, I think it's going to take time. It's a different kind of experience and a different framework for how you troubleshoot, discover, how do you secure. It's going to take some time for people to rethink that, right? But I think once you're into it, I think it's going to become evident why it's so productive. And there's a great quote that I love to borrow from the CISO of FedEx. You know, he says that AI is not going to take people's jobs. No, people that know how to use AI are going to take people's jobs. And so people are going to have to get really proficient at it at our clients, or there'll be somebody else that does get that, that's going to come along and be able to, you know, to succeed.
Neil, one question on that we didn't touch upon is, as you see the customers, our joint customers, deploy infrastructure, and as power and cooling become ever more important, how does a architecture like smart switches, where you're bringing in security and infusing that, as opposed to help in sustainability, which you obviously are building out for when you build the plan for your customers?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a challenge for customers. These AI stacks consume a lot of power.
Exactly.
And they also produce a lot of heat on the other side of it. So how do you power and cool that? Most of our clients, their data centers are not prepared for that. And so we really need to bring out every tool in the tool bag to be able to solve that, including products that can consume less power from Cisco, whether that's networking, whether that's compute and other things, firewalls. Being able to get rid of that firewall appliance and actually embed it in the network, that's just a power savings. Another one. They add up, right? And
real estate as well.
Exactly, and you can get that power and cooling back, so that now you can deploy AI in a reasonable manner. But it's definitely a challenge.
If I could quickly plug something, we actually have liquid-cooled switches being displayed there at the back. It's incredible. I mean, I saw it for the first time today, where you actually have direct-to-chip liquid flowing in through the switch and coming out, and that takes out consumes out the heat that's generated from the silicon and the various other components that are there. And similarly, we have the smart switch display as well.
Yeah, it's been a niche technology for a while, right?
Yes.
It's nothing new.
Yes.
But it was mainly consumed by the high-performance computing, people. But now it's going mainstream. Like to actually cool these things, we're going to need liquid cooling for the kinds of GPU workloads that we're talking about here.
Absolutely. Yeah. Craig, did you have any questions
for us, Neil?
Yeah. One question I had, if I'm allowed to ask, back to you guys is, how are you going to make this easier for our clients? When you think about, you talked about segmentation, Craig. That's been really challenging for customers to turn on. App dependency mapping. It's been super tough, right, to actually segment data centers. So, and I'm curious, how are you working to simplify that? And then, if I may, this also edge AI processing is going to happen. We're already seeing it. When you think about, the single shot to a model, I enter a prompt and I get back a response, kind of nice and tidy client-server flow. But we're moving into a very different phase of AI with agentic and physical AI that's really going to require edge processing to take place. It's not going to be tidy. It's going to be agent to agent, agents talking to agents. You're going to have to secure that as well. But question back to you guys is how are you going to make that easy for customers?
Yeah, so I'll start with the segmentation piece. Interestingly, it was like a year ago that we announced Hypershield, and we said, we're going to put AI agents in your network, and they're going to automatically control segmentation rules. And people were like, AI agents in the network, that's crazy. And now it's the only thing. Like Chuck said 50 times today on stage, AI agent, agentic AI. So Hypershield, what we set out to solve sort of the core problems of segmentation. The first is that, how have we always done microsegmentation? We analyze applications over a period of time. We learn what good looks like. We put a deny all rule at the bottom. We put allow rules above, and then we wait for the application to break because behavior changed or a new software update came out, right? And that's why segmentation that was already struggling in the past, when we get into things like Kubernetes, now we have AI-assisted development allowing us to move faster and writing code. Things are changing more and more rapidly, and so that model just gets harder and harder to sustain. The second piece is we're doing this with network rules, with stateful firewalls. And guess what attackers learned? We're using stateful firewalls. So 80% of lateral movement we see is hiding inside of known ports and protocols because they know that we're going to open RDP, and we're going to open our SSH, and we're going to open MySQL, and we're going to open all of these ports in our L4 firewall. And so what we did with Hypershield, I showed the graph. But the idea behind the graph is learn those behaviors automatically, but not just the behaviors. We're feeding with the eBPF events actual contextual information about what's going on. Who's making the call? Are there patterns of malicious behavior? So that deny all rule at the bottom, instead of just blocking anomalous behavior, it's actually reasoning about whether it should allow or deny that behavior based on everything it understands about the traffic, the application, the usage patterns. Think about a common use case I used to like to say to people: if you deploy Hypershield in dev, pre-prod, and prod, the Hypershield graph running in dev sees a new version of software show up through your CI/CD pipeline, and a new port is required. And you're very liberal in allowing ports to be open dynamically because it's dev. And then in pre-prod, it sees the same version showed up and required the same port. That makes sense? And now in prod, it sees the same version showed up and it required the same port. So it can tell the difference between spontaneous anomalous behavior in production and something that just worked its way through a CI/CD pipeline from a less restrictive environment to a more restrictive environment.
Absolutely.
So really designing this for the way that we build applications today. Now, we're doing this a lot different than Cisco has in the past because we've been co-developing this with customers, much to the frustration of some of you who want to deploy it in production right away. And I'll give you a great example of how we got something wrong at the beginning that we had to redo in Hypershield in the course of development. So I mentioned we built it on top of isovalent runtime security, but isovalent runtime security was built to protect applications, to monitor for security events, to block vulnerabilities from being exploited. It was not originally designed to be a segmentation tool. And what we learned was we deployed this in a simulated production environment of one of our large healthcare customers, and it took 8,000 rules to segment a simple application, because it didn't support FQDNs, and it didn't support chaining subnets together, and it didn't support a lot of the things that we would just naturally do if we were writing micro-segmentation policies. So we actually released first visibility-only auto-segmentation, and we went back to the drawing board and we introduced something called the Tetragon network policy. You can see right over here a demo of this at work where we took Cilium network constructs, put them in the Tetragon policy, and now 2 orders of magnitude fewer rules to do network segmentation, and now we have autonomous segmentation working, and instead of 8,000 rules, it takes 100 rules. And it's a much more effective solution, right?
Yeah, no.
So you're bringing AI to make it easier for customers, which I love. I was hoping that I would see segmentation solved in my lifetime. I feel like I've been working on this for 25 years. And so I'm really excited to see this come together. And the co-development as well. Like, you guys have been great. We've been testing this together in our labs. And I love that kind of very different approach to product development.
And so thank you so much. We've got 30 seconds left. You mentioned Edge AI. I want to plug a couple of things. One, every new Cisco device is a smart device. They all have hardware inside for us to run use cases. Hypershield is just the first one. It could be AI agents tomorrow. It could be anything else that's running in this hardware to help secure your networks or autonomously configure BGP peering or whatever it may be. Also, with UCS, our expandable chassis that allow you to dynamically add more blades of compute, more GPUs, and grow as your AI use cases grow. So thank you very much, Neil, for the question.
Absolutely.
To us.
Thank you, Neil. You've been an amazing partner for us.
Absolutely.
Really
Love you guys.
appreciate it.
Thank you for the
invitation. Thank you all for
invitation.
listening.
Thank you.
I hope it was useful. Thank you. Bye. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We are so happy to have all of you with us here on the live stream. I'm Steve Moulter. We have just come out of another fantastic center stage session. This time, we heard about how data center security overload is helping us to architect networks for AI scale. Think about what we just experienced here, right? How Cisco is transforming network architecture by integrating advanced security and services directly into the network fabric, and why that is so important, why that is really a game changer. We heard from Craig Connors, and we heard from Murali Ganjluru. They talked about how this innovative approach is optimizing our performance, how it's strengthening our security, helping to deliver more actionable insights, how it's helping to reduce costs. And then they also brought in Neil Anderson from Worldwide Technology to give us that behind-the-scenes story on how Cisco Hybrid Mesh Firewall and Splunk Distributed Analytics are coming together to help Worldwide deliver a faster network, but also a network that's more secure, that's easier to manage. Really, really exciting content. What we're going to do right now is head out into the world of solutions where Michelle Moreira has caught up with Nick Consolo. Michelle, I'm going to send it on out to you, my friend.
Oh, Steve, it's so good to hear your voice again. All right, I'm on the show floor with my friend Nick Consolo. He is a fellow product marketing manager. This time we're talking about Cisco. So there's been some incredible innovations this week with networking and security. For example, the N9300 series smart switches as well as Cisco Hypershield. They both make it possible to fuse security into the data center network fabric. All right, Nick, share what this means to customers and how does this work?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. So, as you know, the AI-ready data center, when you're looking to pursue AI, whatever it is in your organization, networking and security are critical, especially having high-performance networking and performance there. So, what this means for your organization with an N9300 smart switches and Hypershield is we're allowed to apply stateful layer 4 segmentation within those smart switches. And what does this mean for your organization? Essentially, what we're being able to do is provide that high performance throughput that you would have traditionally relied on for data center firewalls, where you were not requiring that layer 7 or advanced threat capabilities, where you were typically relying on the performance instead. So for those data center interconnect scenarios, there's zone segmentation or your cloud edge for cloud on-ramp, we can now provide you 800 gigs of throughput through a smart switch and provide with Hypershield embedded that stateful layer 4 firewalling. So let's go ahead and get into the demo and show you how it works. So from here we start in Security Cloud Control. This is our unified management platform where you can manage all of your SaaS-based Cisco security solutions as well as your third-party firewalls and Cisco Secure firewalls. If I were to go over to our network-based enforcer, we can see that we have our Nexus smart switch configured with our network-based enforcer with Hypershield on it. If we move over to the policies, we see that we don't have anything in there right now. We're working with a clean slate. But what we're going to do is open up that TCP and UDP connection going from our clients to our server and having it move through the switch by opening it up with a policy. So from here, we'll start with a performance test that shows you that this traffic is not passing through the switch. It's being blocked with a default deny as we have that traffic routing from the clients to the switch. So we'll open up and create that policy. And we do this by using our park model based on AWS Cedar, where we can describe the intent and allow the system to build and perform the policy for us. So in this case, I want to allow my client to communicate TCP and UDP to my server. So we'll go ahead and deploy this. Just hit refresh here and see that our policy has been deployed. If we were to go and look at that performance test that I was showing you earlier, we now see that almost nearly 800 gigs of throughput is moving through our switch from our clients to our server. We have now established that stateful layer 4 segmentation connection. Now let's take it a step further and actually show you blocking UDP policy. So before we'll show you a baseline test, this one showing that everything is operating as we showed earlier, but we're going to want to focus on the security transactions here below in just a moment. We go back and create this policy, and as we create the policy, I want to block UDP communications that's coming from my client that's trying to reach my server. But the beauty of this is now we're going to verify that policy. What we're doing here is replicating this traffic behind the scenes and applying that Hypershield enforcement policy on that replicated traffic. We can test that traffic in intervals. In this case, we're doing a quick test, but we're recommended for 30 minutes. You could do it as long as you want in order to build confidence in that policy before you ever hit deploy. I'll show you what I mean. So we'll go ahead and verify that policy, hit refresh, see that the policy has been verified, and we'll go down to the verification results. We can see that compared to our original, before we had our original policy, which was opening up that TCP and UDP, and now this is the new draft policy that we were looking to verify, seeing that our hits dropped just we had a small hit count, which means that the policy is doing as intended. So we'll go ahead and click deploy. Once we've hit deploy, we can refresh and see that this policy is now, as we looked at that baseline, our baseline is showing the UDP and TCP as I was building the policy. And once I enforce the policy, it is now dropping the UDP traffic, establishing that stateful layer 4 policy enforcement. And we can also corroborate that with the security mix transaction, showing that we are blocking that UDP traffic. So again, what does this mean for your organization? We were able to show you that we're pushing 800 gigs of throughput into a Cisco N9300 smart switch, which takes up a 2 RU rack space, and usually that would take an enterprise level firewall to be able to manage that level of throughput. And we've also been able to enforce stateful layer 4 segmentation across that switch as well. So being able to provide you those firewalling capabilities and allowing you to consolidate and rethink your segmentation strategy by consolidating your data center architecture and doing it with a significantly lower total cost of ownership.
Nick, that was incredible. This is the deep dive that we get here at Cisco Live. Please come down, see it for yourself. Now, Steve, back to you.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Give my best to Nick. I haven't seen him since RSA conference. Great overview there on Hypershield on C9000 series. Great, exciting announcements here at the show. In yesterday's opening keynote, we heard Chuck say that the network is critical, right? The race is on, and that's because our speed demon transformation right now toward agentic AI has really made the network more important than it has ever been before. We've been talking about that all week. And by Cisco making security a core native building block of the underlying network, it assures that we can apply agentic AI applications across the network appropriately, intelligently, ethically. This is really core stuff, and I'm glad that we're having these excellent conversations. Speaking of which, Lauren is here in studio with Joe Vaccaro talking network assurance and monitoring. Lauren, let's send it over to you.
Hello, hello. Yes, I am here live with Joe Vaccaro, Vice President and General Manager of Cisco Thousand Eyes. Joe, why is it critical for customers to really rethink their current approach to network monitoring?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And as we think about these transitions that our customers have gone through, that rise of cloud computing that provides a new place where our workloads are running, the rise of an internet-centric network architecture that's really transformed the way that connectivity happens. Even if you think about the adoption of SaaS applications, and now we're entering this new chapter about the introduction of AI. What's common across all four of those is that our customers rely upon them to run our business, but they don't own them. And if you don't own them, how do you assure the experience through them? We know that these digital experiences that really power our customers, whether it's the customer trying to get to your business, whether it's your employees trying to access critical applications, this is paramount to how businesses operate. But if you don't own these critical services, you need to be able to see them and understand them and be able to improve them like you own them. And that's really at the core of what we do inside of Cisco and what's really powered Thousand Eyes over the last years being part of Cisco and the overall family.
Amazing. And I want to just tag a little bit on just assurance, because I heard Steve mentioned Assure. We've been hearing the theme of assurance throughout the conference. What does that really mean? And why are we taking that so seriously here at Cisco?
Yeah, because if you think about what does assurance mean, by definition, assurance is a promise of an outcome. So applied to our customers, what that means is how do we help them at Cisco to be able to deliver on that promise of a great experience? What does it mean to deliver on that promise? Well, first off, you need to be able to detect issues before they impact your business. You need to be able to localize them across this complex digital supply chain between the device, the networks, the cloud, and the application. You need to be able to diagnose and understand why did that issue happen in the first place, so then you can begin to resolve that problem. So when we think about how we're modernizing assurance and helping our customers move from this reactive approach to this proactive approach, assurance helps us stay focused on solving those most complex customer problems.
And how is Cisco uniquely equipped to do just that, especially for owned, and you mentioned it earlier, unowned networks and services?
Yeah, because digital experiences know no boundaries, right? They traverse from any device. And so what is core to our strategy and really what sets Cisco apart is three things. One, can you be able to measure from everywhere it matters to that customer? Can you see from any different type of device out there? Cisco sits on every different type of environment, whether it's a collaboration or a video conferencing room in your office, whether it's a switching and routing, whether it's the secure client running on any different type of device. And from a ThousandEyes perspective, we allow you to be able to gain that key visibility from all those different type of devices. But that breadth extends also in being able to see through the entire path, deep understanding what's happening at the device, being able to go deep through the wireless network, the wired network, the wide area network, the intranet, the service provider's network, the cloud infrastructure itself, and even into the application. Now, that alone is not enough. We do all of that today, but it's also the depth, being able to understand deeply what's happening across that problem. So again, you can be able to gain that level of intelligence to quickly resolve those issues. Those three things, the ability to see and measure from everywhere, to be able to light up that entire path, and to be able to bring context as a source of where you need to solve that problem is really central to what sets Cisco apart in this industry.
Well, I'm excited for our future and what we're already doing. It's a lot of great stuff. Speaking of great things, you just mentioned a lot of great ones, and just overall in the conference, we've heard about a ton of different innovations. Of those, what would you say is most exciting to you and why?
It's such a great question. If you think about this week, yesterday G2 just rolled out a whole host of new innovations. And from an assurance perspective, there was just so much to unpack. New vantage points where you can be able to run your visibility from, including mobile agents, industrial IoT devices, being able to see deeper through the connectivity, including support for Cloud Insights on Azure that allows you to be able to see the Azure set of services as if you own it, as well as integration into Splunk that allows us to be able to see deeper through that application. And then also the integration of the Cisco AI Assistant to help provide that augmentation that uses the power of AI to be able to help our customers through these elements. And then using ThousandEyes intelligence deeply integrated into that AI canvas. I'm really excited about what that's going to bring, that generative UI experience that'll help our customers to really see a holistic view and again focus on solving problems, delivering on that promise of that great experience.
And I love everything you said, and just the key part being that it's all one Cisco. Like, we are really bringing this together and making it easier for all of our customers. That was amazing.
Yeah, because that experience knows no boundaries, right? And from one Cisco, we can be able to empower our customers no matter where you're measuring from, what you're measuring through, or how you want to be able to solve that problem. Cisco's here to help our customers.
Well, thank you so much, Joe. It was an absolute pleasure. I am going to pass it over to Steve here.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Joe, great job. And again, it's about the power of the platform. We keep saying that Cisco is so uniquely situated to combine the power of the network with the power of security, with the power of the data from Splunk. Just really, really terrific insights. All right, we are headed back out to center stage in the Cisco Showcase. This is going to be an exciting one. Kelsey Doran, Cisco Strategy Director in the Chief Sustainability Office, is going to share some strategies to help us respond to rising costs and to regulatory shifts, to increasing pressures to meet sustainability and compliance requirements as AI and other factors continue to drive us and drive up energy demands. Kelsey is also going to welcome Stephen Santini, Global Strategic Alliances at Schneider Electric, to show how businesses exactly like theirs, like yours, like all of ours, can meet that energy challenge and turn it into a competitive advantage, helping us leverage digital innovation and drive energy efficiency, more cost savings, help us drive growth in our emerging AI power territory. All right, again, glad to have you with us. Here we go.
Pretty cool. Let's go ahead and welcome our panelists to the stage now. Come on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vijay. I run this group called Outshift inside of Cisco. It's the internal incubation engine for Cisco. And as part of that charter, I also have Cisco Research, Cisco DevNet, which is the developer relations organization, and open source. And the charter of Outshift is to build products that are adjacent to Cisco's core markets. Adjacencies could happen in terms of personas. So we always talk to network engineering persona or SecOps or AppOps, WebEx and collaboration. So are there products that we can build that are adjacent to those spaces? As well as can we build products which are a bit further out and are a little riskier when it comes to technology or market? And clearly, the topic of today, quantum, is in that space, which is these are technologies that are a little bit further out, but they're happening faster than one can imagine. So with that, I'd like to introduce the panelists here. So let's start with Anthony. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Anthony Greco. I have the pleasure of leading the Security and Trust Organization. Our mission is to help protect Cisco and work with all the products that we produce to help make sure that they're ready for the future from a security perspective. And in particular, we'll be talking a little bit about post-quantum crypto and how we protect information in the age of quantum computers.
Bill?
Hi, everybody. I'm Bill Gartner. I have responsibility for our optical systems business, which are the systems that are used to carry traffic over fiber optic networks that are traversing a city or a country or even subsea. And I have responsibility for our optics business as well, which are the optics that are used inside a data center or central office.
Ramana?
Yeah, so my name is Ramana Kumpella. I lead Cisco research, and I'm a Cisco fellow as well. And my team actually conducts research in emerging technologies of strategic interest to Cisco, AI, networking, cybersecurity, what have you, and the topic du jour, which is quantum. So really excited to be here. And
so we've got everything from research to product to whether we can deploy it securely in the organization. So we're going to have a fun conversation here. But what I wanted to start with is, in general, show of hands, how many folks out here think that quantum computing will be a reality in the next 5 years? Wow, that's like optimistic crowd. I was like 70%. So how about 5 to 10 years? I think that's the remaining 30. And so 10 plus? We need to convince the three of you. So let's spend some time. But there is some real artifact just behind this stage, or in fact in front of it. So we can walk over there and there are people who can explain what we're building. But let's get to that. So I think I'm an optimist. A bunch of folks here are optimists. But we're also realists in figuring out what we can do today and what we need to solve for making that 5 to 10 year roadmap a reality. And you hear a bunch of news all the time, just like AGI. I mean, I think this show has been all about agentic and AI. And people talk about when will AGI or artificial general intelligence come to the scene? And the real question is, does it matter? Because yes, there is some definition of AGI. People can't even seem to agree on it. That'll happen sometime in the future. But we have pragmatic use cases for AI, for generative AI, for agents, even today. I think of quantum in the same way, which is there might be a time in the future where pragmatic scale-out quantum computing might happen, but there are real-world use cases that are being discussed today, that we are trialing today, that we should talk about, and we are all excited about. And the other thing I want to just phrase up front is, whereas everyone else talks about quantum computing and compute nodes, these are the servers that can actually do quantum computing and run those algorithms. We are in the business of building the secure networks that connect all of these quantum compute nodes together to form what is known as distributed quantum computing. So we are in the quantum networking and quantum security space, and that's what we are primarily going to focus on in this conversation. So with that, Ramana, I'm going to come to you. We just announced the Santa Monica lab. It's at the nexus of a whole bunch of research that's happening in Southern California. There's Caltech, there's UCLA, there's UC Santa Barbara, and there's labs from Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Cisco in Southern California. So what is it that we're doing inside the Santa Monica lab?
So So Cisco's quantum research program is the goal of it is basically to build a world-class, quantum network of the future. And the Santa Monica lab, the quantum lab, is basically where we have our small but mighty quantum team led by Reza, who's actually in the audience, and they conduct research in developing the next generation of quantum network hardware, software, switches, entanglement sources, all kinds of stuff. And you can see some prototypes out there in the Outshift booth, which are a result of all the hard work that the team has put in over the past several years. And this is just the start. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of excitement around quantum networking. And to touch upon what Vijay was mentioning, to truly transform quantum computing and pull in the timeline of practical quantum computing significantly. And quantum network is a big part of it. And this lab is all about basically doing the experimentation, research prototypes, all that stuff.
So we talk about quantum computing and the practicality of it. And if you know that quantum computers actually work on quantum bits or qubits, which are different than regular classical bits. So can you give a quick 30-second explanation of what qubits are and how many do we need and where are we today?
Yeah, so quantum networking is fundamentally different from classical networking. So in the classical world, you would think of, let's say Alice wants to talk to Bob, literally, they'll make a packet out of the zeros and ones, and this packet will journey through the switches and eventually reach Bob, right? So, and quantum networking, on the other hand, is completely different. So quantum information transfer happens via a couple of key principles. One is called entanglement. The other one is teleportation. Quantum entanglement is all about generating a pair of photons that basically share entangled states. And think of them as these Amazon boxes, like Alice and Bob have. Okay? And if you want to transfer quantum information from Alice to Bob, literally you put that information in the box that Alice has, and it gets instantaneously teleported to Bob. Now, it may appear like it's actually breaking a bunch of laws of physics here, but it turns out teleportation happens where the information gets transferred, but in order to recover that information, you still need some classical information to go via the classical channel. So as a result, no laws of physics are violated here, but that's the way it works. And what we are really excited about is the entanglement source, which is really what we have actually in the booth right there. So the entanglement source that we have is a small chip that basically generates entangled photons at a very high rate. We have about 200 million entangled photon pairs per second. And the other beautiful feature about this is when you think of quantum, right, you would imagine these gigantic cryo chambers and super low temperatures like close to absolute zero. This chip actually works at room temperature, and it's compatible with existing fiber technology, which makes it super practical and easy to deploy. And so the rate at which we generate these photons is tremendously high, and we will actually increase it substantially further as well. This chip actually is a foundational technology. We need several other components in order to truly enable this quantum network of the future, which are basically prototypes that we're building in our lab, and stay tuned for more updates and in the coming quarters and months.
So one of the problems that we are going after first in the quantum domain, at least the vision, is that we build, again, these distributed quantum computing environments so that you can connect smaller quantum nodes, which are right now 200 qubits. They're really tiny, but you need, for practical computing, you need maybe hundreds of thousands or even 1 million qubits. So by connecting a bunch of these smaller nodes through this fabric, you can accelerate that timeline for pragmatic quantum computing. So the data center is a restricted enough environment that you can deploy this and experiment with it. And so with that, Bill, coming to you, this is a research prototype, but to make it a reality, what are the challenges that you see from the product perspective to make it real?
Well, first of all, let me say, I think that this is really critical technology, and this team has done a terrific job of advancing the state of this technology. I think Cisco's birthright really is to own networking, and that includes quantum networking. And the idea of starting inside the data center by networking computing elements will give us a lot of insight about what it's going to take to build a larger scale network. So I think this is a really important thing for Cisco, and it's a really important thing for the industry. We're at the research stage here, and many of us have lived in a world where you start in research and you move products into production, early, small scale, and then large scale. And we're early in the life of that, but I think things are moving very quickly. The entanglement source that you see here is a very important first step, and it's generating entangled photons. We need to take this into a production environment, so that means we have to certify a fab that can actually build this thing. As Vijay and Ramana mentioned, we would like this to run at room temperature. If you've seen any quantum computers today, like IBM's quantum computer or Google's, those do not run at room temperature. They require massive cryogenic sources to keep everything cool, very cool. And so we would really like to have technologies that run at room temperature. Another key technology for us inside the data center is the switch itself. The switch has to preserve the quantum state. Today's photonic switches will likely destroy the quantum state. So we have some technology development ahead of us. And then I think the next step is to take this into production environments and climb yield curves, which we're very good at. And we'll figure out how to make this a reliable solution that can be deployed in massive scale for our customers. That's all focused on what's happening inside the data center, which is a good test bed for us to figure out what it's going to take to build larger scale networks.
So this is all great. So you're telling me that it's actually closer than what the research guys are thinking about.
Okay, here we go. Yes, I think it is closer. I'm more of an optimist.
That's amazing. And so let's challenge you a little further. Right? So inside the data center is great, but what we are truly after as a company is to build out the quantum internet. Right. And so there are two parts to that statement. One is, can we connect quantum data centers together to enable long distance computing? But what is also possible today is you have quantum sensors that are being used for weather prediction, better weather prediction, or for biomedical imaging, and so on and so forth. And you need to build out a quantum internet which carries these quantum signals further and further apart. And so what are the challenges to get to the quantum internet, Bill?
Right, so we have many challenges that have to be overcome in order to build what we would consider a WAN network. We will get there. But as an example, distance is one significant issue for sending entangled photons. Today, there's very limited distance that we can send entangled photon pair and have it survive. And so we need to find a way to extend that distance with things like repeaters. Repeaters would have to preserve the quantum state, and things like memory, quantum memories. And so those technologies are under development right now. There are companies that we are working with. There's a very large partner ecosystem that's developing around this technology. Those technologies are under development, and we will see some of them coming out as early as this year. So one issue is increasing the distance. That's a big issue. Another is increasing capacity, but I do want to put that in context. The first DWDM systems that are used in classical networks were 40 gig systems, 40 gig on the fiber.
Cisco Live. The world of solutions will close in 15 minutes.
Y'all don't go
we have
minutes to closing.
40 gig on a fiber were the initial DWDM systems. 10 years later, we had increased that by an order of magnitude, 400 gig. In the next 15 years, we've increased it by over 2 orders of magnitude. We can now demonstrate 64 terabits of capacity on a fiber. And in addition to that, we've really done a great job of shrinking the technology. This is an 800 gig pluggable optic that can transmit a signal 1,000 kilometers. That's not where we're going to start with quantum. Quantum is not going to be at parity with classical networks. But as Vijay said, there are going to be applications like sensing that can take advantage of short distance applications, low bitrate applications, and deliver very significant value. So I think we're going to see applications emerge that sort of match the state of the technology over time. And I fully expect, just like we did in classical networks, we're going to see massive improvements of the technology over time as well.
Thank you. And I think my goal is to get to a point where we can carry that entanglement source in a pocket, just like Bill carries around that transceiver, because that is a metric to achieve, which tells you that we are at scale.
Right.
Otherwise, we aren't. So, but coming to Anthony, I mean, we are all optimists here. I'm not saying you're not an optimist, but I think we are out there to build distributed quantum computing. And one of the things that it'll do is it'll enable practical applications and algorithms to run on quantum compute nodes faster, or earlier, rather. And so one such algorithm that we are all paranoid about is Shor's algorithm, which ensures, or not ensures, but which actually enables you to compromise existing key exchanges that happen between computers. And this is the whole notion of it can be done either today, or you can go after these store now and decrypt later kind of attacks, where you're snooping into traffic, storing them now, and when you have access to these computers, quantum computers, you can actually make all of that conversation plain text. And by building these distributed quantum compute nodes, we are accelerating even that timeline. So
Yeah, gee, thanks.
Yes, so help me, please, because we're building the technology, but you need to secure it. So what do we do?
Yeah, your optimism is the reality of us security folks, which is it creates a set of challenges that we've got to start to think about now. You did a great job of describing it. I mean, the key risk that we think about that we need to begin to deal with today is the idea that you can capture traffic. And when a quantum computer is created of sufficient scale, which we are looking to enable, that traffic is potentially then decryptable by an adversary. And you know, when you think about that conversation, many people think about that as a big government conversation. I think that's a really relevant set of actors in this space. But you think about the importance of AI and how important data is to AI and will be in the future. There's actually new reasons to want to do this for folks that may not be able to get their hands on all the data that they may want. They may want to choose a way to get after it. So when we think about that classical problem, we've really been engaged today in standards work to help build quantum-resistant cryptographic algorithms. That body of work is something that Cisco's directly contributed to. We worked with NIST and other organizations to create those algorithms and make sure that they're out in the public domain. We're working constantly with standards organizations, in particular the IETF, to get those algorithms leveraged in protocols that we use today. And ultimately, thinking about the risk that we all need to be dealing with today, it is this encryption of data in transit and doing that encryption with quantum-resistant algorithms. Cisco has a robust roadmap across our portfolio that we continue to enhance and refine, which will allow us to implement quantum-resistant cryptographic algorithms. In fact, the campus and branch launch that we've done, that hardware is enabled for quantum-resistant algorithms. This is really essential for us to start to think about now. When I poll my peers and other security leaders in other organizations, to be really candid with you, most of them don't even have this on their radar as things that they're worried about. I tend to joke, maybe they all think that they're going to retire before they actually have to deal with this. But when we think about ourselves as stewards of where we need to be going and what we need to be doing as networking professionals, as security professionals, facing this reality today is super important. It doesn't end there. It's not just about the transport algorithms and how we send information across networks. When quantum computers are created, all of the things that we think about, you think about signing an image. So how do you know that it is a legitimate Cisco image? That uses public key cryptography. That in and of itself will be in jeopardy of being compromised. So somebody could create something that looks like a Cisco image, but isn't. There's risk up and down the stack of everywhere that you worry and use cryptography to protect security. We've got to be embracing the future state of where we need to be quantum-resistant algorithms in this space. we're really leaning into it heavily and have invested a lot. We also have a lot of ways that we can enable quantum key distribution inside of our products with standard protocols like SCIP. So this is a rich area that is going to drive what needs to be a fundamental priority for so many of our organizations. And to be honest with you, most of us are just now getting up to speed of this is what we need to be going to deploy. But this is a do it today, especially with this audience of 70, 30 and those time frames. You've got to be taking these things really seriously today.
So when I think about the timelines and the phased approach here, I mean, there's education, there's visibility as to which services are probably most critical.
Yeah.
You talked about encryption for software at rest or data at rest, but also in transit.
Yeah.
So how would you draw up that timeline, and what should people do to prepare?
Yeah, you've got to take a risk-based approach. You can't fix it all at once. Focusing and getting an assessment done of what your most vulnerable communications are, and taking that assessment and using that to inform your roadmap is a really essential set of things. And Cisco has a set of services that allow for customers to go through that assessment today with our CX organization to understand where is the most risk and how is it that you would address it. It's most likely going to be in your transport layer, and it's most likely going to be in environments where you're traversing on someone else's infrastructure. But we have assessments that can help our customers do that. And in fact, we've done that inside of our own enterprise, which is my job of making sure that we're prepared for this.
So Anthony talked about security and what we can do with standards like the ones that NIST came out with, the post-quantum cryptography standards, which are all software-based. But Ramana, I know that there are other use cases that we have for the quantum network itself. So even though we are building out the quantum network to enable distributed quantum computing, the whole set of use cases that are possible today in the classical world. And security is one of them. Can you just talk about a few of the others?
Oh yeah, so in our journey of actually building a quantum network, right? So we started off with this, let's build a quantum network for enabling practical quantum computing, right? Scalable quantum computing. But in our journey, what we found is that there are several practical quantum networking use cases that will actually, quantum networking, that can actually solve classical applications. And that's actually really exciting because we don't have to wait for, I don't know, depending on your choice, it could be 5 years or 10 years. You don't have to wait for quantum computing to be real in order to realize the value of a quantum network. Some of these use cases are, decision coordination. So decision coordination is around, how do you have Alice and Bob, right, take a coordinated decision? It could be stock trading, it could be something else, right? If Alice makes a decision to buy a piece of stock, right, Bob should also be doing it at the same time. How do you coordinate that? In the classical world, you'll actually have to send a message saying, hey, I'm actually taking a decision to sell the trade or sell the stock, and then that information would go to Bob, right? If you have a quantum network, turns out you can leverage the entanglement property that I was mentioning before to allow for Alice and Bob to take the same decision at the same time. And that's fantastically interesting application, right? Similar other applications, we have secure position verification, ultra precise time synchronization. So these are all use cases that can actually take advantage of a practical entanglement-based quantum network. Now the fourth one that is listed here is eavesdropper-proof security. So I'm sure you must have heard of the word quantum key distribution, which is leveraging quantum properties to exchange keys between Alice and Bob, right? So that requires a separate quantum network or a dedicated fiber to exchange your quantum keys. But if you have eavesdropper-proof security built out of a quantum network, essentially that means that you can leverage the no cloning theorem property of a quantum channel to detect an eavesdropper, right? You don't have to exchange keys. You just detect that there's an eavesdropper on the wire, and that will allow you to make sure that either you exchange your information or not, depending on what you want to do, right? So these are the kinds of use cases that we can build with an entanglement-based quantum network today. And we don't have to wait for the whole quantum computing revolution to really take place. That's really super exciting for us.
So what you're saying is that even for the optimists in the group, which are saying 5 years out, you're becoming an even more exponential optimist.
Right.
Saying, let's start using the quantum network for classical use cases today because it's here and now. So I already got your answer, so I'm going to move on to Bill. But the question I had was like, what is the one quantum opportunity that excites you today?
Certainly, security is a very clear opportunity, but I think sensing is one application that is just magnificent in terms of the scope of what can be done with quantum networks for very, very, very precise sensing in solving problems that we just can't solve with classical computers.
Anthony, how about you?
Well, for me, the idea that we could not just protect information as it's being transmitted, but detect when someone is listening or potentially trying to listen, that eavesdropper-proof piece of this for me is if you look, there's a lot of people that spend a lot of time trying to figure out whether or not their communications are potentially compromised. And so this for me is, I think, a real game changer in a lot of ways. That classical computing application of this is something that before we started having these discussions, I didn't even realize was a real possibility.
So I think that is the most paranoia-inducing use case that we can all line up behind. But the other thing, I was talking to somebody, and the decision coordination part of it, it's almost like, let's say there was a starting gun that could be heard by anybody across planet Earth at the same time. What could you do with it? And the use case that was brought up was like, hey, I want to play a game with my friend in Tokyo, and I don't want him to get an advantage on the gaming exercise before I start playing the game. Like, he could be starting out first and get an advantage just because he's 3 milliseconds or a few seconds ahead of me. So can we have a starting gun which says, start your game now? I said, that's an amazing use case, but boy, you don't want to build out a quantum network just to start gaming, but maybe we do.
You might be surprised.
Maybe at some point, when Bill scales it out, it's cheap enough that we can do that. But with that, I would like to wrap up and say, as we heard today, I mean, yes, the vision is to build out quantum networking and quantum security from the ground up. So it's not just that quantum entanglement source that you can just see behind you, and you can go and visit that booth. But it's also the protocols, the software controllers, the compilers. In the end, you should be able to drop in a few lines in your Python code, and stuff should work. And that's why we want to get towards. But as we do that, we have use cases in the classical world today that we are super excited about. But even above all of that is the paranoia and the realistic check that Anthony brings to the table. Start preparing for it's called the Q day, I think, or a P day. I think there's a term for this. I should know this, where quantum computers would be strong enough that they can break key distribution today, and start preparing for that because that's a long.
It's called my retirement day.
That's your retirement day. Hoping all of us are retired by then, but thank you for coming, and if you have questions, we'll be around. Thank you.
And welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We just got a fantastic final word as we head toward the end of a Powerhouse Wednesday here at Cisco Live 2025 in San Diego. What an amazing day it's been. So we just got some key strategies on how we can respond to rising costs, to regulatory shifts, increasing sustainability and compliance requirements, and the ways that we can leverage digital innovation to drive more energy efficiency, better cost savings, more growth in our emerging AI-powered world. We've got two more stories for you this afternoon. First, we're going to take one last visit down to the Cisco Showcase, where Michelle is bringing us the inside story on quantum networking with Reza. Michelle, let's send it over to you, my friend.
Steve, we may have saved the best for last. We're talking all things quantum networking with Reza, head of Cisco Quantum Research. Reza, you just heard your colleagues talk about quantum timelines. Was there anything in that discussion that stood out to you, or was anything that you wanted to get up there and correct?
Thank you for having me. No, all they said was correct. But what I wanted to really jump in to say that, I mean, if you look at the monitor, what's happening in the quantum technology domain, the big quantum computing vendor a couple of them in last 2 days, they updated their forecast to make a quantum computer reality for 3 to 5 years earlier than what originally was anticipated. And shows that what we do here to build a network infrastructure to connect them together, that's really, really important, and we need to make this faster even than what we anticipated that. The other thing that I wanted to also add to that is that it's very interesting for me when we started this project in Cisco to see how beautiful is that what you can do, really bringing a group of scientists and group of engineers together in a same environment to create to make something that maybe you think it as a science fiction, a reality that is ready to go to a customer and be deployed in the field.
Speaking of science fiction versus reality, I have to ask about your lab in Santa Monica. Can you describe what this is? I'm thinking something from the movies. Does it have big machines, or is it just a normal engineering lab?
It's a normal R&D engineering lab. However, that's for the device. You see the technology is there. But the use cases that we demonstrate or application that we demonstrate is coming really from science fiction movie. We demonstrate in our lab information teleportation. In a Star Trek, they do teleportation, but we don't do the human version of it. We do the information version of it.
Okay, that leads me to what folks back home are probably wondering, the bottom line question. Is this ready? When can customers expect to use quantum networking?
This is, in terms of a technology, is mature enough, but it's not a product yet. It still is R&D prototype. We are working with several design partners that are working with Cisco to see how we can use this technology in their environment and for their use cases, and what problem or pain point they have that we can address with this. That comes from the quantum computing vendors to a more near-time application. For example, we are working with financial customers, how to see they can use this network technology to even improve what they do in financial transaction or trading. We work with a community like robotics or scientific community that they need really high precision synchronization. We use the same technology. And then we also work with the people that they need really to have an extra layer of the security using quantum technology. We can use this technology. So it's not only about the quantum computer or when the quantum computer become available, which is very real, but also we can use it now for a specific use case, a specific pain point of a customer of Cisco.
No, that makes sense. What about the past few days has really stood out to you here at Cisco Live in San Diego?
Well, the level of innovation in Cisco is amazing. You can go to an AI session and see, wow, what we are doing in AI. I am not expert in AI, but when I go sit there, I learn a lot. I see an amazing futuristic thing happening. You come to quantum, which is my favorite, my baby, and then you see that we have created such a small chip. That small chip creates 200 million pair of entangled photons that you can do that science fiction with teleport information with that. So that's amazing. I mean, the whole stack of network from application to physical layer, we see innovation in Cisco Live.
Thank you so much. I had so much fun in this interview. We did leave the best for last. Steve, I'll hand it back to you one last time today.
Bravo. Thank you so much, Michelle. And to Reza Najabati, I really do love the work that he and his team do at Outshift and at Quantum Labs. Really cool stuff. All right, for our final exclusive story to wrap the broadcast day, Rob Boyd had an opportunity to sit down with Martin Lund, Executive VP of Cisco's Common Hardware Group, and they talked about new announcements around silicon application and control across Cisco's AI infrastructure, switching, routing, compute, Wi-Fi. Let's join Rob and Martin in that conversation.
All right, I'm so excited. We've got Martin Lund, now EVP of the Common Hardware Group, because we've talked. Did I get it wrong?
You got it right.
You're giving me the look. No, this is fun. So we've spoken before, and I always enjoy this. And it's so let me throw this out at you for just a moment. Silicon One. I feel like it's not a secret. It's been out for a while. There's been iterations. There's been lots of product integration. But I feel like it's having a moment in the sunlight, so to speak, certainly at this conference. But over the last year, I feel like it's been building. What is your impression? First of all, am I accurate at all in that?
I think you're right. And Silicon One was announced in 2019. And since then, a lot of work have gone into building many different types of variations of the silicon for different locations in the network. What we have done here, we're rolling out with new announcements also in the campus, that is used in the campus, it's used for service providers, and obviously it's been used for the hyperscalers for a while. So we're kind of pretty excited about coming out there and really talking about it. If you look around at the show floor, there's lots and lots of places where it shows up.
It's not just in one place.
It's not just in one place.
No, and I want to understand what the competitive advantage is here. But first, I think you have one with you.
I brought one.
Would you share with the group?
Yes. Let's take a look at this. We have here. This is a G200.
Okay.
And it's 51 terabit of switching capacity in a single chip, 512 ports of 100 gig SerDes on a single device. It has 64 ports of 800 gig or 128 ports of 400 gig.
This what cracks me up is that you're talking about what I normally associate with a big racked switch.
That's correct.
But it's in there, and it's actually at the heart of probably the switch we...
It is heart of it, and it not only does phenomenally great switching of packets, it also has a flexibility built into it, because we use a programmable engine that allows us to adapt feature sets. Even after the chip is made, I can add new features to it.
Yeah.
All that without paying for it in power. So it's very exciting.
So Cisco made an investment in this area, which is it's unique. Not very many people could even attempt to make an investment in their own silicon. And the way in which we use it and the way in which it forms a fundamental part of the go-to-market uniqueness that Cisco offers, how do you describe that? What's the importance of having this type of capability in-house at Cisco?
I think it's super important. It's super important for hyperscale customers. It's important for service providers and also for enterprises. As we're fusing security into the network, we need to control the core innovation elements here, and we have built this architecture so we can add capabilities over time, like security, and be supportive of this unknown. What is the network going to look like with agentic AIs? I can tell you one thing: it's going to look different.
Yeah.
And the demand and the importance of the network is going to just go up.
Yeah.
So having control over the innovation toolkit, so we can optimize it and also build in things that hasn't been built before is key. One more thing, these devices also get used into the data centers of hyperscalers.
Right.
And hyperscalers has been an important thing for Cisco over the last year, and even more so in the last quarter. You have seen some updates that shows that we're making good traction there. And for me, that would it's super exciting. I used to work at one, but the other part of it is that it's also what allows us to compete in the marketplace in the most demanding workload. So that's the part I enjoy.
These have some standalone value. We offer, is it, I don't want to go in this, I was just thinking of white box switches. The ability for us to provide an element of familiarity and confidence for customers who have different needs that may not involve our hardware all the way through.
So uniquely, because we have our own silicon, we also, when we announced it in 2019, we announced that we are willing to sell this as a chip, as a white box, or as a full branded Cisco system with the Cisco software on it. And you, Mr. Customer, decide which path you want to take.
Cisco inside.
and we're doing it. So we're both, we can supply components, we can supply white boxes and the full system, and that is super important for the hyperscalers.
But I think it's interesting we straddled this whole thing of software was always about flexibility, but then you sacrifice speed, and then hardware's great speed, but boy, the market's moving fast, and so you got to be careful what you invest in. This is a hardware speed with software flexibility.
That's what it is.
You described it. What's important about this campus edition that we've announced?
Well, the campus edition, the smart switches for the campus, it's super interesting, right? And it's where we're adding more security capabilities into the campus network with our smart switches. Those switches are there's a range of them, but they use our Silicon One technology as well.
Well, so tell me, okay, so this, I want to make sure we understand it. How do you pitch how this represents single architecture? Is it because it's at the core, it allows us to refer to a single architecture which has these knock-on effects all the way through the management plane, how we interact control plane, how we interact with it?
I mean, one way to think of it is like, what is a single architecture? What does it buy you? Why is it important? Well, it's important to us because it's cheaper for us to build these things because they're not different.
Right.
It's important to our customers because they have feature commonality, and in the olden days, it's like this class of devices behave in a certain way, but they don't behave in the same way when you're in the wine closet.
Yeah.
These are this fragmentation of feature sets. Or another way to think of it is like x86. It's a one instruction set architecture, and you can run it in your data center server, or you can run it on your laptop, right? And now you have that the same program can run both places. It's a little bit the same way here.
Well, I know when you guys first started, well, at least what it became, because there was many years before we knew it publicly, but prior to 2019. But so in 2019, of course, we hadn't had that ChatGPT generative AI moment.
No.
And as we look at Cisco's role in connecting disparate data, which is what we've always been good at, how does this help us stay in the lead in enabling customers to be able to?
I mean, it's a beautiful example, right? Because we didn't have. There's a lot of things we didn't have 5 years ago, even 2 years ago. ChatGPT is just 2 years old, right?
Yeah.
And it has changed everything.
Yeah.
And there are feature requirements, especially in these large training data centers and networks, that you have to have much, much better load balancing.
Right.
Because it's about, your $10 billion worth of GPUs don't want to be sitting idle very long, right?
Yeah.
And if you drop packets, then you have to restart and so forth. So it's very, very important. And there are certain features that was not invented when we built the chip.
Right.
That we then, our customer came saying, can you do this? And we went back and we, yes, here it is.
That's flexibility that makes
that is powerful.
Yeah. So you're not worried about where things are going, because it feels like there's a lot of pressure on you and your team to be able to say, predict the market. At the same time, the market is changing faster than we can interpret things today as we're learning about it.
I feel very good on the path we're on. We have now launched essentially all our product lines. We have different letters in the alphabet for different classes. They're rolling out. We're working on subsequent generations. And I think we're starting to hit a stride here where we can continue to deliver value and innovation to our customers.
Final question, I'm just curious where this might go, but what is the one thing that people tend to get, maybe misunderstand, and you think, well, it'd be better if everybody didn't have maybe a misconception?
Yeah, it's a great one, because we call it Silicon One, a lot of people think it's just one chip. We have one architecture, one chip, and it's a one-size-fits-all. That's not true.
Oh, that's a good
we
point.
purpose-built families for different roles in the network. For the service provider network, for the hyperscaler network, for the core router network, for the campus network. So we have purpose-built devices for each of them, optimized exactly for that role. The smallest device we have is less than 500 gigabit of switching capacity, and the biggest one is this one right now. It's 51 terabits.
Yeah.
That is a huge range, with or without tables and buffers. So it's purpose-built. It's based on a common foundation, but it's purpose-built.
That's perfect. Martin Lund, Senior VP, Executive EVP. I know you said I was going to do that. Executive VP. Is that the way you say it?
Yes, it doesn't matter. You can call me Martin.
The hardware group. Thank you so much.
It's always good.
It's fun.
I love that. Thank you so much. Great job, Rob. And thanks so much to Martin Lund. He's just amazing. That brings us to the end of our Wednesday broadcast day. Amazing. It really is our honor and our joy to bring every moment, every message of Cisco Live 2025 direct to you wherever you are around the world, wherever you are tuning in from. On behalf of our entire brilliant Cisco TV broadcast and production team, all of your hosts, Rob, Michelle, Lauren, Z, myself, Steve Moulter, have a great night. We will meet you right back here tomorrow morning for closing day here in San Diego. Thanks so much for keeping us company on the live stream. Bye-bye, everyone.